everyone, this is Lakamokalaka here, and today we're going to have a different type of video. Now, before we proceed any further, let me ask you all a question. How many of you all have been involved in some form of an internet argument? If you've never been involved with one, good for you. I hope you don't have one in the comment section below, but for those of you who have, how far have people taken it? Mostly it just ends at the comment section, correct? What if I were to tell you there are people that take the internet so seriously with those comments that eventually in a few weeks you completely forget about and make their entire lives dedicated to ruining the life behind the person that they disagreed with? What if I were to tell you since 2009 there have been a group of people online that because of these internet arguments have slowly become more and more deranged as time went on, going as far to falsely accuse people of being pedophiles, doxing them, and even going as far to interfere and try to ruin their real actual lives and drive them to suicide? This is the story of BrokenXMuse. Before we get started, let me preface a few things. We're not going in chronological order ever since 2009 with their first victim all the way up until current day. We would be here forever. Instead, we're going to show you 7 of their victims. These victims are from the worst turning point in their behavior where they started to go more and more extremist and started making not only serious accusations about people, but trying to ruin their real lives, going as far to dox some people and even push others to suicide. And unfortunately, even further than that. But I also need to preface the first half of this video. When talking about the Muse video, I was asked by Muse and some of the victims to make it more comedic so they can withstand watching it easier. So if the first half of the video seems a little dorky, it's because it's mainly to help the victims digest the rest of the video, as after the Muse segment, we're gonna get into the nitty and gritty of some of their more worst behaviors. But to help Muse and some of the others withstand their own traumas, the first half of the video is basically going to be comedic while also delivering criticisms about the video that unfortunately started the worst behaviors of all. So for the Muse segment and the Muse segment only, I'm going to be a snarky asshole until it is over. You can already hear how punchable my face is. You're welcome.
So you thought the first part was interesting?
No!
Well, this part on its own is very fascinating, because what I've learned is to not trust a lot of people from now on.
Oh, teach me, almighty gay Dorito lady, the magical wonders of pulling things out of your ass. Please enlighten me of such wondrous knowledge that you have somehow managed to bestow upon the world out of thy butthole. I'm sorry, I just hate overdramatic intros like that of, oh, I'll never trust anyone ever again. My confidence in the internet has been shattered forever. Then they'll immediately get on social media and start sharing the most interpersonal secrets with complete strangers online. Like this video, that's gonna go into so much detail about interpersonal relationships, you'll practically be able to smell the butthole of these fucking people. And also, if you want to know what they're meaning by the first part, it was another separate video that had nothing to do with the situation entirely, that they basically labeled as part 1, but has nothing to do with this video whatsoever. Why is it part 1 then, you ask? I genuinely don't fucking know. And trust me, that's going to be a running theme throughout this entire video. Oh boy.
After this whole ordeal, I have nothing more to say to you. I really don't. I am never going to forgive you for what you've done. You have made my friends uncomfortable. You have asked minors to have sex with you, even though you have a boyfriend. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, since Muse neglected to tell you all this, he has a boyfriend. I am thoroughly disappointed in you, Muse. You seemed like a really mature young man. And yes, I'm calling him a man because he does not deserve to be called a woman now.
I'm going to commit arson.
Gonna flop your dick on the table like a drunk uncle at a Christmas party, huh? You're not even gonna let us drink any of the eggnog just for us to prepare for this shit? Alright, now this is what the video is going to be mainly about, quote unquote, talking about Muse doing inappropriate things to minors, but the issue with that is, the stuff you're seeing right now doesn't really get addressed much in multiple parts of the video, and you're gonna see why as they soon reveal their true motivations for making it throughout. But in the meantime, since they made such a serious allegation, let's go over the problems with it and break it down fundamentally. For starters, the victim in this situation, Yuki, formerly known as Lulabelle, the one that even took the screenshot, has admitted admitted that this entire situation was fabricated. That's right, a full year before me even finding out about this event, Yuki had actually went to Muse directly and actually apologized about the entire event, admitting that they had lied about the allegations. Now, the next part I'm going to make a little alleged note in the corner because this is stuff that Yuki has not proven to me during our initial interviews, but they did mention this when we were talking. They alleged that the group had actually put them up to making Muse say inappropriate comments to them by purposely making them not disclose their age, along with telling them what to say in their group chat of what to purposely provoke Muse into a more perverse reaction. They did this multiple times, and the only reaction they ever seem to have gotten is this one screenshot. So for the rest of the video, you're not actually going to see any other pieces of evidence to show Muse actually victimized any minors. This is going to be the only screenshot you're going to see throughout the entirety of the video as quote-unquote proof of them actually hurting any child in general. So let's actually argue the point as if we didn't know that Yuki had said any of this. Both parties are not from the United States. Yes, Yuki is from the UK and Muse is from Canada, both of which live in provinces that basically say that the age of consent is 16. Yuki, even by the laws of their own country, is able to have fully consenting relationships of that nature with anyone they so please at that age. So I looked into the bylaws of everything else and they never sent each other pictures. This is the only conversation they have. There's no greater context to it. Muse is not in any position of authority like a teacher or anything else. There is literally nothing within their laws that say their communications right now could actually get either one of them into trouble. Though it's inappropriate and Muse should have definitely checked into the age a lot harder than what they did, this still is a situation where both parties could actually have fully consented in the situation because the age gap wasn't that big. They both live in countries where the age of consent says that Yuki is already of age, and this is the only inappropriate conversation they have, so it's not enough to actually convict either party with any form of court. It also doesn't help that one of the people that are going to be speaking in this video, Hopeless Romantic, has been drawing images of Yuki like this. And not only images, but in the comment section even infers that they also had sexual conversations, and this was posted only a few months before this video's upload. Yeah, you believe Yuki's been victimized, that's why you continued the cycle of abuse, because you clearly found a problem with it, right? I'm mentioning this because you're gonna see a lot of this kind of hypocrisy throughout the entire video too, because their motivations to make this video are going to become quite apparent. It's not about actually helping minors. And as you can already tell, they made that very apparent early on.
Muse, when I first met you, you seemed like a really nice person. I liked you. I really did. And I wanted to get to know you. You were like a little brother to me. I wanted to protect you because you were like my family. Just like everyone else in the group, I consider everyone a family member to me.
Yeah, you're such a good family. That's why you're purposely going out of your way to misgender Muse and doing the one thing that causes trans suicides more than any other, because that's how much you cared about them as people. I can't wait to see what Thanksgiving is like where you trip Grandma down the stairs because she's just taking a little too long to give you that inheritance. But seriously though, it's very obvious that you never actually viewed Muse as a woman, and that's apparent by the comment you made about viewing them as a little brother. And the fact you're going so easily out of your way to hurt them also shows as well that you were uncomfortable with this long before this video was made. But don't worry, I didn't forget about the solicitation comment. I'm gonna bring it up a couple of times throughout this video because, believe it or not, despite this video saying that Muse is a danger to others around her, they barely mention this at all, so much to the point that you will actually forget about them actually saying it if I don't remind you at several points in this video. And that is not a joke.
After a while, I became very depressed. Why? Because my mother passed away, and everyone knew this. I thought my art was shit. I thought my art was this. So I decided, to take a break. Because people were right. We were talking about drama too much. So I took a break. But your message that you left me really honestly hurt me. It made me feel like everyone in the group was upset at me. Everyone. Everyone was getting sick and tired of me. It was always me who was the problem.
Now, they're talking about a chat log that they're not going to show throughout the entirety of the video, so I'm going to show a transcript of it now. Now, this point becomes extremely strange as soon as you read the transcript because Muse literally just told her the same problem that she agreed was a problem that the group was doing by talking about drama too much. And sure enough, Muse brought up that it was affecting the friend group and they needed to stop doing that. Now, to be fair, Muse could have gone about this a lot better than what she did. But considering how you guys are already twisting the conversation and will twist it throughout the rest of this video, I don't genuinely think her acting any better in this situation would have changed the outcome because you guys are already treating it as if she was belittling your emotional states when in actuality, even by the end of the conversation, she's not. She's clearly trying to give you motivation and just trying to tell you, hey, your behavior is genuinely bringing down the group because you're obsessing over a drama that at this point had already been dead for 3 years. Can we move on and talk about just normal conversations outside of that? Now, to be fair to Heather, I understand fully losing a family member is hard, and having insecurities about your own art, something you invest a lot of time into, can also be devastating to your emotional state, especially if you just experienced loss. But you can go about handling grief in very unhealthy ways, including lashing out at people. You consistently ranting about someone that hasn't even been in your life for several years is not a good sign of that, especially if you're very vitriolic towards that situation that happened a long time ago. There's no shame in taking more time off because I genuinely can tell you didn't take that much time off if you were getting into this fight with Muse and everyone else.
You know what I think? I think I have an idea of why you were so pissed off at me. I'm in a happy relationship. I'm married. You're not. I have a man that loves me to death. You don't, because you're a player. You love to mess with everyone's mind.
And this is why I showed the chat log, because holy shit, this is kind of the definition of pulling up the ladder behind you. Muse said a lot of that stuff to try to get Heather to reflect on herself to make her realize that life isn't pointless, she has a lot of blessings within it. And she took that and used it to beat the shit out of Muse's emotional state with. Yeah, remind me not to console you, because I have a feeling next time you're at someone's funeral, you're gonna pull out a knife and stab me in the eye because I was crying a bit too much.
But you know what? You are something. I don't even know what you are, but you're something. And I cannot stand people like you. I've had toxic friends in my life. And, you know, Muse, I was there for you when you needed me. And yeah, I'm going to say this because I want to, because in all honesty, your characters are sluts. All your characters are sluts. Your characters are Mary Sue. And you're very, very protective of your waifus and husbandos.
Muse is toxic, and then you turn around and insult everything that she likes, including her own OCs, and call them sluts, and try to devalue them as Mary Sue's to basically put down her creative abilities. Deviantart ranters, everybody! You can't go around calling people toxic, but the second they disagree with you, not only do you misgender them, but you go out of your way to literally put them down as a person. That is being toxic too, sweetie. If you're gonna preach someone is toxic, it may help to not literally be seeping venom yourself. It may also help to have a related screenshot in the background showing exactly the toxicity you're talking about, but hey, I don't think Levi gives a shit, so who cares?
Just like when I started talking about Queen Chrysalis in the chat. What did you do? You left because, oh, I'm very protective of my Queen Chrysalis. But getting back, you made my friends uncomfortable. You made my family uncomfortable, and I will never forgive you for that. You, Muse, are an asshole, and I cannot stand people like you. You played with people's emotions. You basically said that, I'm sorry I'm getting so emotional, it's just, Muse was a dear friend. I honestly thought of him like that.
Explain the things, please, woman. How the f*** are we supposed to know how they made your family uncomfortable? In fact, how the f*** did that situation happen? Did you just invite grandma over to Canada going, hey grandma, let's meet this stranger I met on the internet? Then you shoved her in a briefcase and threw her onto a fucking airplane. Like, are we supposed to be psychically linked? How the fuck are we supposed to know about these situations? You showing a screenshot of Facebook isn't telling us jack shit. You would think if they put the thing in there to actually talk about it, they would actually talk about it. Especially since you're saying that they hurt your friends. Okay. Are you going to show even a screenshot showing how one of them was even affected? You don't have to show everything on the screen right now of every friend of how they were affected, but it would really help your argument if you're trying to debate that Muse has become this really toxic and horrible person to have some evidence backing that up. Because if we're just supposed to go off your word, you haven't really told us anything. If you can't even show evidence of what is occurring, or can't even tell us what exactly happened, then why are you even speaking right now? Isn't the point of this video to show people exactly how dangerous Muse is, considering your first claim in your first sentence was, and I quote, trying to have sex with minors? Also, I'm not addressing that chrysalis statement. I'm just gonna throw that right into the trash because I already addressed it and it's completely pointless.
But you know, what really honestly hurts me the most is that he went behind my back and started talking shit about me. He started talking like I was the scum of the universe. He even made my friends think that I was the bad guy out of the whole group.
This is supposed to be about Muse being a predator, right? Why the fuck does it matter if they were shit-talking you and how you feel about that? This is totally irrelevant to what's even being discussed right now. Even though that's fake, it's very apparent from this, there is ulterior motivations to make this video. But I also find it funny, it's just like, you shit-talked us. Literally, this video has sections where they were shit-talking Muse unbeknownst to Muse's knowledge behind their back, claiming some very serious allegations that they didn't even prove in this video entirely. But let's not focus on the serious issues at hand. Let's focus on the 34-year-old woman claiming someone shit-talking her on the internet with no evidence, while simultaneously being a part of a video that does have evidence of them shit-talking Muse, levying some very serious allegations towards them, and then cry that Muse doesn't think very highly of them. Oh gee, it's like you guys tend to escalate behaviors into unreasonable levels. And it totally is not the point I'm trying to show with this video of how far you will escalate things over something incredibly fucking stupid that doesn't matter ultimately in the first place.
Why? I don't know. Because he was jealous? Really, Muse, you're jealous of me? At least I don't go around talking shit behind your back. I thought I basically spoke very highly of you. To my husband. To everyone else, even when you were not there, I spoke very highly of you. I never once said anything rude to you. Not once.
Literally, Heather is the girl that's like, there are kids being molested, but what about me? What about my feelings? Could you really not put yourself aside for 2 fucking seconds to actually address the fucking supposed molested children you're talking about? Like, girl, your problems don't really matter right now. You have friendship problems, cool beans, but we're talking about child molestation here. Hello? It shouldn't be taking a back seat to Heather's midlife crisis segment, but in all seriousness though, this is such petty nonsense. What's this have to do with anything? You were always nice to Muse, and Muse had a moment where they weren't nice to you because you were being a dick, as we saw in the chat log, that the only time you would ever actually possibly talk to her is to complain about a literal fucking child? How are you supposed to be empathetic? Oh, I didn't talk shit about you. I just talked a bunch of shit about some 14-year-old girl that can't defend herself in this conversation. Because that's totally better. Seriously, not even that statement is true, because you stopped talking to Muse for 8 whole months before you made this video. And as we're seeing in this video, you talked a lot of wild shit already. And hell, this video actually even contradicts that statement, because later on in this video, there is a recording with you, Hannah, and some bitch named Tammy literally shit-talking Muse. And guess what? That's a conversation Muse wasn't even a part in. For someone that's saying, I never talked shit about you and spoke so highly of you, this very video contradicts that very belief just a couple minutes later on. But no, really? You're the bad guy. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why they would go to that conclusion when the only time you would actually talk to them is to literally complain about a drama at that point that had been dead for over 5 years. Yes, Muse was clearly manipulating your friends to think that way, and this is definitely not them probably also having this problem but being too chicken shit to tell you about it. Yeah, it was totally jealousy, Heather. Totally jealousy.
And then when you wrote that long thing to me, what did you... And I basically brought up one thing. I brought up smite. One thing. And you said, Fuck, Smite again? God! Oh, pardon me, your majesty.
Maybe because you brought it up in a conversation where Muse was coming to you saying you complain so much about people you don't actually interact with your friends, and you were trying to change the subject to Smite to complain about them complaining about Smite. I don't know, I wonder why she would get so aggressive at that. It's almost like you were missing the point of the conversation entirely.
I'm done with you, Muse. I'm seriously done. After this, I'm done. And you better have a long explanation for what you have done. Because if you think by basically apologizing to everybody in this group is going to make things better, you better damn well pray that, your apology gets through to everybody. Because for me, if you apologize to me, I'm not going to forgive you. I'm not. You're an ass. And I don't like assholes in my life because they make me feel miserable about myself. I was not the one who wanted the attention, you were. You always muted yourself in the hangouts that which we had. Whenever you would talk about something, you would always mute yourself. Or whenever we talked about, other things like artists online, always mute yourself. Fuck you, Muse. Fuck everything that you love. I'm done.
If Muse was an actual child predator, I don't think that sentence is going to deter them, because I think that was kind of the point of what they wanted to do to begin with. But hey, fuck those kids. Am I right? Also, let's speedrun this shit with Heather, because we've already addressed this a couple of times. Heather, she did not ask for attention. All that shit is you projecting, because we literally saw the chat log. That was the problems that Muse had with you and assholes in your life. She literally said you were a strong, powerful woman, and you somehow took it as she was stabbing your grandma in the butthole. You need to get over yourself. Everything you have just said literally can be said about you, because you were the one that actually did these actions. Please, for the love of God, stop acting like a 14-year-old. You're way too fucking old for this. But yeah, there's no way I can see this mentality that they're showing in this video backfiring if Muse was actually a pedophile by basically making a message like this saying, fuck you, Muse, we're going to ignore you and insult you, but not actually report you to police and stop your criminal behavior before you actually harm a child, or even worse, meet up with one and do horrific acts to them. We're just gonna pretend like none of this ever happened, because our feelings matter more than the safety of the children apparently we're supposed to be protecting right now. The ones that we barely mentioned at this point, and even have suggested that we're kind of just gonna ignore entirely if you apologize to us nice enough. Except for Heather, who has the strong moral values of not forgiving you because you called her a strong, powerful woman on Skype. And I am so shocked that no one treated them like the clowns they were after this, because who the hell, in the face of pedophilia claims, would seriously give the pedophile the chance of redemption solely because they said sorry for other petty bullshit that happened outside of those events? Can you imagine being the victim and hearing the person that was trying to groom you was fully forgiven because they said sorry for a Skype conversation they had with Heather that was completely unrelated? Are you seriously telling me if this situation was true, there were victims that heard the sentence and did not have a freak out towards it? Because I'm more likely to believe that I'm a result of my mom making sweet, passionate love to our rhinoceros than that actually being true. Because if a grooming victim had the balls to come out about their abuse, why would they stop at people trying to possibly cover it up, especially for reasoning like that? That alone should have put people into question of how legitimate this video was. If you can dismiss them that easily, then how bad are the accusations actually? Because if someone is trying to rape a young child, I don't know many people that would want to hang out with them afterwards. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the crazy one for thinking that, most people in this situation, if this was actually true, would have immediately tried to distance themselves from the child predator and not give a chance for them to come back into the friend group. I'm just saying.
So, Muse, you never really gave me a pet name, as you would call everyone else. I don't even remember. But wait, I should remember, because I am just that one person who took nights on end uploading your Mortal Kombat X series. Nothing else. Just a personal editor. But not anymore.
So you've never had a pet name by Muse, never been abused by Muse whatsoever, and you are also not showing any example of how these pet names are abusive whatsoever, so what's really the point of bringing them up? And then for some reason you thought it was a good idea to bring up that you're the editor for Muse, which makes this all the more funnier because it actually shows a level of desperation, because you have no reason for being here and you just outright told us that. You literally said you didn't experience these things, but you're here because you were her editor, so that must mean you know something. When if you were her editor and that that close to her and she was actually trying to molest kids, that brings into question why the hell wasn't your first instinct to go to the police and instead make a fucking YouTube video. Because through my research, I found out this video took over 8 months to make, and you left Muse essentially alone by herself with no supervision or anything else. So in essence, if Muse was actually a predator, you making this video actually put more people at risk than it would have if you just went to the police and reported it immediately. I know Muse didn't do it, but this is me trying to also send a message to discourage people from going online for vigilante justice instead of going to police, because the police are more equipped to deal with child molestation cases than you are. Because your vigilante justice, especially when it comes to online stuff, will not stop predators from hunting children. In fact, you'll actually tell them how not to get caught, especially if you don't report them to police, and all they would need to do is just delete all their social medias and any evidence of their existence and just simply start a new account and pretend they're someone else. As long as their voice is not really recognizable and they didn't post their face online, essentially they could just wipe everything out and just start all over again like nothing ever happened. In short, doing stuff like this is one of the dumbest fucking moves you can possibly do. Not only do you put more people at risk, you also risk the predator getting away and starting these actions all over again.
I really thought of you as a decent person at first. You had good humor, but after a while, trying to talk shit about others, I just can't believe you. You've literally made my friends cry. You know what I do? I be as blunt as I can and try to get through the asshole's thick skull, which is what I'm doing right now.
Oh, hey, me too. I guess we have something in common. But yeah, Muse, I can't believe you would talk shit about people online. It's not like we could have communicated to you these problems beforehand and resolved it by just simply saying, hey, Muse, stop being a dick. You know, assuming if this was true or not, considering the fact that the screenshot they're using for evidence of this claim not only is fucking hilarious, but it's also heavily altered. But let's take this at face value and assume all of this is true. Are you seriously telling us that this is a comment related to how your friend started to cry? If that is true, this is the funniest fucking situation I have ever goddamn seen. Are you seriously telling me a group of 18 plus women and one 34-year-old at the time cried because a trans woman gave her opinion on a horse from My Little Pony? You can't make shit like this up. If this is your genuine argument, then holy cow, you guys have bigger issues than some techno-colored horse.
After what I've heard about your lies and what you tried to complete, they're all crushed. After this video goes up, you better start explaining what you have done to so many others. Oh, and don't even dare put the blame on anyone else. Wanna know why? Because this was all my idea. You should be after me. I was the one who wanted to do this. I edited every single second, and not once did I hesitate to get this all out. In fact, I feel like I can say I've saved a few lives just by making this. Even if one person agrees with me. All I know is, the proof is not fabricated, but your feelings for all of us were anything else is complete bullshit.
You're making my job so much easier, thank you. I don't have to prove your involvement, you just admitted it fully that this was your idea. This bullshit is solely on you now. That was a brilliant move. Why not just hand the knife you used to stab somebody with right to the police officer directly? Because I'm sure that this will not come back to bite you on the ass later on.
Do you really want a harem where nobody will cheat on you? Then go to Craigslist and you will be satisfied. Oh wait. I actually do have proof. You actually do prostitution for Craigslist. Here it is, in black and white. So what do you have to say about that?
Levi, if someone just came here from a freaking Craigslist ad to solicit prostitution, why would Vivian send them a link back to the Craigslist ad they just came here from? Like, I know how Craigslist works. You literally get their email so you can message them where to go and what to do. So it doesn't make sense to send them back to the ad even if you don't even know what Craigslist is, because these two are already in contact with each other. So it doesn't make sense for them to do that at all, even on a fundamental level. If she was really prostituting herself, why would this be saved as a draft, have no mentions of payment, and also be dated in 2013, a full year prior to this person even beginning their relationship with their partner that they had at the time? To me, it seems very weird that this is a draft that you somehow managed to get access to that's in a completely clean inbox outside of it, which makes me think you edited the draft just to change the message altogether, because it doesn't make sense that she's linking to the Craigslist ad if she's already getting someone coming there from the Craigslist ad. But even if this was Muse, there's there's no evidence of any of this linking to prostitution. There's no discussion of payments or anything like that. So I don't even know why you made this assumption, because if this was true, all you're showing at most is them having a casual hookup before they even started dating that partner to begin with, which she has every right to do as an adult, so I don't even get how this is a point against her, because this doesn't even prove anything. But why not just throw out a random accusation instead of just assuming that she just might like sex? It's not like that's how you were born or anything. People obviously hate sex. That's why you're clearly here, because your parents hated themselves so much they made you. To be fair, that explains a lot, but still.
In fact, your current boyfriend, Tia Soul, what would he think?
They'd probably start laughing like me. They probably would have told you to shut the fuck up, and probably resume laughing because someone in a My Little Pony icon seriously told them to break up with their significant other because they clearly thought I didn't have functioning human eyeballs to see that you clearly were the one that wrote the message. And then somehow having the gall to think you're fully justified in breaking up this relationship because your real motivation is because they disagreed with your opinions on My Little Pony. Genuinely, who wrote the script for this? Because I will never be as funny as the shit they put in this video. Holy cow, you put my ass to shame. Good job.
You just stuck with him because he would feel sad if you left? Well, I think there's a good reason he should leave you now.
Is this video trying to expose a predator, or am I watching an episode of Gossip Girls? What the fuck is happening right now? You have no rights as a commentator dictating whether someone should or should not break up in a relationship. Like, I want the audience, you guys, to finally understand why commentators shouldn't do this. How would you guys like it if something was misconstrued in your relationship or some miscommunication happened and someone, a third party that shouldn't be involved, took a screen cap of it or took it out of context and used it against you in a video that there's no way for people to get the context of? Would you be happy about that? No, you should never do this when it comes to a relationship. That is not the business of the internet. It's not the business for anyone else but the parties involved. Making other parties involved makes the situation worse for those people, especially if nothing actually happened. And before Levi and Hannah do that little lying routine with me again, where they outright lie to us saying Lulabelle and Hopeless were the ones that gave them the screenshots, I'm gonna debunk that right now because I already see that excuse coming up in the comments. Levi, you admitted in this very video, not only were you her editor, but you had full access to her YouTube account, which means you already knew about her email and her password. There's only one person out of this entire group Vivian trusted that much with that kind of information, and it was you. And I knew that even before asking Vivian what the actual truth was, which, by the way, the actual truth is even worse than what I assumed, because I assumed that you just logged into her email because you had her email and password. Turns out no. Levi, under false pretenses, lied to Vivian by saying that there was a security risk going around on the email site that she uses, so to check for her to make sure she wasn't afflicted by the security risk, Levi offered to go in there and check and make sure she was fine and safe from the problem. And of course, since Levi has literal access to her YouTube account and nothing has happened until this point, Vivian fully trusted her, so she gave her the email password, and that's where this screenshot came from. If this doesn't tell you there was malicious intent behind the purpose of this, I don't know what will, because when they didn't find anything in the email, they took this screenshot and are now twisting it as if she was actually soliciting prostitution. You know, for such a wonderful and close family and all the time you spent into making this video, you literally spent 0 hours actually trying to communicate your true feelings to her. Oh wait, that's actually what real families do. Never mind.
You disgust me. I have no more words to describe it. You've used us for milking money, getting closed-door relationships, and even trying to force us to see you.
We're not gonna prove it happened, though. I mean, that would be too much work to actually show evidence of our claims. No, you just gotta believe we're telling the truth, guys. We're commentators. We would never lie about our own friends, especially about something so serious, right? Right?
I never want to hear from you again, because you are the most vilest piece of shit.
Wait, where are you going? You're recording in your house. Where the fuck are you trying to go?
I've ever witnessed on the internet, and maybe even in real life. You're probably even worse than my boyfriend when I used to talk to him.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally not vindictive and a slanderous thing to claim by literally comparing your ex to someone that you're also claiming is trying to solicit sex from minors, so much to the point that they have a harem of them. That's just how love works. You meet, you hold hands, then you compare them to a child predator with no way for them to defend themselves whatsoever. Ah, isn't love beautiful? But besides the obvious inference they're clearly leaving here that they were the ones making the claims by their response to this message being, and I quote, "How about you show everyone your true colors instead of hiding behind your harem of minors?" Or, the obvious fact that they were the only ones making this claim around this time and no one else was, but semantics. But speaking of semantics, back on point, now they're saying that Muse has a harem of minors, which means you guys must have a lot of evidence of your claim, right? Because if you're claiming there's multiple children, surely you must have abundance of evidence to prove that claim, and not just one random screenshot from your friend that you left out the context of entirely, that they purposely didn't give their age to Muse at all, and use that solely as your claim for pedophilia, right? And yes, I did take a big heaping help of bitch juice this morning. Why do you ask?
Comparing a relationship that you so-called have with your boyfriend, you compared Heather's married life to a sexless life. Is that even any of your concern, Muse? Why does it even bother you? Oh, I think I know why. 'Cause you can't handle a stable relationship. 'Cause you need a strap-on for everyone you see.
Genuinely, why the fuck are you thinking about her fucking everything with a strap on? You have some secret you want to tell us there, Levi? And second, you're the editor of this video. Why don't you have the screenshots of this? Genuinely, this is me asking. You're saying that this conversation happened. It's an abusive conversation where Muse is inferring that Heather had a sexless marriage. Which, if true, yeah, I totally agree for your right to bring it up in this video, though it'd be kind of loosely related, it would still support the abusive behavior claim and also being sexually inappropriate with people. But you don't have evidence proving either of these things to be true. Because not only this time do we not have the context of where this comment came from, we don't even have the conversation. So you're expecting us to believe that this happened despite no evidence existing showing this ever occurred. I have a chat log where Muse said nothing of the sort to Heather. If that's the conversation you're referring to, then where exactly did you get this from? If that's not the conversation you're referring to, which I pray to God it's not, then you need to show it, because even through my research, I haven't been able to find any of these comments you people are referring to. Your evidence folder didn't have this conversation. There's no screenshots of this. There's no records of this. There's nothing. You're expecting us to believe your word when you have no credible evidence showing that this ever happened, and then you think you have the right to basically say this person fucks everyone in sight with a strap on. Which, by the way, do you ever just see a Karen in the making and you're just going, God damn, is there a way to prevent this? Because I can literally see where this is going. Which, speaking of seeing where this is going, it's really nice to see though, Levi, that you realized your mistake after a confrontation by deleting your entire channel and all the evidence showing that any of this stuff was even said. Because that really helps sell your point that this person's a horrible person. When people start digging into your evidence, you suddenly decide to delete everything on your channel, the evidence folder entirety, including all the evidence within it, and simultaneously try to rename your channel to avoid being found in the search results.
Muse, when you contacted me out of the blue on Facebook, it was honestly shocking, because all you wanted to say, and this was after you insulted my friend Hannah, and you blocked her on Skype. So what you're saying is that when you came to me, all you said was that I just wanted you to know that my intentions were not cruel towards you. Really? You said the most disgustingest things to me, made me feel like shit. So, for you to say those words to me, you just wanted pity. You just wanted me to forgive you, because that's the type of guy you are. Muse, when you contacted me out of the blue on Facebook, it was honestly shocking, because all you wanted to say, and this was after you insulted my friend Hannah, and you blocked her on Skype. So what you're saying is that when you came to me, all you said was that I just wanted you to know that my intentions were not cruel towards you. Really? You said the most disgustingest things to me, made me feel like shit. So, for you to say those words to me, you just wanted pity. You just wanted me to forgive you, because That's the type of guy you are.
Guys, feel sorry for me. Someone on the internet told me that I need to stop obsessing over a 21-year-old despite being 34 myself and married. That was so cruel and harsh. How dare you tell me to stop obsessing over someone that literally has nothing to do with my life? You're a grown 34-year-old woman that's obsessing over a 3-year drama about someone solely because they drew boobs on the internet and called you a jerk because you guys kept saying she was an attention whore because you kept mocking her suicide journal saying they weren't real. Like, yeah, Muse kinda has a right to call you out on that. You're obsessing over a drama that happened 3 years ago that you guys were in the objective wrong about most of the time. And instead of accepting like that happened and moving on, you're venting in unrelated calls to people, bringing down the mood and pushing these negative emotions onto other people for stuff that had already been resolved and done with well before they even met you. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with Muse's approach in all this. It wasn't exactly the best, but the fact she's trying to make an effort to apologize and you guys are still throwing a shit fit over it is just insane. And then you turn around and have the gall to say she's cruel when you guys literally made a video falsely accusing her of being a prostitute with fake evidence that you made yourself, said she had a harem of minors, said she's a scammer and a thief, and all of this because an apology on the internet wasn't good enough. Heather, you're 34. If you cannot handle something so much that you are willing to lie this badly just to get back at somebody for a disagreement you had on the internet, seek help.
Well, Muse, I have a little thing to tell you. I'm not forgiving you. And I never want to see your face ever again. And if you do try and talk to me, I will listen, but I will never forgive you.
Oh, such a tragedy. You're going away forever. Oh no. You were such a wonderful friend by ignoring everyone only to talk about a Kai like some kind of crazy stalker bitch. Oh, such a tragic day. No, I'm not packing your bags for you. What do you mean I already bought you plane tickets? No, I'm so genuinely sad that you lost your friendship with Vivi. You seem like such a beneficial person in their lives. Oh, it's so tragic. In the words of my forefathers, I sincerely say, goodbye, bitch!
Because you're just a toxic person who needs to get offline and needs to find where he stands in life.
Sweetie, any place away from you is a better place already. But seriously though, Levi, did you really need to bring back Heather for another section just to express that she didn't accept an apology? Because, I don't know about you, I'm fairly certain a 35-year-old woman's apology crybaby session can wait over, you know, the lifelong damaging effects of grooming on a child? Jesus Christ, at this point I don't even know how many brain cells I've lost from listening to this already. Fuck it, let's start ringing their sections, that way we know how much brain damage we've accumulated over the entirety of this video. So let's give Heather a 2 out of 10, would cry over Facebook messages again. But seriously though, I'm gonna need brain surgery after this to replace what I'm losing in this video, holy shit.
So Muse, I remember being very surprised when I heard you in the call. Soon I began to respect your opinion and I gave you my respect. When matters got so bad and I turned to you for advice. And it was good advice too. And when you were a kind person as well. And there were times when I felt really upset. Not just with the group, or certain things that we would talk about in the group, but with you. For instance, I remember you told me how you weren't a hardcore pony fan. I thought, cool, but you won't take things so seriously about the show. But as time went on, anything pony related, you would either get super excited, get super angry, or just upset in general.
The fuck? What does this have to do with anything? Did you guys forget you're making this video to try to stop a possible predator, not do a giant breakup friendship song and dance to go kumbaya, this is why we're not friends anymore, look everyone at how stupid they were for daring to go against our friendship. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, literally, who the fuck cares that they got upset over a My Little Pony opinion? You know how many fucking bronies debate every day about stupid name bullshit like that? Oh no, let's cancel them now too because they have a difference of opinion. Because let me tell you the reality of friendship. You're going to have dumb petty fights with your friends about stupid inane bullshit all the time. I hate to tell you this, but this is true. Every friendship has a moment where you're gonna fight over something fucking stupid. That just comes with the territory, especially when you're dealing with other people that have different beliefs than you. Eventually you're gonna find something they're passionate about and they may be a little more sensitive to, that if you give a negative opinion on or positive opinion, they're not gonna react so well. And yes, I understand how frustrating that can be, but as a friend, you're supposed to work through them with those kinds of issues because guess what? what? Your friend isn't perfect either. That's the point of a friendship. You're trying to combine the best aspects of each other to have a worthwhile relationship. Even though it's not romantic, it's still a relationship that helps deepen your understanding of the world around you. And how you find out about this kind of stuff is through dealing with a name dumb bullshit like this in a friendship. This is how you gauge how they think, how they feel, and how to work around these issues. This is just general friendship 101. But she's getting angry over My Little Pony. Well, aren't you right now getting upset over that very thing too? Instead of just talking this out with her, you decide just to throw her completely under the bus and say she's a terrible person because she reacted badly over this one thing, which, guess what, your friends are eventually going to do at some point. But what does any of this have to do with her being a stealing pedophile prostitute, as we've established before? That's apparently supposed to be the main focal point of the video. If we're just going to add brony to that, that's not really adding anything. Like, okay, they're brony stealing pedophile prostitute. Okay. Are you going to prove it though? Like, is that not the point of the video? Did I miss something here?
And I love to pair things up. And at times when I did, you would either give me that silent treatment, or you would tell me you didn't like to hear it, so my opinion didn't matter to you. Yet I would have loved to hear yours any day. To a point where it made me feel upset, you would just leave calls when I mentioned my favorite parents to you. Ones that you happen not to like. Or you were upset with someone. Or there are times when you left the call when you were upset with someone. When you were upset with someone else. Or at times I didn't know why you were upset. And you were just being silent. And it was just really insulting, really. Really insulting. Not just to me, but I'm sure with the group as well. A friend wouldn't go out of their way just to make them feel bad for a certain thing. Anything pony related, you would either get super excited, get super angry, or just upset in general.
Wait, if that was true, why the fuck is the screenshot of Muse having an issue with Derpy Hooves in the video then? Yeah, we really love to listen to her opinions. That's why when she gave her one opinion on Derpy Hooves, we literally took that screenshot out of context and used it against her, claiming it was a form of harassment. Oh gee, I wonder why she went silent in calls. Oh gee, it's such a mystery. Like, if you really did love listening to them every day about their opinions, then this wouldn't have been an opinion of yours, because you wouldn't be putting them being excited and all these other emotions into such a negative connotation. Like, shouldn't it be a good thing your friend is happy and passionate about something? When did this become a bad thing? Why is this a point against Muse? This is fucking stupid. She was so passionate about My Little Pony that she went silent on some of the things you said? Well, then communicate that, hey, that's a little too overblown a reaction. Please don't take it personally. And if they do, then decide where to go from there. Don't just hide your emotions and then one day bring it out of the blue like they were magically supposed to know about that. That's not how friendships work. Friendships are just like romantic relationships. Just because you're not butt-fucking each other doesn't mean you don't have to communicate how you feel to each other. And it doesn't mean there's not a level of trust there that you need to have. If they do take it negatively, sometimes friendships don't work out. It's okay. But this is not how you handle it. And I'm not shocked that Muse is so traumatized by this video, because imagine hearing all this shit all at once that you've never heard about on top of false allegations. How traumatizing do you think this was to Muse, that out of the blue, she's hearing problems that she never heard about before on top of being called a monster? You're implying that she didn't care about your opinions, but yet here you are not caring about how yours are hurting her. If you want respect, you're gonna have to give it yourself, and so far, you haven't given Muse an ounce. But what makes it even more obvious that this is a fault of your own is because you're literally saying she clearly made it known to you she was not okay hearing these ships constantly around her, and what you then proceeded to do was keep talking about these ships directly to her despite her putting a clear boundary saying she wasn't comfortable listening to that. This is not the fault of Muse for getting upset. This is the fault of you for not respecting a boundary your friend clearly set up for you. Regardless if you think it's a stupid boundary or not, if this person's your actual friend, you will respect the boundaries they give to you because you want to have a healthy relationship with this person. Also, let's take a quick detour for that screenshot, because Levi's going to do this throughout the entirety of the video by putting screenshots that are not only completely unrelated, but put commentary over them that doesn't even make any sense. Like, how the fuck is talking to 3 to 4 people a cry for attention? That's like saying A's for Apple in a fucking dirt bike contest. Why is it here? It makes no sense.
Months later, I heard about Amma. It blew my mind. And then what Lou said, when she told her side of the story, how similar some things were said between Amma and Lou, or the things that you were saying in general to Heather. I was just shocked. Now, whatever you guys do behind closed doors is totally up to you, but when I heard how you were flirting with multiple girls, made me feel really uncomfortable. With me myself, you didn't show any interest, which is probably why I'm surprised at this. And I didn't think you would flirt this much with others, though. I didn't think you would flirt this much with others. When at the same time, you told me you had a boyfriend and another member of the group was obviously trying to so hard to gain your attention or your affection.
When my manager said I had to take on 2 girls at once, this is not what I had in mind. Because I gotta address whatever the hell Hopeless Romantic is saying, and then on top of that, I gotta address whatever batshit crazy thing Levi's putting into the background with her bullshit points that don't even make sense with the screenshot she's using. Let's start off with the first crazy point they brought up. One of the most confusing points they just put into this video was mentioning one of them actually had an unrequited love for Muse, which is weird because earlier they're literally saying that Muse has a boyfriend so they're cheating, but right now they're implying that Muse should have addressed those feelings despite them being in a relationship. But that's such a strange thing to bring up because that's not really Muse's fault. And if Muse knew about this and didn't reciprocate those feelings, you need to back off at that point if that's the case, because she doesn't have to pursue a relationship if she doesn't want to. It doesn't matter if you think they're perfect together. If someone does not want to be in that relationship, they're not going to be, because that's their decision to make, not yours. And before one of them pulls the "but she was polyamorous" card, even though that had no relevance beforehand, just because she's polyamorous doesn't mean she's literally attracted to fucking everyone. Just like everyone else, she has standards of what she finds attractive within a relationship, and sweetie, you just may have not made the cut. If you don't like that, tough titties, you need to get over yourself. Not everyone's going to be attracted to you, and you need to accept that. But I still find it really fucked up that earlier you guys were inferring that she was a cheater, but right now you're inferring she should have done that either way. We're not even done with the point yet, and it's already fucking insane. Holy shit. But they finally showed evidence for once. Hooray! Let's give them the world's tiniest hand clap because it actually exposes them even more. Because it actually exposes them actually showing what their idea of flirting is. And please make a pin of this because this is going to be brought up later on in the video, and oh boy, does it come back even worse than before. I want you to look at the screen and look at the comment. This is what they think is flirting. I'm going to ask everyone, does this look like flirting to you? Because from my perspective, not only do I see this comment is taken out of context yet again, but it's clearly replying to somebody about something entirely different. Oh gee, I wonder if we can figure out the original context just by reading the comment itself. It's almost like you weren't expecting people to actually read it. It's almost like you guys purposely made this video dragged out so people would listen to it in the background and not actually look at your evidence directly. It's almost like that was intentional. Also, why do you guys keep mentioning the Heather chat log, but yet you haven't shown it once? If you're gonna bring it up, you need to show it. You can't just keep mentioning a chat log we haven't seen yet or seen any evidence even showing it even existed. I know you guys purposely did this so you can control the narrative, because if people saw this, they would think you guys are fucking crazy, which you are. Because how the hell can you take this as harassment when by the end of it, she's literally saying, "You go girl, you got a good life, keep doing you, hun, yas queen," and all that dumb bullshit girls do that my lesbian brain just cannot comprehend because my brain is filled with blackjack and hookers. But stop acting as if she just stabbed her grandma. That is not what the chat log says. It's purposely disingenuous, and the fact you keep doing it is making this worse. Also, considering what I said earlier, it's really fucking funny the Hopeless Romantic is saying what you do behind closed doors is completely your business, but what you're doing is making me feel uncomfortable. But yet she felt the need to post this publicly to a bunch of strangers of her groping a 17-year-old girl. You can't make shit like this up. Welcome to the commentary community, folks. This is the shit we deal with here. Just fucking people with the self-awareness of a sun-dried potato laying out on the street that's been farted on by many raccoons. Seriously, just how the hell did this video get away with what it did? Just how?
All this makes me less and less confident in how I see people on the internet. I try not to think on that, but I want you to think that. You're making me doubt certain things. Not to mention that Heather, oh gosh, the things that have been said. I don't have a clear enough memory of what the whole event, how the whole event happened, but looking back at all the things you said were a lot harsher than it should have been, considering all she's done and how honest she has been with the group.
Oh my god, it can't be. An actual bit of genuine criticism? Oh, thank God one of you has a functioning brain cell. Yes, one of the actual genuine bits of criticism in this video was Muse could have gone about this a better way to communicate these feelings to Heather. Look, I know I'm giving a lot of credit to something that should have been the bare minimum, but at this point, I'm willing to go for anything, and any kind of thing like this should be encouraged, even from the worst of people, so they realize that this is the way you're supposed to go with criticism, and not whatever the fuck they've been doing. Also, oh no, Muse, you're affecting my ability to be online by you comforting your friends. You're totally flirting with them, you horn dog. Hold on, let me draw without the girl's permission me groping her with my friend despite her being underage and post it for thousands of people gawk at and even masturbate to. I'm sorry, I'm still in a bit of shock they let Hopeless speak in this video when, considering what this video is, they let Hopeless speak on an issue that she's outright done herself to the very same victim, and they saw no problem with this whatsoever, but yet she's the one uncomfortable in this situation. Just holy shit. Muse can't win no matter what she does, can she? Like, holy shit. She gave you guys genuine criticism, you freaked out. Now you're making her think about your issues, and you're gonna freak out when she tells you that you have issues. Just what is she supposed to do in this situation? Literally, you've made her out to be a monster either way. Is she just supposed to sit down and just die? And while we're at it, you have trouble trusting people online? Sweetie, you just participated in one of the biggest smear campaigns towards a user that no one fucking knows about I've ever seen in the community's history, and your reasoning for it is because she shared her My Little Pony opinions with you and was vulnerable on a few occasions with you and your friends. Do you not see the cosmic irony here?
And while I didn't bring it up, I want to ask about the money situation. And I heard you used the money to move out of your apartment. That's great. But you're still in the same building? And I see you buying all sorts of new pony stuff on your site. Buying commissions, buying toys, sweaters. And we got no word of what was going on until, I don't know, months, weeks later when we had to ask about it. And now, admittedly, I have to admit, I feel like you used us just to get new stuff from us. There were $2,000 raised for you, and we were kept in the dark.
Levi, you coordinated this, right? You wanted them to all work together and talk about these specific events. Why in the hell would you have someone that accused her of being a thief before the person that's asking her the question of where the money went to? Do you not see the problem here? Do you know where the money went, or don't you? How do you know she's a thief if you're still asking where the money went to? You're certain it went into clothes, but you have no evidence showing it is. And you're only going off of pictures that only God knows when they were actually taken. And on top of that, one of you was stupid enough to award her the label of thief, which is accusing her of a crime. Which, if she had the money to do so and the time, she could sue you for that because you don't have evidence proving that she did. And because of these accusations in this entire video, which basically ruined her art career, she could literally claim monetary and emotional damages from it. And keep in mind, this is not the only person that can do this to you as well, but we'll get to those people later on. Right now, let's address Hopeless, because I already know if we don't address Hopeless's points, even though we went over them several dozen times already, they're gonna say I took her out of context and I didn't address it, blah, 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 blah. Hopeless. She got out of an abusive situation. That person was paying the majority of the rent. Now she has to figure out how to get a job quick enough with the money she has, so she doesn't go homeless or has to go back to them. This isn't hard to figure out. When someone goes silent for a time, especially after they move, they're literally adjusting to their new life. And this goes double for someone that was in an abusive situation. They need time to adjust to the fact that, you know, they don't have to look over their shoulder all the time when they're doing something normally in their house. Muse probably has a new schedule she had to figure out and probably has to work double time in order to afford this apartment on her own and keep up to both the bills, utilities, and, you know, food. Like, for people that made a charity live stream knowing full well what kind of abuse she went through, you know nothing about the kind of aftermath that she has to go through suffering that kind of abuse. Sexual abuse especially can make things very hard for somebody, especially getting out of that situation, as it causes feelings of isolation, dissociation, and many other issues. I relate fully to what Muse is going through because I understand it myself, as I was sexually assaulted as well. What she's going through right now is that isolation period that you feel a few months after the assault happens. This is because your body is trying to recover from the initial initial shock of the event. She's not trying to ignore anybody. She's trying to recover from what happened because her brain still isn't even grasping what fully happened to her either. It's not because she's running away with the money. It's not because she's ignoring you. She's literally trying to process how to move forward from the event because her body is still in shock from what happened. Especially if the abuse was prolonged, she probably was numb during the entire time those events happened, and now since she's able to unwind, she's now feeling all the rush of those emotions she repressed all at once. And I can tell you from experience, it's horrifying. And she's going to wall herself off, not because she's ignoring you, but because she's trying to recover from those events. Also, how the hell could she use you for money if you're the guys that literally suggested, you do the donation stream to give her the money? She never asked. You did it. That'd be like throwing a surprise birthday party and going up to the person afterwards and going, "Oh, I can't believe you made us throw this party for you." She didn't make you do anything. You guys did this willingly. Why are you acting like, oh, this was all her idea? It wasn't. You guys came up with it. You even admitted that in this video. And what website? If it's a website, then obviously you can show dates and times and stuff, but yet, where is it? I am sitting here in my underwear wondering where this mighty evidence is. We need the evidence showing that you guys gave her the money from the charity livestream and then she didn't buy the thing she said she was gonna buy it on, but instead bought something else. That would actually be valid evidence. Not this gossipy bullshit that you're parading around as if it's fact. Look, if I want to see a bunch of people gossip, I'll go into the New York subway, pull my pants down, and I'll make it into the front page news for having the ninth wonder of the world being how small my dick is.
No, either way, you hurt a lot of people in the group, and that's really messed up. I don't know how, if I want to talk to you about this. I know you're a great guy. You had to be to make these friends. But everything that's been going on, all the manipulation that I've been hearing, I just don't know what to think anymore. It makes me doubt many things. But again, I know you're nice. I hope whatever comes, it's for the best, much like everyone else.
Fuck you, Muse. Fuck everything that you love.
Wow, I actually agree with Hopeless on this. There's quite obviously manipulation going on here because I can actually tell they didn't tell her everything that they put into this video, including the pedophilia accusations. Because who in the face of pedophilia accusations would wish someone well and not wish them to go get help? It's very apparent they did not tell this girl half of the shit they put into this video or even the story itself. Though this is still not something to sympathize over, mainly because this is accusations that were levied against her own friend and she decided to pick sides instead of actually getting to the truth of it all and fully understanding what's going on before talking on a matter that she's not even sure of fully herself. You were a commentator as well. You should know fully goddamn well you should not be participating in situations without knowing the full facts of everything first. Just giving your account of what happened to you without understanding the full severity or even the truth of what's really going on can make situations vastly worse. Don't get me wrong though, it doesn't mean I can't see your two-faced nature that you're clearly displaying in your section as well, because outright you're misgendering them for the sole purpose of trying to hurt them just like everyone else despite not knowing the full context of the situation. You are no better than these people as well, but you're trying to play it off as if you're trying to be this kind-hearted person when in reality you're going out of your way to hurt them just as much as everyone else. And the worst part of it all is they're outright saying, I don't even know if I want to talk to you about it, but yet you're more than willing to call them out publicly for it. Rating, I guess 3 out of 10, didn't give me complete brain damage in the end.
Also, Muse, I have something else to say.
Oh my god, not again! Heather, you took up most of this video already. Just say your shit and go already. Why are you here for the 3rd time? Levi, you can edit this shit together. What are you doing? Please! There's only so much I can listen to Heather trying to fist a cougar in the background.
I hear that you have a job. Congratulations on getting a job. Where? At a comic book store. Well, then that must mean that you make money, right? You know, to buy your own things. That way you don't have to worry about, like, going to different groups and asking them for money. Oh, wait. No, you don't get paid with cash. You get paid with freaking comic books. Freaking comic books. You took a job because you wanted free comic books. You don't want money. Oh no, because money can't buy you food. Money can't buy you, a car. Money can't buy you, stuff that you really want. No, but you rather read comics because you're a real comic book guy.
Heather, the fact that anyone believed you on this shows that No Child Left Behind has failed so many goddamn kids in America and it needs to be revoked. Because holy shit, who is actually stupid enough to believe that someone would take comic books over actually getting paid? This is a point that's so fundamentally stupid on so many levels. Everyone in the audience can probably think of at least one reason why this point doesn't make sense on any fundamental level. You can think of legal reasons, you can think of economic reasons, you can think of mathematical reasons, you can even just think about the basics of like, how the fuck did Muse even get there if she had no money to pay for fuel for her car? So take pride, everyone watching this video, and objectively know that you will always be smarter than Heather in this situation because you actually know how to count to 3.
And I have one more thing to say about the whole money for Muse. You double-crossing liar. You said you wanted to move out of your rotten roommate's apartment. And yet, I hear that you, when you got the money, you did move out, but you moved downstairs to your roommate's apartment. Liar.
Wow, this actually gives a lot of insight into what they consider lying because, that's not lying. Muse said she needed to move out of the apartment, she needed money to move. She moved out of the apartment. She spent the money on exactly what she said she was gonna spend it on. That's not a lie. But she moved downstairs, though. Well, did you help her find an apartment to move further away from that situation? No. Then where the hell was she supposed to move to, especially on such short notice? You guys didn't make any plans for her to go anywhere Pacific. Realistically, where do you think she's gonna go? The only place that's gonna let her move in so quickly is going to be the same apartment building, especially if she's trying to get out as fast as possible from an abusive situation. Because they already have a record on file, they already have a track record of her being reliable with payments, and they already have a background check to verify their shit's not gonna get stolen, so what are you expecting from her exactly? Did none of you think this through? You guys didn't have a fixed goal, so you didn't really exactly plan for her to move very far out. So, are you seriously telling us that you proposed a donation stream that you did of your own volition to basically hand Muse a bunch of money without a plan while she's in a very desperate and scary situation that could possibly end her life? And your solution to said problem was just to hand her a bunch of money, tell her to figure it out, and then you're expecting her to move far away with less than $2,000. And on top of that, you're expecting her to not only get an apartment building, but somehow enough money left over to recoup her life, pay insurance, and every other amenity she has to possibly pay for. You gave her $2,000, not the embodiment of Jesus. That money is gonna go quick, okay? Also, the little comments Levi's been making is some of the funniest parts of this video because it's literally the thing that's unraveling the video even more, as it's showing how petty this really is and showing their real motivations without me having to even say anything most of the time. Because remember, they opened with Muse was trying to have sex with a bunch of minors, but not only have we heard none of their testimony so far, they have at this point focused more on the My Little Pony t-shirts than they have the actual children. And that says a lot. And even then, these My Little Pony t-shirts that they think are the smoking guns against her don't even prove anything at all, because they don't prove that she didn't buy these before the donation stream, and they can't prove that she didn't buy these after when she got a job at the comic book store, which they even admit she got later on. They're just hoping that you just believe them at face value and not look into the evidence any further, because there's no dates on any of these shirts proving that she bought these immediately after the donation stream showing she abused the money. And they're fully aware of that, and proof of that is in the video itself, because you can see at many different points the more serious claims are literally just swept under the rug in favor of these other more petty claims. Which, since it's obvious the more pettier claims are the actual focus of the video, let's address one of them that Levi brought up with the fucking My Little Pony thing of, oh, she only likes her because she's a follower. Which, for one, what does that even apply about Muse? She likes people that follow her? So basically you're inferring that she's a natural leader? Like, what does this actually prove? You can't really psychoanalyze someone just based off of them liking one cartoon character. It's fucking stupid. It's the same kind of pseudo-intellectual bullshit you see on forum sites going, oh, if your favorite color is blue, then you're a deep introspective thinker. My favorite color is blue, and last week I took a sip of hot soup, proceeded to drink more of it even after it burnt my tongue because I seriously thought I already burnt myself once, I must be immune to it. That should be proof alone that I'm not a deep introspective thinker, I'm a barely functional monkey. The only reason I've survived this long is because ramen noodles exist. But genuinely, this isn't criticism, this doesn't help anybody, and it's the dumbest line of reasoning you can use. It'd be like judging someone solely based off of their astrology signs. In fact, that's exactly what you're doing. You're doing the same shit as those fucking girls in the bar going, ooh, you're a Pisces? Ugh, you're probably a fucking psycho. Like, come on, don't do this psychoanalytical bullshit. It's that kind of stuff that makes people like me look smart. And as I said before, I'm the guy that will drink something, burn themselves, and think, I am somehow now Superman, let me drink more, and then be fucking surprised when my tongue is burnt the next morning. Like, don't make people like me look smart, because if you do that, you give me a running chance of being in the gene pool and having multiple horrific dumb children that will share the same mindset I do. And then those people will be paying taxes and voting in elections, and I don't think you want that. So please, keep your armchair psychology to yourself unless you want your next president to be Kanye.
And where is all this money that which we gave you? We basically bought, that we basically put our heart, our blood, our sweat,
our shit, our cum. I'm sorry, I seriously thought she was about to say that for a second because she took a moment and wait a minute. That's supposed to be for the after party.
everything into it just for you. And yet you wasted on sweaters, t-shirts, My Little Pony shit that what you don't need. Why don't you just sell it all? Instead of basically thinking about yourself, how about you kind of like basically think of others? Because right now, Muse, you're a selfish little jerk.
Yes, comrade, you need to think of others and redistribute your wealth to good old Mother to others. But Locke, they're saying if she's low on money, then she needs to sell all of her things. But she wasn't. She got a new job, she wasn't low on money, she never begged for money again. So this point makes no sense. Especially since they're emphasizing that it was their money that they gave to her, when it was the audience's money. It's very clear that they're trying to imply that they are owed something, because you wouldn't emphasize yourself going through such hardships if it wasn't. But here's the problem. They're purposely wording it as if they did this charity live stream fairly recently, but when this video came out, it was already almost an entire year after the donation stream had occurred. And as I mentioned before, she had a job by this point, so no doubt the money that she used to spend on these items most likely came from her job. So the fact that they're demanding she sell all those items and to think of others on top of putting so much emphasis on that being their money they gave her, it's very obvious they're trying to manipulate the audience to think that Muse not only scammed them, but needs to give that money back, which is why they're wording everything so strangely like, oh, she lied, even though she did exactly what she said she was going to do, and even discredit her job, saying she's not making money from the job, but she's being paid in comic books. They're purposely wording all this to make it seem like the money can have only come from the donation stream, which is why they're wording it in the way they're saying, because they know the audience will parrot what they're saying and use social pressure to forcibly sell those items that not only would give them the bonus of making her miserable, but would give them the money that they felt were owed for doing that thing for her without having to directly say it. But let's add one more fucked up little thing to this entire mess, because this is going to change the narrative entirely as well. You know how they keep saying they raised so much money for Muse and they gave it to her and all that? That's not entirely true. See, they did raise the money, but the thing that they didn't tell you was they didn't give Muse the money directly, they put it into an account that she had to ask them to get money out of. AKA, when they say she begged them for money, this is what they're referring to. That's right, they made a charity live stream for an abuse victim and withheld the money from her and forced her to beg to buy basic amenities. And that's not even a joke either. They actually confirmed this themselves to be the case later on in the video, where Muse had to beg them for $60 for a work uniform that she actually needed, but they were saying she was lying about it because a friend of theirs' work uniform costed less. And no, I'm not joking here. But seriously though, blood, sweat, and tears? Really? You guys did a 4-hour live stream where you made Hannah drink hot sauce and that was it. Wow, that was a lot of hard work that you did, where you lost a total of 4 calories laughing at your friend crying and begging for just a small ounce of milk. See that? I can be overdramatic too. Now where's my free money for giving you such an outstanding performance? Cause bitch, I ain't free. My services cost $4.99 an hour. Cough up. Also, Levi, did you really think it was a good idea to put a reference that not many people will get on one of your major pieces of evidence? Because even I don't understand what this is. I know this is a My Little Pony reference, reference. It has to be, but it just, yeah, I've never had an urge to fuck horses, so I don't know what this means. So I need someone to translate for me. Does anyone speak closeted furry? No? Wait, why are you looking at me?
I am positive. You know what, Muse? I don't know what to say about you anymore. All that I know is that you're just a liar and a thief. You stole money from my friends. And I think you owe them a big, huge apology.
Now, did I just hear that right? Because I know I'm a deaf bastard. That's not a joke either. I'm literally using a hearing aid to listen to this video because God left me unfinished. But we all just heard that, right? That she just outright said Muse did the thing she said she was gonna do with the money, which was move out, but she's still a liar and a thief somehow for it. So, Heather, by that very same logic, aren't you a thief too? Because if you've ever withdrawn money from a bank, technically you've done the exact same thing you just accused Muse of here today. All she did was just ask for donation money that you guys were promising to give to her from the donation live stream so she could use it on essentials. If you've ever withdrawn money from a bank for groceries, technically you've done the exact same thing here today. Congratulations, Heather. Now you're a world-class thief that rivals Lupin the Third. But genuinely, I feel like I'm watching one of those fucking movies that could have been solved in 5 minutes if the characters stopped bitching at each other and actually talked for 5 minutes. This is so incredibly fucking stupid. My God, this entire problem could have been solved without you lying about pedophilia and diddling kids and fingering your grandma's asshole if you just talked for literally just 5 minutes on what she should have done with the money and how she's been treating you as a friend. Heather, you called the pot on the kettle black so many times it's now officially filed a hate speech lawsuit against you. That's how hypocritical you're being right now in this video. Holy shit.
Muse, you are a very big disappointment. There was so much I could say about you, and all I can do is put it in order. In the beginning, you seemed like such a nice person. You gave off a certain air of maturity and kindness I felt the group needed. And when I invited you in, we all just clicked. It made me happy we were all a big family.
This is such a strange point to make, and it inadvertently shows the toxicity of their friend group because the only one in the entire friend group that had any semblance of maturity and kindness and brought it in there was Muse. Like, for any other person saying that statement out loud, that would have been a red flag that, if the best person out of the entire group is somebody that we're outing right now for being an abuser, maybe that's a sign that I need to get some better friends. Seriously, you had a 33-year-old married woman and somebody that liked to pretend like they're holier than the Dalai Lama himself, but the kindest and most maturest person in your eyes in the entire friend group is the person that right now is being outed as a pedophile. Holy shit, that's a really high view of your friends you have there, Hannah, that they're basically below that of the child molester. Oh god, if I was Hannah's friend, I'd be pretty fucking pissed that she's literally giving compliments like that to the person that we're literally outing as a child molester. Like, Levi, I know you have the brain of a ham sandwich, but how the fuck did you edit that and not get offended at all? Because she literally just essentially just called you all trash. And you left it in there? Oh god, what a great friend. She's not wrong, but still, that's pretty fucked up.
We found out you were struggling with an abusive roommate, and you had your heart illness you suffered from. So I thought it would help to do a charity event to make the money and help you move out. We pulled a live event. I drew art for you and drank a shot of very hot, spicy hot sauce. And that was to get you more donors. And when we made all the money and hearing how happy you were, that people cared so much, made me happy we could all accomplish this. And all seemed well. I had a well-paying job from you, and even offered gift art to help you when you couldn't afford it. And I even introduced you to my best friend Tammy, who I knew before everyone, and I felt like you were going to be a good friends with her. Now there was a point in time I needed to take a break from the internet. I wanted to spend time with my friends outside of the PC, and I had many hobbies I wanted to continue. So I told everyone I was going to go for a bit. I was coming back, but I needed to do some things on my own. But before I went, I gave some words of wisdom to everyone I loved before I left. When I came back for a bit, I came into a call, and the vibe I was getting from you and Beatrice seemed sour. Honestly, it was not the first time either. Out of respect, I would watch what I would say to you. Out of respect, I would watch what I would say around you. But but I know you know I don't like to bite my tongue. And I got that toxic vibe that I would get from failed relations. And you were just spewing it. But I brushed it off as if I came in the wrong time and left the call to go to New Orleans. And you fired me and kept Tammy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was out of respect and not the fact you had a well-paying job from her. Just like I don't ask for breaks in my job because I totally love doing work until I collapse, and not because the last time I asked for one they yelled at me and threatened to end my career and possibly make me homeless. But yeah, it's very obvious that I don't believe Hannah didn't say anything in that call, because if nothing happened, she wouldn't be wearing the situation like this, especially with that little tongue-in-cheek comment saying, "You know I can't hold my tongue." Hannah, it's very obvious by how you worded that alone, you said something to Muse in that call and you got fired for it. No one just goes into a call and thinks it's awkward and then suddenly they fire one of their fucking artists. You're essentially telling us that you were fired for no reason when in reality you went into your boss's desk and you took a shit on the table. Like, sweetie, you're not slick. It's very obvious by your wording you said a lot more than what you're leading on here, and that's coming from somebody that is legally deaf and blind. Even I can tell what you actually fucking did in that situation. Holy shit. But the basis apparently for how Hannah acted is simply because Muse didn't make her feel one with the cosmos, man. Because that's totally a good reason to treat your friend like shit, not because of anything they actually said, but because apparently they weren't vibing good enough. Hannah, this isn't Woodstock. No one is smoking a doobie in front of a cop, then having sex behind an outhouse here. Just ask Muse directly what's going on if you feel something is wrong in that situation. You don't have to bite your tongue to ask someone a general question of, hey, are you doing okay? Because I'm fairly certain if you just asked those basic questions to begin with, you probably would have figured out what those bad vibes really were, or even if you were correct with your assumption. Because it's not like you can misread vibes within a situation and lead you to think someone's angry with you. You think something's going on that it's not. You try to kiss someone at the office Christmas party because you thought there was a romantic connection between the two of you, only to find out you creeped her out so much that she punched you as hard as she could in the balls, so much to the point you swore you saw Jesus for a second. You know, just normal things. But hey, that doesn't matter right now. What matters right now is apparently because Muse just sat in a Skype call there menacingly, Hannah now has the full right, despite this person's financially supporting her when she wasn't able to even financially support herself, completely turn on her and destroy everything including her reputation for the one person that's been financially supporting her despite not being in the best place herself. Hey, unrelated question, just completely unrelated question here. You're not the sole proprietor in either of your parents' wills, are you? Like, as a completely unrelated example here, you wouldn't benefit if you just got bored one day and just pushed him off the balcony, would you?
Before this, though, you had a falling out with Heather. I actually didn't fully pay attention to this. I thought it was just a rough patch, but I gave Heather some advice and I made her feel better, and then she left the group. And I was told by you that she wasn't a good person, and I sort of believed you, but I had intentions of contacting her again. But anyway, when I was on vacation, I contacted a friend of mine, and it was funny how I forgot how much I missed talking to all of my goofy friends. I made a group again, and I saw that it was what was once filled with all the people I loved dwindled to only 4 people. And I left because I felt there was no reason to stay. So I continued to talk to this friend, and then he added me to a group with all my other friends. Mind you, when the group split, I was the only one still friends with everybody. So coming into this group with everyone but you and Beatrice, hanging out again, I was more than confused. Then I heard the stories. At and at first, I was a bit put off, but I trusted them more than you, Muse. I knew them longer. And I knew these people like they were my family. And this was before I met you.
Who the fuck cares? You should still look into the evidence of both sides and not just blindly trust one because you know that one longer. That's literally how you get people lying to you and confirmation bias. It's such an incredibly naive way of thinking. Just because you think you quote-unquote know somebody doesn't genuinely mean you actually know them. People will lie if given the chance to if it benefits them, and people really need to start acknowledging that. I don't care how much the other one claims to be quote-unquote hurt. If you're not even willing to look at the context, don't be surprised that eventually you find out those people you are really close to and you know so well turn out to have lied directly to your face without any hesitation.
We may have had a bigger family then, but our little group was still special. I heard Alma's words, how worked up she got, and how her tears were changing her voice, and how hurt she was and how you hurt her and everyone in the group. But I gave it one more shot. I messaged you and I asked you one simple question. Why don't you contact your friends? You get mad that people don't contact you and you get upset people when people don't give you attention. And these were things you said Heather did. And I said that to you. Then you unfriended me. And I flipped because I didn't understand how this all would have been enough to completely remove me from your life.
I just love how this entire thing is an embodiment of cutting things out of context. Like, for example, the My Little Pony toys. We don't know when she bought those, and we don't know if she bought them before she got the job or after she got the job. May help to get pictures that have actual dates on them, by the way. But I love how they also twist the context in this situation, completely leaving out the other part of the story that they're going to get into in a little bit, actually showing you the real reason why Muse cut contact with them. Let me put it to you simply. It's because Hannah's fucking entitled. And let me explain why, because later on they're going to explain that Hannah was the artist for Muse for a lot of the artwork for both their YouTube channel, and what the issue was Hannah was going on vacation, but was still demanding the Muse to get paid for their services that they even said they weren't going to do during that time and weren't going to fulfill when they got back. AKA, they essentially told Muse, fuck you, pay me. Muse said no, and then they threw a shit fit about it. Yeah, the narrative starts changing a little once you know a little more about the backstory, huh?
But after that, I learned something. You talked about me. Someone recorded you saying things about me, and I honestly thought I was going to cry. But I was angry. Very, 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 very angry. I was so mad I couldn't even feel sad. I wanted to rip your tits and shove it down your throat.
Snake, answer me! Snake! Snake!
So instead of talking to her directly about this supposed betrayal, you instead go behind her back and actually make an even bigger mess than what you would have originally had if you just addressed it in the first place. And then you just flat out admit that you just wanted to physically assault Muse over a freaking audio recording you heard on Skype that you don't even know the full context of why the fuck was your friend recording even in the first place. Let me just say, yes, if they did shit talk you with no merit, you have every right to be upset. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you, as a grown adult with your previous other behaviors, like for example, how easily you were able to threaten Muse because of a fucking disagreement about monetary payments that she doesn't fucking owe you simply because you exist, it's not surprising that eventually she's going to start venting about those issues to other people. Though it's not right for her to do, plenty of people do this. And the best thing for you to do instead of making it everyone else's problem is to be an adult and sit down with her and talk about it. And no, talking about it is not announcing your problems in a goddamn YouTube channel for everyone to fucking gawk at. Be an adult, sit down with her, and talk things out. It's so simple that literal actual fucking monkeys are able to do it. So let's address the Funko Pops really quickly because they're gonna keep pushing this throughout the entirety of the video, holy shit. Do you realize that some of these Funkos only released after Muse got a job, like the Borderlands series? In fact, a lot of these ones can actually be argued Muse bought them before the donation stream as well, because some of these released in 2013 and a lot of others released during times that were before and after the donation stream. This is why you get times and dates for everything, because now it can be contested that Muse bought these with her actual work money and not the donation money. Wow, it's almost like you forgot to do the most basic of research, holy shit.
It burns me to the core. I could say I hate you, but I don't. Because after some time and some research and in some information I gathered, you would have to be the saddest, most poor, and most disappointing excuse of a human that I've ever met. And I can't believe I've said those words to you. You know the words. If I was a few years older, I'd date you. And you know what you said? That makes me so happy. But I dismissed the words you said after. You are just my type too. The perfect skin tone and personality. And I know that's bullshit. Because you learned how vanilla I was. You and Beatrice just kept teasing me. You and Beatrice had an F list where I saw all the things you were into. Both you and Beatrice's favorites and the yes list. It was so long, I'm surprised you had some stuff that you weren't into. And you saw my list and how tiny it was. And how huge my no list was. And you kept teasing me and making fun of my inexperiences. And I bet that completely put you off of me, I'm sure. I didn't care then, and I certainly don't care now. Just 'cause I wasn't into sex like you were, doesn't mean you had to constantly tease me about it, though.
I don't care, but don't tease me about liking vanilla stuff. It makes me feel bad. Hannah, I know you haven't gone outside in literal decades, but people do tease each other about that stuff all the time, even in regular friendships. Sexuality is just a normal talking point for people to poke fun at. People joking about stuff and teasing you about things can actually be a form of endearment and them trying to make you feel more comfortable talking about these subjects around them, while at the same time trying not to alienate you from the discussion. In short, for someone saying that they're not obsessed with sex, you seem to care a lot about what their preferences were in relation to yours, and you felt insecure about it. But don't portray your insecurity onto Muse acting like, oh, they must not like me because their preferences are all no, and a lot of that stuff I'm into, so they must not like me. Hannah, that's like saying you can't be friends with somebody because your friend likes apple pie and you like chocolate. That's fucking stupid. That's not how the world works. You can have different interests and not think lesser of another person. This is shit you literally learn in the 3rd grade. How the fuck do you not know this?
But you know that girl that caught your eye? Tammy, my best friend, mind you. Tammy is engaged, but she's also into bondage, and usually that involves multiple partners. One her fiance, and one her best friend, and you, Muse. She didn't partake in anything physical with you, but her words alone were good enough. And she was the first person you became a sub for. And that was funny then. Then I found out you thought I was selfish and the only one that only cared about money. You thought I was selfish?
Yes.
You thought I was selfish?
Yes.
Of all the bullshit in the world. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have these friends of yours. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have all this artwork. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had that fundraising to help you move, or all that heart and kindness I gave you. You fucking ass. You sad sack of shit.
Oh my god, you had to act like a decent human being towards your friend? Oh no, that must have been so hard for you to do, Hannah. But seriously though, I can't help but laugh at the lack of self-awareness in the statement. Oh my god. I was always kind to you, you sad sack of shit. How dare you not grovel at my feet for being such a wonderful person towards you? How did you actually post that in the video without fucking laughing? That is the funniest thing I have ever seen. It's like the Three Stooges, but for sociopaths. Holy shit. Hannah, do you genuinely think friendships work like an MLM pyramid scheme that every time you refer a friend you get magically $10 or something? Because that's not how the real world works, sweetie. You don't get shit for referring friends to other friends. That's just a normal, common thing that everyone does for free and normally will do. And on top of that, she has the fucking gall to actually add, oh, but you got all this artwork because of me. No, she got this artwork because she paid it with her fucking money that she got from her job that you could have done as well to pay for your own fucking trip without having to ask her. You know, the person that didn't have enough money to the point originally that you had to do the donation stream for to begin with. But no, let's ask the person that's clearly having to rebuild their entire lives from scratch for more money, despite the fact we're a fully capable artist that draws shit like this that could have easily done emergency commissions and made that money within a day or so myself. But instead of actually doing actual work, I decided to beg to someone who I outright knew didn't have enough money to barely support themselves, but I still felt entitled enough to ask for it because I was such a good person to them. Hannah, the more you have to keep telling people you're a good person, there's a 99% chance you're not a good person, because good people do not have to keep telling others of the good deeds they've done in order to prove that they're good people. It's not Muse's responsibility to pay for your way, that's your own fault. You wanted to have this vacation, it's your responsibility to save up enough money to actually go on it. But she was paying me for commissions before. Yeah. And she already paid you. You did the work. Your job is done. You're a freelance artist. People are a revolving door of customers. This is what our job is. Our income is never guaranteed because our customers are never guaranteed to always keep coming back. She's already giving you the money for the artwork. What else do you want from her? Her soul? Because I know for a fact she didn't sign a contract with you like you're fucking Satan himself to actually agree to anything like that. She paid you the money. You did the job. Now is your time to leave. And you for certain are not owed shit because you did a charity live stream stream. Charities are done for people that can't get stuff for themselves. That's why it's an act of charity. But I will never get over the fact that right now, Hannah is outright having a fucking villain monologue explaining her motivations, including Levi's and everyone else's, and why they're acting the way they are in the video, and no one in this fucking community saw anything wrong with it. So if I ever make fun of the DeviantArt ranting community again, I don't want to hear shit from anyone, because this community literally had the motivations of these people spelled so clearly out to them. Even James Bond villains are going, what the fuck, that was a bit too much. And they still somehow managed to fully get away with it. What the fuck?
You think I'm selfish?
Yes. Does she think the answer is gonna change the more she asks it? I don't know, man. I just want some weed. I hate all of you. Shut the fuck up, Emo. No one asked for your opinion.
And you know what else? I was told you only thought Tammy was there for you. And I told her this. And even she thought you were being stupid. I found out you paid Tammy more for dirty talk than you did for art from us. $100 for an RP. Where did you get that money, Maybe the fundraiser?
Where'd you get that commission money, Maybe the fundraiser? Because if that money that went to Tammy came from the fundraiser, then you were knowingly taking money from that fundraiser too for your commission work. Hey, if you want to admit that you purposely scammed your audience out of thousands of dollars, go right ahead. I'm just gonna laugh at you when you eventually faceplant, because the only two options you have in this situation is either admit that you lied, or keep going with the lie and basically admit that you were purposely scamming your audience and even trying to extort an abuse victim out of money. But hey, keep talking about unrelated subjects that have nothing to do with the situation or child endangerment. It's really been working out for you so far.
You know how much I hate myself for even mentioning you to the group? Do you know how much I hate myself just for putting faith in you? And I knew I wasn't being silly when Tammy decided to stop talking to you. Tammy doesn't sugarcoat things, so I guess that made you a little upset when she left. I bet you were in love. You fell for every single female in the group. You had a boyfriend, asshole. Cheating is the lowest shit in the world. You're the literal definition of it.
What the fuck is happening right now? So let me get this straight. Muse, a polyamorous woman, is the lowest form of human being because she quote-unquote cheated with her boyfriend, but Tammy isn't cheating, even though Levi was clearly implying earlier that this relationship was causing a wedge between her and her fiancé, and now you're outright telling us she was offering sexual services to Muse that she was paid to do, but somehow that's okay. Jesus Christ, this is more fucked than an Alabama family reunion. Look, there's nothing wrong with being a sex worker, but the fact that earlier you guys were treating Muse as if she was the lowest form of scum, but yet here you are clearly saying that Tammy was outright accepting sexual services from Muse, being directly paid by her to do so, and that's okay somehow. Why? People watched this. People, actual human beings, sat down with their big fucking bug eyes and watched this video and went, yeah, that makes sense. None of this sounds like complete and utter projection. No, what do you mean earlier we literally admitted our feelings for Muse? Muse had feelings for us, even though we quite literally just admitted we were pining for her, even though she had the quote-unquote boyfriend, and she should have just, accepted those feelings for us. But she's the problem here. No. The problem here is you. You are literally doing everything in your power to belittle her, and you guys even made up straight up lies about her, but when you guys yourselves are doing this behavior, it's perfectly acceptable. Because in reality, this behavior is not even an issue. You just want to have a way to get back at Muse. The proof of that is just literally the last hour of the video. You guys seriously sat here, vented out a lot of your personal frustrations, more so than the supposed claims that are actually harmful, and then made up 3 different stories about how Muse actually got the money. Like, for fuck's sake, is she getting it from prostitution? Did she get it from the donation stream that happened a year prior? Or did she get it from the job from the comic books that she might have just sold off? The correct answer is she got a job and she just paid her that way. Like a normal person would assume. Like, I would give you a round of applause that the fact that you were able to even tell people, like in the Shakespearean play written by your 4-year-old, your exact motivations for doing this video, but somehow, despite you being more open and honest at a goddamn pride parade, you managed to get fully away with this shit despite even just telling the audience flat out, you You were upset that you didn't get money from her. You had unrequited feelings for her. You felt insecure about her teasing you about you liking vanilla stuff. And you fully got away with that somehow, while simultaneously in the same sentence managed to undermine Levi's entire point against Muse by showing outright hypocrisy and favoritism towards Tammy despite her actually doing the thing you're accusing Muse of. Holy shit, did you manage to deplete Colorado's entire meth supply before making this video? How the hell did you get away with this?
Oh, let's not forget all the times you showed off your collection of puny pony stuff along with your OCs. You did this all the time. All the time. And it got so annoying. But I put up with it. And whenever anyone else would try, you get pissy. And when others wanted to share, you would mute yourself and even leave the call. Drama king much?
You ever looked in the mirror and thought, huh, Christ! Ah, what is that? Ah, fuck! Christ! Fuck!
So wait, she had these pony toys during your conversations, and not only did you not call her out for the weird timing of her buying these items, your main complaint is apparently you didn't get a chance to take turns playing with your pony toys. You can't write shit like this up. That is fucking comedy gold. What the fuck? You guys should quit commentaries and be my comedy writers. Okay, holy shit, you have written so much fucking comedy gold in like 5 seconds that I will never achieve in my entire lifetime. Holy shit. Also, by the way, I gotta give a shout out to Levi in the background again, because anyone remember earlier that they said the donation money could have only come from the charity live stream? Well, if that's the case, then Levi's little text conversation here kind of gets a little more disturbing, because that means they were fully aware by this point while making this video that the money they were pocketing from these commissions could have only come from that live stream. AKA, they're complaining right now they didn't get more money that they apparently knowingly knew was a scam. And not only did they not refund any of that money back to their audience, they instead willingly took the money from Muse and pocketed it for themselves. As you can even see in the screenshot they provided, they're not only enthusiastic to do commission work with her, so much to the point they're calling themselves art slaves for her, but they're outright coming back without Muse having to ask, and asking if she's wanting more work done as well. And they're complaining right now on top of that they didn't get more money from her despite knowing where the money came from. Are you sure you want to keep digging this hole? Because I'm fairly certain you've reached China at this point.
Do you know how much you remind me of Chris Chan? A man trying to be a woman, to have a relationship, obsessed with sex, obsessed with women, obsessed with My Little Ponies, being angry for nothing.
Jesus fucking Christ. I look away for 1 second, I turn back, and they start talking about a fucking Raichu penis. Like, what the actual hell, man? But seriously, though, I don't even want to address this point. Do I really need to explain to you how bad this is? Like, you're comparing a trans woman to Chris Chan because they're basically trans. Well, they're being a sexual deviant, which I find hilarious because, Hannah, not only were you an SFW artist yourself, drawing people with these fucking dicks and stuff like that, you, on 3 separate occasions, unprompted without Muse having to ask you or even request it, drew pornography for them. I'm gonna show it on screen, censored of course, but I don't understand this line of reasoning. If you guys truly did believe this, then why the fuck were you drawing porn for Muse and giving it to them completely unprompted if it was just such a disgusting act? You seemed to be perfectly fine with it before. It's just now suddenly when money's now involved, you guys suddenly just changed your minds about all that. It's almost like you possibly have an ulterior motive for doing this.
Then you destroy relationships and cheat on people, sexually harass girls, date young women, and try to turn my closest friends against me.
Are you going to explain at least what she said, though? Or no, we're just gonna move on like nothing ever happened? Look, at this point I've given up on asking for evidence because pretty much at this point there's more evidence of the moon landing being fake than any of the claims they made within this video, but I'm just in stunned disbelief they had tons of people watch this and anyone fucking believed it at all. Enough to actually not only destroy this girl's life, but continually do so for 5 years. They're essentially doing the equivalent of, oh yeah, a friend of my friend said it was true, so yeah, that rumor's totally real. Vanessa is a lizard person, guys. Isn't this the community that's supposed to value evidence and truth? The fuck, they don't even have evidence of the shit they're saying. They can't even say what was stated. How the fuck did they get away with it?
Do you know how mad you made her when you were rude to her fiancé? You know, Tammy's fiancé? And I found out and got really pissed too. I want to hate you. I really do. But I can't. Still. Let me tell you what kind of girl I am.
Nobody gives a shit.
I'm fairly certain I'm not the only person with brain damage being shown throughout the entirety of this video. Like, holy goddamn shit. Levi, what does this have to do with the claim that Tammy's husband was being talked to like shit? What are you doing? You planned this video, and not only do you not show the screenshot, you don't even put the evidence folder of anything related to Tammy. There is no evidence that anything bad happened to Tammy entirely. So I genuinely don't know what the fuck was said, because they're not saying what was said. When I ask around, no one knows what was said. No one remembers what was said. So I have no idea if this statement is true or not. That's not a good thing, considering that's one of your major points in the video. If I don't know what, and no one else knows what the fuck you're talking about either, there's a fucking problem there. Also, Levi, you need to stop taking censorship guides from freaking hentai mangas, because not only can I still read exactly what this fucking says, it literally covers nothing.
I'm a young woman. I lived a life where crime would show up on my doorstep. My family worked in and out of prison. And I was the first family member not to go to prison or have kids by the age of 14. If I'd have told my brothers, or my uncles, or my aunties, or my sisters about you, you'd never live a normal life again. Betrayal of a family member is not to be held well. You're like a family member to me. And you know what else? I really like revenge. And I know I shouldn't. But I don't want revenge. Because as I can see, your life is already fucked by your shit decisions. And it would be my decision if you lose your feet or not. But I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that for you. I mean, I do. But it wouldn't be fair. I don't forgive. And you only get one chance with me.
Hey Laka, why didn't Muse come out about their experiences and many other victims? Oh, I don't know. We just watched a clip where they literally just threatened her vaguely by saying, my family are ex-cons and you only get one chance with me, and I may or may not be responsible for breaking your feet. And the worst part about that is, that's not even the worst thing they're gonna do within this video. Oh, come on, Laka, you're exaggerating. They wouldn't actually hurt somebody physically in real life for silly internet debates about cartoons, right? Right?
I don't want to be friends with any of you ever. And I hope you all suffer for all the hearts that you've hurt.
Any of you? Wait, are you talking about the rest of the group too? Isn't this just supposed to be about Muse? What the fuck? Who are you addressing right now? Hannah, you're in your 20s. It's too early to be developing Alzheimer's. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, and one more thing. $400 for a giant horse dildo? Really? You're disgusting.
And like a fart gone wrong, Hannah leaves with a fucking splash. Good job, Hannah. Utterly fucking disgusting. Thank you. Why are you addressing this point, Laka? Because this is actually more disgusting of a point than you realize. Because, remember when they mentioned Muse was being abused sexually by their partner? Well, that item that they just said Muse was disgusting for was the item that their partner bought that they used to abuse them with. Yeah, that's right. They basically just brought up something that they knew was very traumatic for Muse just for the sole purpose of hurting her, because that dildo was the item that they fully knew was used to victimize her. This is going to be one of the few genuine points, though, I'm not going to show any evidence for, because due to how traumatizing and deeply personal it was to Muse when they shared it with me, you can kind of imagine why that wouldn't be a good idea, especially since I was asked to try to make this video funny. So, for their own mental health, I'm not putting it into the video, but if they're comfortable with me sharing their story or coming out about it themselves, feel free, Muse, if you want to do that. But as you can tell, due to how deeply upsetting and personal this is, yeah, I don't want to make them relive that, so we're gonna move on.
So many things to say, so many different places I could start, and hardly an idea of where I should actually begin. I suppose I should be thankful. It could have been far worse, but then again, I would have rather gone without the experience. For those who aren't aware, I'm talking about Muse. BrokenXMuse.
Well, no, I thought we were talking about Junkie's prostate exam. But seriously, though, I know this is Levi's fault because I can obviously tell that this girl was meant to go first, but she couldn't be fucked to ask her for new audio or try to edit the video in any way, so she just left it in there. Basically, she just pulled the editing equivalent of pulling her pants down and just walking away like, dude, Levi, you did this girl dirty. God damn.
You know, I trusted her. I did. With every fiber of my being, and I was stupid for it. I honestly was.
Was anyone else expecting her to do the I didn't want to do this video, but you left me no choice, Muse. You took the last slice of pizza, and I gotta end your bloodline. Like, I can't be the only one that was expecting her to do the dramatic commentary sigh and doing that stupid fucking intro. We all know it's bullshit, because if you really didn't want to do it, you wouldn't be here. But my god, just get to the point already. We don't care that you got an A in high school drama class. We get it. You're big sad. Can we get to the point already and describe the more serious pressing issues? Considering the fact this video is claiming they want to touch kids, I think your friendship problems kind of matter less right now.
I met Muse through Punky, surprisingly enough. And I trust Punky with every fiber of my being, more so than anything else. Punky was actually the first person who I actually began talking to, for Christ's sake. But very quickly, it escalated. Muse wanted more, and I wasn't in for it.
Oh good, it's actually one of the few instances where the screenshots are directly related to the argument. Okay, let's give them a bit of respect because they're showing some evidence of what happened to them. But first, before we get into that, Levi, considering the fact this is one of your victims, do you really think it's appropriate to say RP with a hardcore weeb? Regardless if this is true or not, that is very disrespectful to do to one of your victims, especially one of your major people talking about their experiences. Because not only can this devalue their experiences, it actually can make people question their testimony as a whole if you're boiling down their experiences to something that is not as severe as what they're making it out to be. Now let's get back on topic and address Emma's points. Now Emma's argument in this section is saying that her RPs went from stuff that she was comfortable with to quickly escalating to situations that she wasn't okay with doing. But the problem is, the screenshot we are being shown does not show any signs of that escalation. It shows two perfectly consenting adults agreeing into some make-believe RP about living with Jeff the Killer and Ben drowned and so many other things that make me feel like I'm having a stroke reading them out loud. But this screenshot doesn't prove anything. All it shows is just two people engaging in an RP. It doesn't show any signs of escalation. It doesn't show Emma being clearly uncomfortable with the conversation. None of this shows that this is anything bad in any sort of way. This just looks like a normal RP conversation you'll find on Devaintart if you just Google up an image and you look in their comment section for 5 seconds. Nothing here suggests that there's any kind of victimization here going on. Now I know what some of you are thinking, well maybe there's additional info in their download link that was labeled the evidence folder, or maybe a call out post they posted somewhere and maybe just forgot about. I thought the same thing. So literally for 6 whole months, and I'm not joking, 6 whole months, I looked for any of these additional screenshots. Let me give you a few spoiler alerts. The evidence folder literally shows all the screenshots you're seeing in this video, aka if it's not shown in this video, they're not gonna have it. Number 2, when I directly asked some of the people involved for evidence, they told me that they were unable to access any of their social media accounts to pull up any of this evidence. aka none of the people involved have any evidence of this stuff happening either. And don't worry, we're going to talk about this person in a bit as well. And number 3, there were no additional call-out posts showing any further details about any of these situations. aka, Amma is suggesting a conversation is happening here that this video will not prove actually happened. Which is really bad because not only is this the main crutch of her argument, but it's also one of the things trying to show Muse is possibly predatory for more than just children. Which is really not a good thing to not have the evidence of, considering how serious of a claim it's going to be. So let's resume her part because all of her statements from here on out are going to exemplify the problems with these issues to a T.
There's so much to cover, and I can't even begin. The whole thing with Heather and Hannah, which alone I was stupid enough to believe every word she said. I'll never forgive myself completely for that. And then there's what came after and the whole ordeal with me, and then there's the aftermath with the Heather situation. I don't want to cover everything that happened. Quite frankly, it would be better for me never to speak of the horrible incident, but I know eventually I'm going to have to. Muse, you are nothing more than a manipulator. And a dirty, dirty trollop at that. You manipulate people to your own damn will to play a game that they don't even know they're playing. And it's despicable. I told you very minimal about the relationship I had had, but honestly, you were as bad as Brandy. And that's the sad part. I thought I'd never again meet somebody so vile in my life, but damn, did you come fairly quickly. I suppose this answers your last question you asked me. No. In case you didn't get the memo. In case my silence wasn't enough for you. No, we will not be speaking again. But I will not be the one to unadd you. Why? Because I am too lazy to find your name, to be honest. You can unadd me. And I might just unadd you, but quite frankly, what's the point? The reason I haven't unadded you sooner is based on very, very recent events that showed me that if I did, I would become a target. And I was not going to paint a target on my own back. Although you very quickly fixed that situation, didn't you?
Wow, you like to change your story a lot. Jesus Christ. You went from, you just didn't unadd them because you didn't feel like it, then to, oh, I was scared, and now you're trying to goad her on to unadd you. Okay, here's a question. If you were afraid of having a target on your back, why would you let them unadd you? If Muse is such a threat to you, why would you leave an open means of communication like that open? Yeah, that's totally what abuse victims do. They basically go, hey, person that's been sexually harassing me for months and abusing me to the point I cry myself to sleep at night. Can you please remove me for me? Yeah, I'm just too lazy to do it myself, and if I do, it will paint a target on my back from you, so can you do it for me? I laugh about it, but I'm not gonna lie, I am actually kind of pissed because I've actually suffered sexual abuse and I have many friends of mine who also have, and seeing the subject just basically become a debating tool to use to get back at their friend for meaningless bullcrap they could have sorted out in private is kind of making me pissed off, I'm not gonna lie.
And you know damn well what I speak of. And if you don't, allow me to clarify. A conversation with Icy cleared a lot of things up. You turned her against everybody. And it became fairly clear in Icy's video what you were after and what you were telling. I thank you for showing me the very person you were behind closed doors without you even realizing you had done so. I can't believe, you know, I believed you. And I'm repeating myself because of it. I can't get my head around how stupid I was. To think I would be the one person you meant, oh, if only I were single, I would date you.
See, I'm addressing this part because of the background mainly, because of how utterly ridiculous some of the claims are getting. Because if you're looking at the background, they're claiming a user named CEO Author, which was a person they were having issues with at the time, was starting to have a secret relationship with Muse for the sole purpose of getting back at Heather, and their evidence of this being true is literally because Muse said to CEO Author, "No homo." I wanna die. I opened up my eyes. I wanna die. Oh yeah, and Tammy said some stuff too. Ugh. As you can tell, these are what their actual motivations are. It's pretty much just a straightforward, Muse wouldn't fuck me, so now I'm really angry. Which is quite funny because no one is entitled to a relationship, sweetheart. You need to learn that fact now before you get stabbed in the ass by a girl that actually knows how to tell you properly no.
I thought you meant those words. Turns out you said it to almost every female in the group. You tried to take out the two power players, other than Lou, who was also under the same conjectured boat I was, believing that you meant the words you said but wasn't willing to act on them because we didn't feel the same.
Thanks for giving us additional evidence that Muse wasn't acting upon their emotions towards Lou because they figured out Lou didn't feel the same, thus invalidating the first part of your evidence entirely. And also, oh no, they told people on the internet that if they were single, they would probably date them. Are you guys really that touch-starved that that was enough to make you fall head over heels for Muse? Like, oh my god, I guarantee if I said I love you right now, they're literally gonna start throwing their clothes off and begging me to go into a jacuzzi with them. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, go outside, see the sun. It's out there. It makes you crispy like bacon. Please touch it for the love of God. That is probably the closest thing you're ever going to get to a boob anyway. So please, for the love of God, touch the sun titty and leave the rest of humanity alone.
And don't think that I don't know about some of the shit you said about me. I have ways of figuring shit out, Muse. I'm not as stupid as you play me off to be. I'm very intelligent, and I would think you to know this. Although, You did say you like my intelligence. You also like my blunt nature. How's that blunt nature you love oh so much feeling you now? Don't like it oh so much now, do you? Not when it's directed at you. You'd get mad anytime somebody talked about something you either had no interest in or talked about something you had interest in, but talked it in a light that you didn't. We couldn't be open about what we liked. Either you would leave or mute yourself, make it fairly obvious you were annoyed, and if we happened to be left out of whatever you were playing at the time, then so fucking be it. Who the fuck cared, right? So much as you're having fun, and the rest of us, well, fuck to the rest of us.
Are you really getting worked up because you couldn't discuss My Little Pony on a fucking Skype call? Are you being fucking serious right now? Like, if Muse is such a problem, just make a new Skype chat and just talk in private. And also, if it's becoming a problem as well that she's causing issues in discussions, then just talk to her about it. There is no meme here. Take a shower.
During the whole Smite situation, I didn't say a damned word. Guess who else felt left out? Yeah, me. The one girl who you got mad at for playing Final Fantasy XIV, in your opinion, too much. Which, by the way, the game didn't change me. You did. I distanced myself because of your actions. Yours. I figured you would have connected the dots. I had told you during one of the very few conversations we had together that stemmed for hours on end that unless I am upset with you, if I go distant, it's because I just don't want to talk. It's up to you to figure that out. That shouldn't be my job to point out everything.
Yeah, Muse, why aren't you psychically linked to this complete stranger that already admitted they're a complete stranger? It's almost as like you don't fucking know them. I also think this entire thing is just so fucking funny too, because they're like, my personality changed because you told me not to play video games. What are you, 5? This is the internet. No one can tell you if you can or can't play video games or not. Just tell them you're doing something else and then go play something in the background. You're fine.
You should be able to be aware of your own actions over half the time. You said you were intelligent to do so. I believed that you were. And then there was the whole, what was it? Hannah situation that involved Angie. And you firing them both. That was lovely, by the way. Your reasoning behind that? Yeah, you were so full of shit. I can't afford to have more than one artist excuse. And yet you were still paying for commissions.
Yeah, occasionally paying $12 for someone to draw a fucking MLP character is not the same as commissioning someone full-time for their work on a near-consistent basis. Or, since apparently you're not capable of intelligent thought, one-time payment of $12 is lesser than $120. Wow, it's almost as like paying someone on an hourly basis is gonna cost more than a one-off set price. Wow.
Lovely. I love how you lie. You're very bad at it. I would advise that you look into that if you're gonna try and manipulate the world to your will. It became fairly quick. It came down all fairly quickly because you're not consistent with your stories. Oh, and about that whole you seeing my chest thing. Thanks for biting your own story in its ass. First you told one person that it was a complete accident. Okay, I don't see how that's possible. And then you told one other person that I willingly showed you my breasts. Which end of the spectrum is it, Muse? It can't be both.
I love how manipulative this is. Like, as if Muse was physically there. Girl, the only person that could have pulled up your top on the internet is you. And the context from what Muse gave me is she made a joke that she pulled up her shirt just going, tee-hee titties, because this was around the time Muse started transitioning and she was just making fun of the fact that now she's since started hormones, her nipples are now breasts. And you followed suit and did the same. That's why she claimed it was a joke and an accident. But you're not going to show proof to the contrary, so I don't really understand understand why are you bringing this up, because at the end of the day, you're not a child. You were a fully consenting adult, and you made the decision to pull up your shirt. Just because you regret the decision does not mean you made any less of that decision. Unless you can show Muse definitively actually manipulated you and coerced you to do so, you don't really have a point to stand on.
Don't think I haven't figured out about everything else that you've said. Again, I'm not stupid. I have my sources.
Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Some of the shit that you've said to other people is vile and disgusting, and I want to hate you so bad. Much like Hannah does. But I can't. It's not within myself. It is not within my being to hate people. I don't even hate my ex. That's saying something. To you, Muse, all I can offer is this. Get off the internet. Stop dating a 14-year-old. Stop sexual RPing with every person who has a vagina and a pair of boobs. And see women for what they are. Not your play toys.
So wait, now you're just straight up contradicting your own point. Because earlier you said she showed no interest in you as soon as you guys said you had no interest in her. And now she's fucking everyone in sight and also has a young ward beside her like a fucking pedophile Batman. And she needs to leave the internet forever simply because she made the mistake of flirting with all of you. And then when you guys didn't reciprocate any of those feelings, you are shocked that she didn't pursue you even further. Well, it's official, we've actually been taken over by aliens, because I refuse to believe that there is a human this fundamentally stupid and contradictory to ever walk this earth. Praise our new alien overlords, all hail the mighty Amma.
Because frankly, eventually, one day, somebody's getting tired of it. Just much like we have here. And they're going to call you out on far more than we have tonight. And it's going to be hell for you to pay. But you don't have to take my word for it. We'll see how all this ends. That's all I have to say to you, Muse. This is it.
So I've officially beaten my record. I've made a 2-hour rant video, which puts my Kai Dahlia podcast in the dust.
How the fuck did you make a podcast surrounding a fucking different content creator, you fucking weirdo? What the hell? And you managed to talk about them multiple times for over an hour? What the fuck? Now I'm wondering how Muse is wrong at all, because you guys are so obsessive over a Devaintart drama that happened 3 years ago. You made a fucking podcast around it. Dude, what the actual fuck, bro?
I congratulate myself for that. But now the next part is, what do I do? Now that I've listened to all of this, what do I do? Well, you can form your own opinion on that. Because as I've stated in that introduction video on YouTube, nothing was fabricated. This was all true stories. Don't say I didn't warn you, 'cause I did. Plus, if we even tried to talk to you four, you would have never listened to us. Never.
Oh gee, I wonder why. It's almost like all of this is fake accusations and the truth of it, quote unquote, was even admitted by one of the people that you claimed was a quote unquote grooming victim to be a fucking fabrication. If this is what you considered the truth, I hate to see what you have said on the Kai Dahlia podcast, like holy fucking shit, what did she do? Did she stab a puppy on there too?
Okay, so we're talking about the money that Muse has asked from us or taken from us or whatever. It started with this whole charity binge because Muse was trying to get out of living with an abusive partner and get their own place, so we all pitched in to donate money so that she can move out. Then it started leading to taking money for other things, like for work, $60 or something, $60 or $50, I don't remember exactly, for clothes for work. But Muse works at a comic store. Momo works at a casino as a chef and doesn't pay that much.
He's lying.
For their clothes.
He's lying off his ass.
Lying.
I love it. Just no factual basis, no evidence, just Alex Jones level of conspiracy theories just slapped out of your ass like Helen Keller on a fucking taco binge. But let's address the first point they said of how Muse started to take money from them, which no, she didn't. You guys willingly made a charity live stream. She didn't take anything from you. You willingly gave her that money. Like going to a strip club just because you made it rain nickels and that was your only bus fare home is not the fault of the strippers for taking the money. You threw the money at the stripper, own the consequences, and be responsible for your own stupid financial decisions. Don't be underhanded rat bastards and try to infer that Muse somehow stole money from you when she clearly didn't. You are outright admitting that you made the live stream and she took money from it to try to rebuild her own life. $60 for work clothes are essentials. I didn't think I would need to explain this, but we're gonna have to talk about basic economics for a minute. Yeah, you never thought you would hear that word after high school, huh? But apparently no one understands how conversion rates work, or the fact that two different jobs means there's gonna be different clothing you may need to buy, thus it's gonna cost different. But let's explain. Someone in a casino and someone in retail are going to have two entirely different uniforms. The clothes in retail are gonna be a lot more sturdier, thus they're gonna cost more because they need to be flexible but not rip when they're carrying large heavy objects when they're constantly bending over to pick them up. Someone in a casino environment is gonna have a lot thinner clothing, thus the material is gonna cost a lot less because it costs a lot less to produce. It's the same economic principle that happens with blue and pink dye. Pink dye costs a lot more to produce, thus the products that are using pink dye cost a lot more than the products that use blue dye, because it takes a lot more stuff to make the pink dye than it does the blue. Issue number 2, the shoes. The shoes in retail are going to cost a lot more than the shoes in a casino because the shoes in retail are supposed to be non-slip and some places even steel-toed boots, which if you don't know, even if you go to Walmart, on average in America, they're at least $30 to $50 at cheapest, which is already half of Muse's budget right there. But this leads us to point number 3 that's wrong with this argument. Muse lives in fucking Canada. She lives in the land of the moose, the maple syrup, and the people that won't stop saying A every 5 seconds. Which means she's going to not pay the same as someone in America because, as you can see by this graph, which was the actual conversion rate for the Canadian dollar to US back in 2015, the highest was 84 cents. On average, she would have had to pay more even if it was the same exact uniform simply because she lives in a country that has a different currency. And this statement doesn't even prove she stole anything because she's literally buying clothes that she needed to go to the job, which is an essential thing she would need to do so she wouldn't have to go back to her abuser. Because one thing that happens with abuse victims is that the abuser has monetary hold over them, thus they eventually have to go back anyway despite having new living quarters they now reside in. Literally, she did everything that was on the tin, and somehow you're trying to turn this as in she stole something when you willingly gave her the money to begin with to do the very thing she just used it for. My god, the level of crack cocaine you must have accumulated within your nostril must be immense because holy shit, the mental gymnastics you have done here today are fucking amazing. Even gymnasts are wondering how the hell you did that many backflips to reach that conclusion. My god.
Not to mention,
I don't like liars.
I don't think anyone likes
gave
liars.
them over $2,000 to move into the same building.
Just to move downstairs, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much to move downstairs. You know, and when Muse was saying, it's like, you're still there? It's like, oh, but, you know, I got my own bedroom and my own kitchen and stuff, so it's essentially my own place. Yeah, but you're still there with him. You're not away.
You're still there with
He
with
could
an
knock
abuse.
on your door, just bust in and fuck you up if you wanted.
My god, this video is becoming a parody of itself. Jesus Christ. You have to keep reaffirming that you're telling the truth and you hate liars and shit like that. Sweet god, it's like literally watching the commentary equivalent of a monster truck driver that has a monster truck to compensate for his small penis at this point. Like, Jesus, stop. You're not convincing anyone. If you don't have the evidence, you don't have the evidence. Let's start off with the first thing. Muse doesn't owe you shit. You guys willingly did that live stream out of your own accord. Muse didn't ask you to do that. You did that willingly. Since you guys are claiming, oh, she lied and said she didn't spend the money on what she said we were going to spend it on, you do realize if that's true at all, you all would go to jail for fraud, right? Yeah, here's a little thing. This is why you don't do charity scams, because that's a form of charity fraud. And if you're found to be using money that's not intended for the original purpose you did that charity drive for, and it's not related to any purpose to help the charity, you can get into massive amounts of trouble with it. Case in point. There was a Kickstarter for a homeless man that 2 people did, saying they wanted to get him a house and get him a car. And these people ended up spending the money on cocaine and everything else and gave very little to this homeless man. And you know what happened? All of them, including the homeless man, went to jail because it's a form of fraud. Okay, if this money didn't go to where you're saying it's going to, you all could go to jail regardless of your involvement of how the money was spent or not. And on top of that, you all can get in trouble because you're withholding money from Muse. Muse could actually sue you to get the rest of those funds back plus damages. So what you're actually suggesting here is Muse is committing a crime that could actually all send you to federal prison, and you're telling us straight up that you're withholding money from Muse, the abuse victim that you raised money for that charity event for. What a fucked up situation you presented here, and you're acting like this is all normal, and we're not even done with the point yet. Jesus Christ. But let's go back a bit. You're saying that she's lying because she spent $2,000 getting this apartment and it was just downstairs. I know most of you live with your parents and Heather's an idiot, but $2,000, I hate to tell you this, but probably wasn't enough money to do anything with. Like, realistically, what were you expecting her to do? You want her to move out to an entirely different place that's miles away with $2,000? Look, I know you didn't look into apartments for Vivian, that much is clear, because your poster would have had a clear set goal of how much money you would have needed for a new apartment that was further away, but it's obvious you didn't help her in that aspect at all. Now you're expecting her on not only short notice, but with very little money to suddenly move out incredibly far away and have money left over to recoup. You guys are living in fucking La La Land. Do you know how much fucking deposits are for apartments alone? That's not even including service fees and shit like that. My god, the fact she found anything at all is a fucking Christmas miracle. And you guys should be actually grateful she even did find anything at all, because the deposits alone can be well more than $2,000, and they asked for that shit up front. But 2, it's quite obvious, even from the way you're talking, you guys didn't plan this out very well. All you did was essentially you started a charity live stream, and you just went as far as you could until you just felt like just stopping for the time, which is great if you're doing something like surgeries and stuff like that. It's not very good for somebody in an abusive household, because you're not helping her give an exit plan. You're just basically giving her a bunch of money and saying figure it out. Keep in mind, Vivian is trying to escape an abusive relationship here. She's not trying to fix a broken leg. I commend you for raising that much money, but what do you think she was gonna do? She's an abuse victim. What do you think the first thing on her mind is? It's not how far she can get away from this person, it's how quickly she can get away from this person. Because if she's to the point where she's trying to move out, then there's a highly likely chance that this person probably ramped up the abuse towards them. And Vivian is not thinking clearly. Due to the fact you probably didn't give a good exit plan, what do you think Vivian was gonna do? She was gonna jump on the first opportunity with the money you gave her to leave that situation. And especially on such short notice, where do you think she was gonna go? The only place that's gonna trust her to move in that fucking quickly is probably the same apartment. You guys really didn't think this through. In fact, you could have endangered her more by doing this, because what if the boyfriend found out, ramped up the abuse so much to the point that Vivian felt like she couldn't escape, and then, like most people in her situation, handed the money to him? What would you have done? You didn't give her an exit strategy. Thank fucking God she even got out, because a lot of people in her situation, the scenario I just described to you, that's what would have happened. You guys put her in actual fucking danger by doing what you did, because you didn't actually look far enough to actually try to help her. And now you're mad at her that she moved downstairs? She's the victim, you dumbass. What do you think she was gonna do? She's not thinking clearly. But funny enough, that's actually the safest place for her to be. And I'll explain myself when it comes to that. See, I used to live in apartment buildings. The only times people will ever go down from the second floor to the first floor is to go to the parking lot. In short, there would have been no reason for Vivian to ever come in contact with this person unless she was in a major area of interaction, like maybe they had a gym or a swimming pool or something like that. Plus, she already probably knew this person's pattern of behaviors, making it even more easier for her to avoid him because she knew where he would be at all times at this point. In short, unless Vivian was hanging around outside near the parking lot all day, she would have been perfectly fine and safe, because she wouldn't have been seen and the person wouldn't have known where she was. As long as she didn't tell this person, hey, I moved downstairs, this is my apartment, there would have been no reason for him to ever go downstairs or even know she was in the building to begin with. In short, she would have been hiding in plain sight. Though it's not an ideal situation, this is the only situation you realistically gave her by not only not giving her a plan of escape, but not even figuring out how much money she would need to realistically get as far away as she needed to as possible. So don't get upset at her for your lack of inability to think that far ahead.
Not only that,
He used to scare me with the
money
stories
from
he
him.
would tell me about his roommate. Sorry, Liz, I didn't cut you.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Where, like, he would say like things that his roommate has done, and I'm like, well, I recommend you make sure you keep track of what he does, because I don't want him like to hurt you or anything. And he's like, oh, he doesn't have the balls to hurt me. So
Where's the
okay,
abuse in this?
is it verbal abuse? But he's told me that I'm sorry to bring this out. He's told me that the roommate has sexually abused him, and I'm like, but you just said that he didn't. You know, I was so confused.
So now he's getting tongue-tied.
Yeah, pretty much. He was pretty much always tongue-tied. He's not good with words.
I just want an honest.
I'm not good with words either, but, you know, I at least get my facts straight. I just can't vocalize them sometimes.
Are you actually seriously asking that question? Heather, I am legally blind and deaf, and I can give you 17 reasons off the top of my head what you have just done wrong just from the existence of this very video alone.
And just like Liz says, she wants an honest answer. I do too, because I have no idea what the hell I did to him. All that I know is that he talked shit about me behind my back, got Beatrice to hate me for no particular reason at all.
All of us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here it is. Okay, Hannah, I'm gonna send it to you privately.
Okay.
No, I'll just send it to so everyone can see it.
What kind of business, a comic book store, makes you buy uniform when they don't even pay you to buy that uniform? Wouldn't the right thing to do is to give them money to use the same uniform, or pay them, or not give them the uniform at all? Like, comic books.
For a comic book store, that is so pitiful. Why would you need a uniform? I mean, the comic book store right here in
Bookman's doesn't
Fenton.
even do that shit.
I know.
Bookman's!
I don't know what kind of comic book store this is.
Normal clothing.
There's a comic store
I don't know any comic book stores, record stores, art stores, or anything that doesn't let you just wear clothes.
There's one in City Walk in Universal Studios, and I've never seen them wear a uniform. In City Walk, next to Universal Studios.
I mean, if they do wear a uniform, it's going to be a t-shirt with the logo on it. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be $50 for that t-shirt, I can guarantee you that.
You want to educate your audience and saying that this is one of the most important parts of the video, but you're sharing around stuff that you outright are not showing to the audience? And second, oh dear God, they're bringing up the uniform thing. And it's even dumber than I thought, because it's very apparent none of them have actually had a real job before. Wow. How do I know this? Because I've had to pay for my uniforms before. I've worked at a Taco Bell, I've worked at Domino's, and many other places. Some places give you a shirt and a hat. Some places require you buy the full uniform, but it depends on where you go. Some uniforms have logos, some uniforms don't. And for you to go, well, this place near Universal Studios didn't have uniforms. Bitch, have you actually been to the Universal Studios? They all wear uniforms! It's very obvious all of you have never actually worked a job before, which explains a lot, because holy fucking shit, how can you actually sit there and say, well, Muse is lying, it can't cost $60? Here, I'm just gonna recount to you some of my personal experiences. For one of the jobs that gave me a shirt and a hat, my uniform still costed me $70, because you wanna know why? I had to buy black cargo pants with belt loops, a black belt, and steel-toe non-slip stick-resistant shoes. And keep in mind, Muse is in Canada, so their conversion rates are a lot different, so that's probably even more expensive if she had to get my uniform if she was working the job that I was at the time. That's why I find this point so insane, because it's being discussed by literal neets. And I can tell you're neets because you genuinely don't even know how basic fucking uniform policies work. Most places have uniform policies. For people that like to say you get your information straight, you couldn't even be bothered just to ask Muse for the phone number of the comic book store just to confirm what she was saying to be true? But instead, you just spread a bunch of rumors, and now you're gonna turn around and cry and go, why doesn't Muse like me? Oh, I don't know, you're shit-talking her behind her back, dismissing her abuse, and ultimately even claiming that she's stealing money because she was buying an actual work uniform that you people are so fucking stupid you couldn't even do a 5-second Google search to confirm if it was even true? Maybe that's why?
Now to close off this video, Geeky Girl Heather would like to say some things about all 4 of you. Thanks for watching, and be safe.
Oh, honey, if only your parents wore that condom, then the whole world would have been safe from this video. Jesus Christ. Also, oh god, no, not Heather again. Levi, look, I know you like listening to the fact her husband's getting a BJ from the vacuum cleaner in the background, but why did you give multiple parts to Heather and not just one giant one?
These are my final words to these 4 that I have known for, I don't know how long, probably for about a year now. My final words to you 4. Lily, grow up. You're 21 years old. You need to start acting like an adult. You don't need people fighting for you when you yourself are older than half of them.
Jesus Christ, I've seen more self-awareness in Alzheimer's patients. What the f*** is this? Grow up, act your age? Girl, you're 35, and yet you're talking right now in a f***ing My Little Pony icon. You are the literal epitome of someone that doesn't act their age. I'm not saying you can't do that, but it's very hypocritical coming from somebody that's literally doing everything humanly conceivable that's not considered mature at all. Hell, you're trying to solve a problem right now by making a video instead of just directly talking to that person and sorting out the problem. Do I really have to address the, oh, you're this age, you should act like it argument? Heather, you're 35. What the f*** is your point here? If this is a point against Lily, this is a point equally just as much, if not more so, against you, because not only are you 35 when this video was recorded, you're intervening in problems that don't really involve you either, and you are double the age of most of the people involved. You started all this drama because Muse said, hey, maybe stop yelling about Akai and actually talk to me like a decent human being for once. Also, this video is about Muse. Why are you bringing up unrelated people you haven't shown in this video? But since you brought it up, now I have to explain it like I'm some kind of kindergarten teacher. For those of you who don't know, the Lily situation has nothing to do with the Muse situation. Literally, Heather is bringing up an unrelated drama she was in with another user at the end of this video, even though this video has no relation to the drama whatsoever. Now I'm seriously questioning the motives of you putting her in here, because this drama is not only completely unrelated, but it has no place even being here. And you were the one that brought up pedophilia in this video. Ugh, I'd rather assume this is stupidity than malice intent, but Jesus Christ, considering the video, it's really hard not to think that there was an ulterior motive of why you put her here instead of saying this message in her own respective video.
You have basically told your password to people on DA so that way they could delete all the hate from your page. You need to deal with it like a respectable adult and learn to talk to people normally.
Yes, because addressing somebody that has nothing to do with a situation in a completely unrelated video involving pedophilia is a normal way of going about these problems. You know what they say, when in doubt, call them a pedophile and cancel them out. Seriously, what the f is this point? Like, if this person is unable to handle hate, then what the f are you to grandstand on this? Some people haven't been online for very long. Hell, I can tell you when I was 10 online, I couldn't handle it either. If you're new to the internet, having hate is really hard to deal with. And if they're giving passwords to users that they trust to delete those hate comments, then that's their issue. I agree, it's a stupid idea to give your password to strangers online, but this is not the time nor the place to be bringing this up. That's like going to your grandmother's wake and complaining that your great-grandmother farted in the car on the drive there. It's not appropriate for this video, but I'll address it anyway. Heather, if this is such an important issue, why would you bring it up in a video that has nothing to do with them, where the likelihood of them actually watching this is next to zero? If this is so important, why didn't you just tell them this directly? And if you did, why didn't you just leave it at that? This doesn't really seem like much of a serious issue to even bring up. Oh, you gave someone your password to delete hate comments? That's stupid. That's it. Literally, that's it. That's all you needed to say. But Heather, age has nothing to do with how you react to comments like that. That just depends on your tolerance and how much you've actually had to deal with that kind of stuff in your life. Not everyone has that tolerance. Some people are grown in very sheltered and contained lives that when they come onto the internet, it's such a culture shock because they don't really know how to deal with it. And guess what, Heather? In the real world, people tend not to act on a day-to-day basis like they do online. But ultimately, this is just such a petty thing to harp harp on this person for. Like, it really does detract from the severity of this video. This video is talking about Muse possibly being a child predator, and you're bringing up some 21-year-old woman that we haven't even heard of until now. But believe me, this isn't gonna be the last time she's gonna do this either. Remember when Heather said there's 4 people she's gonna mention? Take a good guess what she's going to do 3 more times. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have fun repeating myself. Oh, this is a great Sunday. One way to praise Jesus, just repeat to a 35-year-old over and over and over again. Hey, why'd you bring this up? This involves the kidly diddling. Howdly doodly, my neighbor. I have come to give you the word of Jeebus, telling you that this was bad advice and you're bad and I'm bad and Jesus is great and I like Jesus and therefore I'm great. So fuck you. Okay, bye now.
Beatrice, I know that you are following Muse's orders. You are not the independent woman that you claim to be. You might be strong and fearless, but I know for a fact that you are scared. I have been there for you throughout your whole ordeal. You were the one who wanted the drama. You were the one who muted herself on all of our Google chats. Just because we were talking about your so-called husbandos or waifus, as you like to call them. It's time for you to grow up. You have a boyfriend that obviously loves you to death. And yet you feel the need to basically, I feel like you're using him. You're using him just to buy you games, just to buy you whatever you need.
And thus we have evidence that Heather has taken all the drugs. Seriously, how'd you get the conclusion of this person doesn't want to talk because you're talking shit about something they like to, well, you're just a gold-digging whore? How genuinely did you do that? And 2, holy shit, this is one of the most egregious overstepping of boundaries I have ever fucking seen in a commentary. And keep in mind, I've been here for over 15 years now. Let's start off with the obvious of this is shit you should have communicated to them in private. The fact that you are doing this will cause issues for them in the future and outright probably destroy the relationship if your assertion is wrong. Cause you know why you don't say shit like this in videos? Especially with serious assertions like that? Because people start digging their noses into places they really fucking shouldn't, causing stress and unneeded tension that can ultimately just outright destroy a relationship. And keep in mind, that's just in general. That's not even talking about the mental repercussions, the social aspects. That is just general knowledge that everyone should fucking have. The fact that you are so readily able to do that to them is so fucking horrifying, I don't even know where to begin. Let's just start off with the fact that just because you think you're in the right does not give you the full authority to say and do whatever the fuck you want to. This is clearly an overstepping of boundaries that you had literally no right in this video to do. This video is trying to talk about Muse possibly being a predator. What the fuck does this person and their boyfriend situation have anything to do with that? Heather, I figured you of all people would understand the severity of that and not even try to make that kind of assertion, because you're the major public online figure in your relationship with your husband. I'm bringing this up because if we go off the same line of reasoning you just did, just judging somebody's real life relationship based off of their activity online alone, we can make some really horrible assertions about your relationship too. And I'm not going to say them because they're not true and I don't want that shit being spread around. Because like I said before, when you put that shit out there, that can cause serious strain. This is not a line of reasoning you should be going down because this shit just makes blind assertions and conspiracy theories about people with no evidence to back it up whatsoever. There's a multitude of reasons why you talk to people and this is one of them. This is not the time nor the place. And it wouldn't be fair for us to make these kinds of judgments based off of what we see online alone about your relationship, so why do you think it's fair for you to do that to somebody else? This is not okay at all. This is horrible assertions and overstepping of boundaries into someone's real life that honestly you don't really know much about. Now let's address the second half of the video, because as you can see, the quote-unquote criticism isn't actually criticism and the veil's been dropped, clearly showing their real intent here was to do a personal attack on this person for simply standing by Muse throughout all of this. Now Heather, an independent woman doesn't stop being an independent woman because someone else says so. An independent woman is literally someone that's able to be financially stable on their own and make their own choices. And it's really fucking sad and petty the fact that how quickly you were able to try to dehumanize her simply for the fact that she stood by Muse alone. Heather, I hate to be this guy, but maybe you should take your own advice and maybe growing up yourself, because how you're acting right now is extremely fucking petty and it's stuff that you literally should have grown out of by the time you were 16, and that's not me even joking at this point. It's just really sad to see that this grown woman who's nearly 40 now is still trying to hide and defend this stupid bullshit even to this day. Just because you delete all your accounts doesn't erase what you said here and even what you did. You can try to run, but if you never address your past, you're never going to truly move from this. And as you can see, you have a lot to address here just by this statement alone. This is just some friendly advice of, hey, instead of running from your problems, maybe sit down and try to fix it like the actual adult you claim you are. And that's not me being facetious either. You're now nearly 40. I think it's time you need to start acting like it.
And yet, you love somebody who does not love you in return. If you heard the recordings, you would know this. Muse does not love you. He is irritated with you at points because of your depression, of your anxiety. He does not like people like that. Just like with me. He did not like me because I probably was basically getting most of the attention and he wasn't. But you have, I don't know what I did to you. I really don't. I would love to know. I thought that, you were a nice woman. You were a nice girl. You always made me laugh. We always had fun in the chats together. So I would love to know what I did.
You should have heard the recordings about you. Okay, why didn't you give her the recordings then? In fact, better question, why didn't you put these recordings into this video? That actually would have been real evidence of Muse having some form of abusive behavior, not just, oh, she insulted Derpy Hooves. Oh, the horror. She doesn't like a cartoon horse, God save the queen. But this is the strange part about this. There is an evidence folder that came along with these videos in the download link in the I'm Dumb video, right? I looked in the evidence folder. This recording is not in the folder whatsoever. And in fact, I looked all over after I listened to this initially, trying to see if there was any proof of this audio file ever being distributed or even existing. There were no mentions of this recording in the call-out post. They never ever distributed this audio file to anyone during the entirety of this drama, which you would think they would do if they're trying to show how abusive Muse can be. And every time I looked into it, it always came up empty. There is no evidence of this audio file even existing in general. And that's saying something coming from me. I could find evidence for every other claim. Hell, I was even able to get the Skype conversation of Heather and Muse in the actual thing that broke up their friendship. But I could not find for the life of me the actual recording that Heather is talking about here. So I'm inclined to believe that she completely fabricated this just solely to emotionally manipulate the person to go against Muse. Because there's no evidence that Muse ever acted like that or ever treated depression or any kind of mental illnesses in that way whatsoever. So this is such a weird point to make, because why are you faulting her for something that there's no way she could possibly know unless you gave her the file? Like, am I crazy? Don't you dare answer that. I saw where your fingers went on that goddamn keyboard. You put those little fry huggers down, you son of a bitch. But, like, am I crazy for thinking that that is such a weird point to make? Because you're basically expecting her to be psychic for something that you didn't give to her. But also, really, Heather? You have no idea why she doesn't want to talk to you? Really? Well, since you need a little refresher, roll the clip.
I feel like you're using him. You're using him just to buy you games, just to buy you whatever you need.
And who could forget?
You are not the independent woman that you claim to be.
Heather, keep in mind, you said this simply because she went against your opinion about Muse. I can only imagine how much worse you treated her for other opinions she may have disagreed with you on. Because look at how quickly you went from 0 to 100 with those opinions alone. Also, love that shit. Perfect for reality television. That perfect amount of dramatics and pretending like you're the victim that doesn't understand what you did wrong, while not even 5 seconds prior implying that this person had an unrequited love for Muse, and simultaneously also implying they were trying to cheat on their boyfriend. You knew exactly what you were implying when you said that shit, and now you have the balls to literally turn around and say, oh, but I don't know what I could be possibly doing wrong. Heather, I know you wear glasses, but bitch, you ain't that blind. Shut the fuck up. Also, it's kind of fucked up to see how Heather actually views the disagreement she had between Muse and her. She views it not as someone, you know, trying to reach out to her saying, hey, I don't appreciate the fact that the only time you talk to us is to yell about a Kai Delia and then go immediately silent again. And she somehow views that as Muse being jealous and trying to take attention away from her. Ooh, if that isn't telling, I don't know what is.
Jinx, I understand that you're 14 years old. You're still a child. You still are. When I was 14, I was like you. I didn't care. I didn't care about anything. I didn't know what I cared about.
What do you mean you used to be like that? You're still like that. This entire video is proof of that shit. Where's this fucking character arc you're speaking of? Are you saying there's a worse version of you out there that literally gave even less of a fuck than what you did in this video? Ooh. That's a yikes from me.
But when I see you posting 43 journals online about the same age woman as you, it makes me wonder, you are a very obsessive little girl. Why? Why do you even care what Erin is doing right now? You're on every single one of her sites. Every single one of them. You know what you could do? Block her. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her insults.
Same age woman as you. Wait, what? What the f are you trying to make a point with that, Heather? You're talking about a 14-year-old. You're 35 when you made this f***ing video. What the f? That's not a point. That is actually completely normal for people their age to talk about people their age. What's abnormal is you talking about people their age. And you're that age. That's why I kept reaming that you're 35. Because this is drama that children get involved into. Nummy, at the time of this, was a child. It makes sense. Children get into stupid spats all the time. What's bad right now is you're getting into the spat with them. That's like seeing your kid miss a shot in a Pee Wee League soccer ball practice thing and then you go in and kick the goal for them because you just can't stand that they keep missing the shot. Like, girl, this is not the place for you to be. Yes, you can comment on dramas, but to actively intervene and even take part in those are very questionable. There's a reason why there's a rule in the commentary community you don't commentate on children, because children tend to do stupid shit. How would you like it that there were judgmental eyes every time you farted when you were 14 years old and made a stupid mistake? Believe me, I was a cringe lord when I was fucking 10 on Devaintart. Jesus Christ, look at this shit. If someone like literally made a video and just went, hey, look at this faggot, I don't even think I would be online anymore. Not gonna lie. Kind of a pussy back then. Then I joined 4chan and then, I grew thick skin real quick. Thanks, B. And just like all my B bros, I turned out to be a massive faggot too. But let's get back to Heather's more, genius points. Here you are condescending to a 14-year-old child about them writing 43 journals about some drama they're involved in, yet here you are making over an hour-long video with ending parts talking about completely irrelevant subjects of people that you literally could have done the same exact thing to that you're giving this person advice for. Literally everything you are saying applies directly back at you tenfold. How did you give this advice completely straight-faced? I have no fucking idea. I am genuinely wondering how you fucking did that. Now, let me explain what's going on here. If you don't know who she's referring to Nummy Pixels, who at the time was in a drama with Erin, aka Princess Elizabeth 13. Now, I know what you're thinking. What the does this have to do with BrokenXMuse? Spoiler alert, fucking nothing. That's right, it's another unrelated drama that has nothing to do with this video she's literally bringing up out of nowhere. Seriously, the Princess Elizabeth 13 situation had nothing to do with this video. That's why I was mentioning earlier, what the does this have to do with BrokenXMuse? Because literally everything she's about to list are dramas that have nothing to do with not only this video, but even the first video as well. These are just unrelated dramas she was involved in that she's just mentioning at the end of this video.
And Erin, that goes double for you. If you see Jinx comment on your shit, delete her. Ignore her. That's plain and simple for the both of you. Don't obsess over someone that which doesn't matter. I am truly, honestly sorry for what Erin did to you, Jinx. But you need to learn to stop and think before you write
Is there just something in the water supply? Is that it? Is that why I'm immune to this bullshit? Because all I've ever drinking for the last 7 years is just soda and my own tears of disappointment? But seriously, now we're talking about people that have literally nothing to do with this situation. Erin, aka Princess Elizabeth 13, had nothing to do with this at all, so giving them this advice, especially on a video that they're probably not going to watch because, again, this has nothing to do with them, is a very strange move to do. So in short, Levi just gave one of the most important parts of a commentary to Heather, and it's just basically Heather venting out her frustrations with unrelated dramas that have nothing to do with Muse whatsoever. My god, this is like talking to a flat earther that starts talking to you about vaccines while you're sitting there wondering what the fuck that has to do with flat earth. Suddenly pulls out a lighter, lights up his own farts, and starts saying, oh my god, global warming is real, oh my god, run children, and starts hucking cats at people. It's so all over the place, I don't even know what to fucking make of this video at this point, my god.
And one more thing, Jinx. And I'm bringing this up because I think you deserve to know this. Muse is lying to you. Remember when your friend was seriously hurt? Was seriously going to... Excuse me for saying this, I am so sorry for bringing this up. He was going to kill himself? What's funny is that the next day, Muse knew that he was okay. But he neglected to tell you. He was the first one to find out. And he neglected to tell you. Why? Why would he do that?
Yep, you just heard that right. They just used somebody's suicide attempt to further an agenda. And the worst part is, this isn't going to be the last time they do this either, because as the video goes on, there's a reason why I gave the disclaimer in the beginning. They're going to do this again in another event I'm going to discuss, and oh boy, you're not going to be happy seeing that one. But just mark this as a sign that these people are not above weaponizing somebody's suicide against a person solely to get back at them for unrelated petty reasons. But let's address the point that Heather made here. For starters, Heather, how the fuck did Muse know the next day? That means the person was going around telling people, which should probably give the inference that Muse probably assumed that Jinx already knew, since, you know, Jinx was the main person affected and crying about the situation. So it really brings into question why the fuck did that person not tell Jinx at all until later on, unlike Muse where they told them immediately. This is not Muse's fault at all that Nummy didn't know about this. In fact, it's the fault of the person for not telling them first as well, because if they had enough time to tell Muse, there's no real reason why they didn't tell Nummy soon after. The fact that you are blaming Muse for that is actually fucking disgusting because it makes literally no sense as to why you're doing so, and the only motivation you have for this shit is literally because of your unrelated petty drama with her. My god, Kitchen Nightmares has less disgusting shit than I'm listening to right now. Dear god.
Also, why do all the rants have to go on his channel? Why can't it be on yours or Icy's or even Beatrice's? Because he wants the attention. That's why. He craves attention. He is lying to all of you.
But wait, by that same logic, wouldn't Icy and Beatrice and all those people be trying to steal attention away from Nummy too by posting it on their channels? This point doesn't make sense, because if they agreed to post it onto Muse's channel and Muse is somehow an attention whore for wanting that to happen, wouldn't that mean Icy and anyone else that did the same thing be also attention whores? But this logic could easily apply to all of you as well, because why didn't you post this video onto your channel, Heather? Is Levi the attention whore of the group because she's posting it onto her channel by this logic? In fact, wouldn't that technically make all collaboration videos that are posted onto a single channel attention whore videos? Because you're just flat out saying essentially that's what it is. Muse is a clout chaser because they posted the videos onto their channel. You can't just force someone to do a video, it takes two to tango. Like if Nummy really wanted to upload it to his channel, he really could have, because during this very same time he was uploading the Princess Elizabeth rants. And hell, you even mentioned the Princess Elizabeth situation, and even how he was uploading like 40 journals a day. He has the clear capability that if he really wants to talk about something, he has the full authority to do so, so you're already undermining your own argument by just talking about that alone. Because if Muse wanted the attention, why wouldn't Muse want those journals posted to their Devaintart account? Because if this was truly just for clout, why wouldn't they want all the attention possible, since Nummy was garnering a lot of attention because of that stuff? It seems so nonsensical that if Muse was such a hungry attention whore like you're trying to imply here, why they wouldn't have jumped on that chance. and you're somehow managing to take the little thing of Muse just posting Nummy's videos that they both worked on together onto her channel as somehow that Nummy Pixels is being manipulated and used by Muse despite there being no evidence to the contrary whatsoever. My god, I wish my wife's legs stretched as much as you just did to make that point. I'd probably be a father by now if that was the case. My god.
Muse, this is for you. And if I get emotional again, I am sorry, guys. But Muse was one of those people that which I honestly liked. He was honestly nice, and he understood everything. I could talk about him with just about anything, but then after a while, he just seemed to just not care. Yes, we love to talk about drama, but who the hell cares? If you don't like it, Muse, then get off.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm surrounded by idiots again. Heather, why are you like this? Who did this to you? Who was the person that NBA All-Star slammed your head against the ground as a baby? Like, what the f*** is this? How do you have this little self-awareness? I say this because you guys literally made this entire video complaining about a drama that you literally could have just walked away from and left alone yourselves. Like, literally, if you didn't like how Muse felt about derpy hoops, why didn't you just leave it alone? Why did you bring it up here? Why did Hannah bring up her shit? Why did Levi? Why did Hopeless? Why did any of you? Literally, this point can devalue everything because it's like, oh, you don't like talking about it? Well, you should just leave the room. Then why the f*** didn't any of you? I don't know what you were trying to gain out of saying that, because you're saying you're getting all emotional and you could understand each other, but yet you weren't willing to make the compromises needed to be able to talk to Muse like a decent human being, and instead made a video where you lied about her molesting children and outright refused to even call her a woman because you didn't like how she talked to you in that one chat log. And now you're trying to play victim like, oh, we used to understand each other. We used to be such good friends until I brutally stabbed her in the back. Like as if I was in a low security prison with a sharpened out toothbrush and shanking her 9 times repeatedly. Because this little dialogue right here shows that you know the actual context of the problem, which means you understood that part of the conversation, but not the part where Muse was upset that that was all you talked about of the conversation. Heather, there are minerals in this earth that have less density than the rocks that are in your head. Like, what the f*** is in there?
Go talk to Beatrice. Go talk to some of your other friends. And if I remember right, when I first met you, you hated My Little Pony because of your roommate. Your roommate, you said, my roommate ruined it for me. And yet I see you buying more and more pony shit. You've bought a $35 hoodie, $35 shirt. You bought toys. Where is that money that went towards, you moving out of your house? Go talk to Beatrice. Go talk to some of your other friends. And if I remember right, when I first met you, you hated My Little Pony because of your roommate. Your roommate, you said, my roommate ruined it for me. And yet I see you buying more and more pony shit. You've bought a $35 hoodie, $35 shirt. You bought toys. Where is that money that went towards you moving out of your house?
You already admitted that she actually had a job and actually already moved out of her apartment in multiple different parts in this video, but apparently now she's suddenly unmoved again, and now the money just suddenly just reverberated back into her ass, and now she's just buying random shit. And you still can't even prove that she bought this prior to her moving out or not, so I don't even know why you're bringing this point up again. And now you're just contradicting your points entirely because you admitted earlier she did move out, she got a job and everything else, but now suddenly the money is just magically appearing from thy ass. Look, if you're that desperate to get back at somebody for fucking comments they left to you on Skype, you do know there's a thing called the block button, right? Like, you didn't have to be involved in any of this. You flat out could have just said, hey Muse, I don't really think you're a good friend, block, and left him with that message forever. Sometimes a short and simple message can be a lot more impactful to people than doing a fucking long, arbitrary bullshit video that honestly, there's no real point in watching because you guys have basically admitted that a lot of this stuff is bogus by just you speaking alone.
Oh wait, you didn't move out. You lied to all of us. You lied to Hannah. Why? Do you think it's fun to lie to people who honestly cared about you?
You even said it yourselves that she did move. Either show she didn't, or be like a leaf and leave like my dad for milk for the next 24 years.
I know my flaws. I know that what I did was wrong. I didn't even want the attention on me. I know what I did was wrong, but I didn't even know what I was doing that day. If you to say what you did to me made me feel like shit. You made me feel like everyone in the group was mad at me. That is why I left. And when you told me to get my fucking ass back in the group, and I told you no, that honestly hurt me. A friend does not do that to another friend. If a friend needs time away, then let them be.
Didn't you guys literally admit in an earlier part of the video you thought she was running away with the money because she didn't respond fast enough to your fucking messages after she just barely moved into her new apartment after surviving a very abusive situation? Like, a lot of this is just stupid. You're getting upset over Skype messages that you were taking in the worst interpretations possible. You're even admitting right now that yes, you didn't handle this the best, and yes, you didn't really know what you were doing. Muse has every right to criticize you for that. But Heather, you're not taking accountability for that. You're already shifting blame, saying, you were the bad friend, and you did this, I know my flaws. But if you know your flaws and you knew that you didn't even know what you were doing, why are you getting upset at Muse for telling you that, hey, what you were doing was actually hurting the people around you? Look, it's okay to make mistakes, but what you guys did here was flat out malicious. You can't cry about, oh, Muse is not a good friend, when you literally purposely faked grooming allegations solely because of a disagreement on Skype. How can you seriously sit there and talk about how friends work when you genuinely don't even understand it yourself? And it's very apparent you don't, because real friends don't make videos on other friends calling them fucking groomers, scammers, and outright dismissing their abuse. You know what kind of person does that? Someone that would spit a cyanide tablet into Muse's mouth if she opened it just a bit too wide. I'm just saying, the only difference between you and someone that's shanking a guy on the street is at least you knew the person before you shanked them.
And for you to talk behind my back like you did, to call me a CEO wannabe, and that goes for you too, Beatrice. I want to know what the hell I did to all of you.
Are you actually seriously asking that question? Heather, I'm legally blind and deaf, and I can give you 17 reasons off the top of my head what you have just done wrong just from the existence of this very video alone.
I understand that I'm too nice, or I'm easy to manipulate. But I've had toxic friends before. I have. And right now, my friends right now, all these people that are doing this around me, they are my true friends. And I love them to death. And if you even say anything to them, Muse, I will holler at you and I will scream at you, because you do not hurt my friends. They are my family. They are like my family.
Just gotta love that humble brag in the beginning where they're basically saying they're nice and trusting and trying to spin it as a character flaw like they're in some form of job interview. Like, Heather, you've literally shown in this video you're willing to manipulate evidence and lie about stupid name bullshit for absolutely no reason. Sit the down. Also, while you're at it, Heather, please zip up your pants. Your ego is showing. My god, there are kids watching, for Christ's sakes, man. Though I find this kind of tragic because during this situation when I was doing interviews, one of the first people they threw under the bus was Heather. Yeah, as a consolation prize, here's a strip of beef jerky. I don't really know what to say in situations like this. I sold my soul for a talk show. I'm not exactly a moral paragon of advice, so, Free beef jerky. Yeah.
You hurt me. All of you did. And I did nothing to you. We did nothing to you. You talked behind our backs. You told a minor, Muse, that you would buy her a strap-on. Do you know how sick that makes you? You flirted with everybody online. You flirted with everyone in the group. You made Alma cry. You made Lou feel uncomfortable. You made Levi do your every bidding.
So wait, they really were earlier trying to use that screenshot as if it was some form of evidence that Vivian victimized a minor, but they used it in a section that didn't talk about victimizing a minor. Levi, you literally had one fucking job. Now, I feel like this needs to be said because a lot of people are not fucking learning this lesson, but it needs to be stated nonetheless. Just because a comment looks weird does not automatically mean it is, because as you can even see in the screenshot, there's an entirely different conversation that's happening that we don't know about. And if you know anything about video calls, when you text during them, comments may seem weird and out of place, especially if you don't know the context of where they came from. And sure enough, as I mentioned earlier, during my many talks with Lulabelle and Vivian, especially during the impromptu interviews that I gave to them initially when I first talked to them, they both relate to me the exact same story, that this indeed was an out of context situation that was directly related to the video call. And there's a reason why I'm making the note of people need to learn this lesson, because people are determining her entire character based off of 2 sentences, and as you can even see, they're taking these words and twisting them into a much worse situation that clearly wasn't happening. This is why you have to be very careful when it comes to accusations videos, because one party says it's true doesn't always mean it's the case. And the fact that Vivian and Lulabelle are relaying the same story, that Lou was not victimized in this situation, even years after the event, saying that this conversation was taken out of context, it really doesn't show the good intentions of the people that made this accusation. It clearly shows that this situation was manipulated for a sole narrative purpose, and as you've seen throughout the video, they basically used the serious subject of pedophilia to get back at them for petty bullshit that they could have honestly solved in private. Which people need to start realizing that, because literally that's the motivation of everyone that does these kinds of false accusations. Literally, it's the same reason every time. Why the people go after Spectre? Because he just was too big. That sounded wrong. I am so sorry. But it's very apparent this entire video was framed just to get back at her for petty drama that honestly they didn't even need to get back at her for. They could have literally walked away from all this and not lost a single thing. And what's even more disturbing is that they had help along the way for this, including Lulabelle herself, who for starters neglected to tell us that she was the one that took the screenshot, and she was one of the people who knowingly compiled the out-of-context screenshots along with Hopeless Romantic, which was the evidence you saw in this video. This admission was from Levi and Hannah during our interviews, where we had an intermediary of Icy Hazard who relayed to us that they were the ones that collected these screenshots. So Lulabelle is not as innocent as she's portraying herself out to be in the situation, and even downplayed her involvement, as even her cohorts have admitted to us that she was one of the people that gathered these fake screenshots to use against Vivian. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because these people, as you're seeing, have the habit of making themselves out to be the victims. As you can even hear in Heather's statement, she's directly trying to make them out to be the victims, despite there being little to no evidence of Vivian ever victimizing a single one of them. Now, before you go dogpiling on the people going, oh, why did they believe such an obvious victim complex? Easy. It's because when someone says in a commentary, and a lot of people need to start realizing this, they made someone cry, more people for some reason will more likely believe that person and think things have gone too far and actually side with them regardless of what the evidence actually shows. Which is why they made their stories so vague and didn't show the evidence, because the purpose of why they did that is because they're hoping you project your own feelings and emotions onto the situation, then look at the object reality of what actually occurred. That is why they're wording certain situations in a very certain way in order for the audience to get a rise out of it. It's either used to justify these people's terrible actions or for them to scapegoat any responsibility responsibility of their wrongdoings. And people need to start being more aware of these little phrases because people are able to weaponize these things and have horrible situations occur due to the fact they're able to manipulate the audience and people just enough for them to believe these outlandish stories. Good example of this is Lulabelle herself during our interviews was trying to make it out like these people coerced her into doing this situation when in reality that simply wasn't the case. And the reason why she did that was to try to victimize herself yet again so we wouldn't realize how much influence she actually had in the situation, and so we wouldn't find out that she was orchestrating other events where she did this very same thing even after the Muse incident, making her apology to Vivian null and void, as during our conversations she was trying to do this yet again to a commentator who she had fabricated an entire story about as well. Now the reason why I'm bringing up the victim thing is because this is exactly what Heather is doing now, and this is exactly what Lulabelle is also doing, so we would have had this video invalidated because these people haven't learnt a goddamn thing. Because if she made herself out to be the victim, that this other commentator was secretly behind the scenes working with these people and also had victimized Lulabelle and forced her into silence, then we would have been stupid enough without researching, put that into the video, acted like it was true, and then when the inevitable backlash would have happened, would have discredited this entire video and Lulabelle would have played none the wiser. Too bad for her, we do a little thing called basic research and we interviewed that person only to find out that they were also a victim of theirs as well, and even showed us video proof of it. High school never ends. Fuck. Literally, all that I've learned from this event is these people are untrustworthy except for when they're throwing each other under the bus. And they will do whatever it takes to victimize themselves, and they're fully aware that it works, so much so that they will actively try to weaponize it to get back at other people in other situations. Because as you can tell, if they cry hard enough, someone will eventually believe them. Case in point, this video.
You made Levi do your every bidding. And you even made Hannah. You made Hannah even feel down and depressed. We cared about you, Muse. We did. But you lied and you double-crossed us. So if you apologize to us, that's a good thing. But mind you, it's going to take a lot more for me to trust you ever again.
Yes, because this is totally proving that the grooming accusations are totes real, guys, because you know, the real crime in all this is that she made you sad, and not the fact that you claim that she literally is grooming so many children she literally has a harem of minors. I can't even tell you how fucking blatant this all is, and now they're even going, Levi's a victim too because they had to edit your videos. Oh! You mean the thing she paid her to do and she willingly did for years? Oh my god, it's almost like she was doing a job or something. And oh no, Hannah felt sad? Oh, that's such a tragedy. That's clearly more important than apparently she's stealing from your fucking audience. How much more transparent can you people be that this has nothing to do with any of the serious claims that you are making towards Muse right now? Like, genuinely, I don't know how people watched this and thought, oh yeah, that makes sense, because this is the most upfront video I've ever seen with people's motivations I have ever seen. It's petty, it's unreasonable, and it's just flat out malicious and cruel. I don't know what the point of this is, but I don't like this. It's disgusting. It's like watching someone shit into a garbage can. You make it stop, please, make it stop.
And that goes all for you, Lily, Beatrice, Jinx, and Icy and Muse. It's going to take more than you could ever know to make me trust you again. I am done with basically feeling sorry for myself. That is why I did this. I am here for my friends, and I'm here for my buddies.
Aw yes, you're gonna miss out on such a wonderful friendship, guys, of someone that's more willing to make a YouTube video publicly humiliating you and lying to thousands of people that you were trying to cheat on your own partner, outright insulting your gender identity for the sole purpose of hurting you, and even outright claiming that you wanted to have sex with many children. Wow, they must be really devastated and miss out on all those wonderful perks from you and your friends.
So for you guys just not say anything, that just means that you guys are the real cowards, not us. Because this needed to be brought out. Because this needed to stop.
Yeah, guys that we ignored for 8 whole months while making this video, you're the cowards, not us, the people that slowly resented you over time, didn't communicate any of these problems until this video, and didn't even have the balls to send them the video once it was made. But you know, you're the cowards because you don't want to address these problems that we never talk to you about even to begin with. Nah, we just expected you all to be magically psychic and know the exact moment when Heather's about to shit her pants every time Muse plays 5 seconds just too long with her f***ing Little Pony toys. Seriously, none of you can look me in the eye and genuinely tell me none of this video could have not been solved by just doing this all in private. Because there's no fucking way, Heather, you can honestly look me in the eye and tell me that Icy had any purpose being in this video other than just for you to yell at her for stupid bullshit. Icy did nothing wrong and you know that. All she did was give a platform to Muse to defend herself against false allegations that she had no idea at the time were coming from you. Icy is many things, but a god is not one of them. Please stop expecting people to be magically psychic and then get mad when they fucking don't. You're creating your own problems and you're too stupid to realize it.
And I think it's about time for each and every one of you to take a good look in the mirror and think for one goddamn minute that maybe, just maybe, these people are right about you, and maybe it's time for you to take a break and learn some goddamn respect for others.
Oh yes, because nothing screams respect more than calling your friend a cheating pedophile prostitute and the other a gold-digging whore. But genuinely though, if this is the example of respect now, I really hate to see what a Pornhub gangbang looks like under these circumstances. Dear God.
I thought of you as my family. I thought of you as my friends. But now you know what? You're nothing more than fucking assholes. Karma is gonna come and bite you in the ass, all 4 of you. It has already has you, Jinx. Now you know what it feels like to have an ED page. Now you know what everyone fears.
Fearing ED. What the fuck? It's a parody site, you fucking idiot. You act like it's fucking Voldemort. No, it's a site that parodies Wikipedia about drama. And also, I find that quite funny. They're like, you now know what everyone fears. You fear someone just saying you guys were fucking stupid in an internet argument? Wow, that explains a lot. But we know it's you that wrote the pages because you're the only ones that gave a shit about this incident around that time. And one of you I'm going to show admitting later on to creating truth-lely-gaia's ED page while not realizing when they admitted that everyone could actually see their edit history on ED, also showing that you guys were the ones that made the Jinx drowned ED page too. You guys are willing to put someone in a situation that even you guys yourself are fearful will happen to you. So I just want to ask the question, how are any of you good people, or how are any of you actually genuine friends? If you're genuine friends, you wouldn't put a literal 13-year-old child on Encyclopedia Dramatica to not only be doxxed, but on their page as well, they actually Photoshop dicks on their actual fucking face. But I guess it's okay because they had an argument on the internet and disagreed with you, huh? I think you need to really evaluate your belief on karma because, sweetie, I don't think you realize what you've just admitted to here.
But you know something? I'm actually kind of happy it happened. Because you needed to have your eyes opened and basically see what you've done.
Yes, because clearly there was no better way for you guys, including you, Heather, a 34-year-old woman, to properly communicate self-control and restraint towards a 14-year-old child who at that point had barely any life experience on the internet, than by to go online, publicly shame and harass them, encourage mass harassment towards them, claim that they were faking being trans, and on top of that, find a real-life picture of them so you could Photoshop literal dicks jizzing onto their 14-year-old fucking face. And not a drawing either, real-life image of them as a 14-year-old with real-life dicks jizzing all over their 14-year-old fucking face. But Laka, that isn't fair. ED did the photoshopping of the dicks part. Yeah, but they did everything else. And they're admitting they're completely complacent in this and even contributed to it. They're outright saying they deserved it. And this photo was on the original edits of the page. So they were fully aware, and they're even fully complacent in the fact that this website outright took a real-life image of this 14-year-old and photoshopped actual dicks chicks jizzing upon their face. All of this because they got into a fight with another 14-year-old child about Sonic recolors of all things. I'm not even kidding. What was this supposed to prove? All you have proven is you're not above allowing actual child porn to be produced of a real child just for you to get back at them for dumb bullshit that has nothing to do with anything whatsoever. And you put this in a video that's talking about pedophilia and child abuse. What the fuck?
Beatrice, in all honesty, if you don't change yourself a little, you're gonna live a sad, lonely life. You are. And I don't want to see that happen to you. You're a bright young woman. You really are. And if you do say you're sorry to all of us for anything, then you know what? Good for you. But as I stated, it's going to take a lot more for me to ever trust you again.
Oh yes, they have to earn your respect and forgiveness, not the fact that you've literally belittled most of these people throughout the entirety of the video. But it's okay, because apparently you're sad. So that means you can belittle this person, insult their relationships, and outright trying to infer they cheated because they solely stood by music because they didn't believe this bullshit. No one owes you an apology. Not only do you owe them an apology, your parents needs 5 slaps across the ass for raising you so badly, because holy shit, how did you get this bad?
Icy, my final words to you are, don't do a rant just because you're frustrated. Because that's what you did. You made a rant that was just you frustrated because you couldn't see what I saw. You can see it. You backed me into a corner, kept on asking me questions, telling me that Lily has this, Lily has that. I don't care. What Lily did to me personally was wrong. And I will leave three of the conversations I've had with her on Skype for you to read and let me know if I was being an attention whore. Because I wasn't. I was being an honest to God friend to Lily. I was not sugarcoating it like everyone else does for her. She needs to hear the honest to God truth, because if she's going to move out and basically live with her sister's not going to take care of her. Her sister is going to ask for rent. She's not going to live rent-free from her sister.
How the fuck do you know that? They're family. They could have an arrangement. Something could change. Blah-de-blah-de-blah. How are you criticizing Icy for this? This is something literally you could not know about unless you've known Lily, this person, for a very long time. And considering you guys made an ED page on them too, I highly doubt that that is the case.
Yes. I don't want to be your friend anymore. I don't. You hurt too many of my friends, and I will never trust you again. If you come up to me and say you're sorry, then no. No. Just no. You hurt too many of my friends for me to ever forgive you. I will forgive the other 3. I will not forgive you, because you are an asshole. You need to learn respect, and you need to learn that people are not toys. They are not tools for you to use.
I'm sorry I keep repeating this, but I am just in stunned disbelief. This person is in their 30s and they're talking like this about a fucking drama that's just basically this. What gave you the justification in all this to lie that they were grooming children? What gave you the justification in all this to try to make it like they faked their abuse? What gave you the justification in all this to make it seem like they stole from your audience and they owe you money? Heather, this is the only time I will ever say this to anybody. Leave the internet forever and never come back. This ain't a meme. Fucking go. Holy fucking shit, the damage you have done is irreversible. Please seek help and get on the strongest medications possible, because girl, you fucking need it.
That is my final saying in this whole thing. I am done with giving a shit about these five. And I am me. I love me for me. And I love my friends. And I love my family. And I love my husband. And for anybody who basically says that this is just lies, I have proof. We have proof that we can send you all.
Wasn't that the point of this video, to show evidence? We wouldn't be claiming it was lies if you showed proper evidence of what you were fucking talking about. This isn't a live stream, this was a video that you produced and edited over the course of many months in order to show evidence that Muse was apparently a groomer. You haven't shown jack or shit, and the only person that you claim to have been groomed that you showed evidence of in this video doesn't even stand by the claim anymore. So I don't know why you're saying, oh, if you think this lies, we'll send you evidence. If the person that you claimed was victimized in the situation is saying that they are not victimized, then that tells me that everything else in this video is going to be put under serious question, because already you lied about something so fucking serious for the point of just getting back at Muse. If this is how you treat the people you love, holy fucking shit, I don't want to see how you treat the people you hate.
I have the 43 journals that Jinx did.
Oh, so never mind. They weren't even talking about evidence about Muse. They were talking about fucking Nummy Pixels, someone that's mostly unrelated to the situation entirely, talking about their fucking drama with Elizabeth that's not even related to this.
And Elizabeth alone. And let's not forget, Jinx, that you are part of a club. You are a co-founder of a club for Elizabeth, and you still make fun of her. You still say, well, has anybody ever decided to call Elizabeth? Just because you guys know her number doesn't mean that you should harass her. I give you the right to.
Girl, are you fucking serious right now? You are preaching to them about harassment in a video where you lied that someone molested children. Oh my fucking god. No, it's not okay for Nummy to think, oh, we should call up their family and stuff like that. I agree, that is going too far, but why are you grandstanding on this? You genuinely are not any better, if not outright worse, because you're accusing somebody of actually harming children, stealing, lying about abuse, prostitution, and on top of that, you assholes are still harassing Elizabeth even to this day. Some of these images are from the people that they use to propagate shit on Deviantart with to quote-unquote prove their points, and they still are making content on Elizabeth even to this day. And this drama at this point has happened well over 7 years ago. I genuinely don't know how you guys can grandstand on this stuff. You genuinely have done this same shit yourselves, including make an ED page revealing her personal information to the entire internet. That's why I'm not showing Elizabeth's ED page, because oh my fucking god, you got the full name, their location, their age, and the picture of their real face solely because they recolored shit on the internet, and now you're grandstanding to Nummy, who was also 13 at the time, about the importance of not harassing people. Heather, please, for the love of God, do not make me pull out a dictionary and be one of those commentating assholes going, as you can see here, Heather doesn't know the definition of harassment because, as you see here, I am very smart and did a 5-second Google search, and this is what harassment means. No one likes that guy. Don't make me become that guy, because holy fucking shit, I really want to right now, because it's very obvious you don't know the definition of what harassment means.
I'm just sick and tired of being the weakling. And I know I'm not weak, and I'm a strong woman. So that's why I wanted to say these final words to these 5. Thank you for listening.
I'm such a strong, independent woman. That's why whenever someone says I'm a strong, independent woman, I call them a groomer and try to ruin their lives. Seriously, fuck off the internet and never return again. You are too crazy even for me. Holy shit.
Now I will read Lulu's entry about Muse. BrokenXMuse. Now, we still talk, don't we? Only text talking. Muse, I honestly don't know what to say right now. I really don't.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not gonna make you suffer through all that shit. We're actually gonna skip through that, and I'm gonna show you the statements on the screen. Now, Yuki herself has admitted these statements are falsified, and even can be backed up by Vivian, Harsh, and OC10 Aya as being witnesses to Yuki even admitting this was the case. And also being witnesses to admitting that one statement, though, however, she did admit actually was true, that occurred. But trust me, we're gonna address this little bit later on because, oh boy, it's actually really telling. So take your time to pause and read through all of this, but just keep in mind that Yuki had admitted to Vivian directly that all these statements are falsified, and this is an entirely mostly fabricated story. You got it? Okay, good. Now you understand the beginning context of what happened to BrokenXMuse. It's time for the next part of the video of explaining what happened afterwards and why we're making this video today. So now we're gonna drop the asshole act and we're actually gonna start talking about the real reasons of why we were mentioning this entire video. Because I wanted to show you exactly the kind of accusation they would make, the purpose behind them, and even show you some of their motivations. As this video wasn't just a one-off example, but it soon began a larger chain of events that soon would spiral way out of control. Even the aftermath of this video, which I'm gonna have Harsh Opinions explain here in a minute, this is the perfect example of their pettiness and how far they're willing to go to get back at somebody for extremely petty reasons, because the aftermath shows a giant problem also within the community of how willing people are easily able to jump onto accusations despite how life-ruining they can be. So before we dive in of how this situation eventually escalated into some of the worst incidences in this community's history and how it spiraled out of control to real-life harm to some people, we're going to start with the aftermath of the Muse incident and show you guys eventually what led to her being isolated, her losing all of her friends, and eventually her art career, leaving her completely traumatized and wondering why this even happened in the first place.
Wait, hold up. I thought this whole shtick of yours was supposed to be some kind of fucking Last Week Tonight ripoff or some shit.
Haha! You! At least my tits are real!
Anyways,
Bitch.
Thanks for bringing me on, Laka. Now in today's forecast, we got ourselves some chances of bullshit, and over here we have reached a high degree levels of tactful manipulation, and heavy chances of these sick bitches getting me fucked up. Now, as most of you have watched up to this point, this entire weather forecast here has been nothing but one circle-jerking fuckfest that would make any hardcore hentai fanatic blush. I'd be prepared for a flash flood because I wouldn't doubt they're almost done stroking each other's egos at this point. They are also so amazingly inept as they just kept giving us evidence for months on end. We've been digging through this mess for an entire year, and oh my god, I feel like we dug far enough to reach the other side of the earth at this point. For this segment, we're going to be focusing on this specific layer, a layer to which we were pretty much given by Nummy themselves. For context, Laka got in contact with Nummy Pixels because Lou made an ED page on them and wanted to find out more information, along with the fact that the download link in the other video showed them clearly mentioned as well. They explained that they were a victim of BrokenXMuse and claimed that they were abused by her. Which is kind of odd, considering the fact that Nummy was never mentioned throughout the entire Muse video, nor were there any screenshots that showed their interactions or any signs of involvement. If this really did happen, no way in fucking hell would the group not eat that shit up like baked mac and 4 cheese at a Sunday festival. I mean, seriously, look at how far they had to stretch in their video just to justify what they were doing. If they really had evidence of Muse being a pedophile, no way in hell they wouldn't have put that in there and referenced it more than a shitty B movie trying to parody Star Wars. What I find to be very interesting is not even a month earlier, Nummy actually made a statement, outright saying that no horrible acts were done to them, that there were no sexual acts that happened between the two, and yet this note and journal gives a completely different story. And I guess as a way to prove that they were harmed by Muse, they linked this journal that actually ended up incriminating themselves instead of helping their narrative. And today, we're going to be reading over this journal entry, and we will go over the cracks and dips that makes this situation a lot more twisted than it did before. Strap yourselves in, guys. We're in for a slight chance of rain with the heavy storm front of bullshit coming our way. So, this journal was posted on August 21st, 2015 at 10:15 p.m., and it was around the same time the Muse video was posted to the public. Before we get into this, we need to keep in mind of something. Nami, around this time, was just 14 years old, and when you're 14, you don't make the best life decisions. However, just because they were 14 at the time of this event occurring, that doesn't mean they should just get a slap on the wrist. This is because they have made it quite clear that they knew what they were doing just by how they worded this journal alone. Proof of this is how they helped coordinate the narrative that their friend had committed suicide during the CEO author situation not even a week prior. It is obvious from that situation they were working together to craft that narrative to make CEO author look worse than he actually was, so it's not really much of a surprise that they would coordinate another fake situation towards Muse as well. Think of this as like the Stories and Spectre situation, but instead of just two dipshits faking evidence to try to ruin a person's life for no apparent reason, we are given a group of dipshits doing this shit because Heather was called Dollface. Fun! So with that in mind, let's get to reading this journal. Since some people were wondering what happened, I figured I'd tell my side of the story. I've debated saying this for a while, but I feel it needs to be said. So in case you didn't notice, after I cut off contact with Vivi, Beatrice cut off contact with me without a word. So I'm assuming she hates my guts now. TBH, I couldn't care less as I saw it coming, and really, I don't need fake-ass bitches for friends if she's so easily prepared to throw me away for her precious Vivi. She's a grown-ass woman, and she can choose to act like one. Or not, like she just did. So, Nami, you're going to seriously sit here and act like you're the adult in this situation? Honey, by how you worded this, it really shows your intent wasn't entirely altruistic. You are not Beatrice's lover or a close friend of hers, so of course they are going to choose her over you because you're helping to push a false narrative that their best friend, who they have known for years, is a pedophile with no proof whatsoever. If you want someone to stand by you during situations like this, then you need to have some serious evidence for the person to see that there is an issue. Not everyone is going to believe you just because you said the word pedophile, especially if they are close friends with that person for many years. Either show some serious evidence or stop faulting someone for being upset with you for not instantly backstabbing their own friend because someone said so. Also, you're going to ignore the possibility that she cut contact with you without a word because you went ahead and posted this journal 2 days before this one with no warning or explanation either? Are we also going to just forget that you went ahead and willingly believed the lies that you were told about Muse and even contributed by spreading and making up your own? You even fucking advertised the video at the very top of this journal, and your friends Dan and Heather posted links of that journal in the comments for people to download and watch it themselves. Stop playing coy, Numi. You know there was a reason for Beatrice cutting ties with you. You just don't want to admit that you had something to do with it. I don't blame her for not wanting to get anywhere near your toxic ass. Who the hell befriends someone and outright says nothing happened as soon as a video gets posted, then turns around and claims they lied about the whole thing? If you are willing to lie for a bit of clout, of course she is going to block you. No one in their right mind would keep someone like that as a friend unless they were either a masochist or were equally just as big of a piece of shit themselves. Speaking of being a piece of shit, let's continue, shall we? Anyways, I'm gonna say this. I was introduced to those two when the group was in the middle of their giant fight, but I was unaware of this because very much like me, I was too scared to really try and talk to them. And I still am, even though I'm starting to become friends with the group. Fuck my social awkwardness. So I wasn't aware that it was going on. But eventually, after me, Vivi, and Beatrice got to know each other more, they told me about it. Basically, they completely demonized Heather, Lulu, Emma, Hannah, everyone, and their mother was thrown straight under the bus. They were basically Satan and his minions, or Despicable Me minions. But really, what's the difference?
First of all, there's a major difference between the minions and Satan's minions. Jesus, are you perhaps that one girl that made a video of her having a breakdown about the minions?
Stop sending me messages of
minions!
I mean, what's the difference? This group acts like they're both by being annoying and literally stalking someone till the ends of the earth. Second of all, you want to sit here and claim that apparently Muse and Beatrice demonized everybody? Last time I checked, Lou literally bullied Kiana out of her money. Hannah threatened to break Muse's feet for not commissioning her anymore. Pockets, aka Hopeless Romantic, is straight up insulting her for no reason. Heather threw a fit like an entitled Karen at a Bath and Body Works on Candle Day because Muse supposedly wasn't faithful while being a supposed pedophile, and purposefully left out that Muse was polyamorous to fit her narrative. Oh gee, I wonder why they wouldn't look at this group so fondly. But hey, you clearly know what demonizing is, right, Nummy? Considering you made everyone think CEO Author caused someone to kill themselves by blaming him for a suicide attempt of a person he never even knew existed before, you must know a whole lot about that subject, huh?
At the time, I didn't know it, but they left out a lot of details that showed that they were basically becoming little brats, hypocrites, all that jazz. And they got me to believe they did something wrong. And in turn, it made me more frightened to talk to them. And because of their influence, I did more shit like get real pissy with people because they encouraged it. When I thought it was being braver and expressing myself, they were teaching me to be a bitch. So, some of my behavior I am not proud of, and I deeply apologize for it. From now on, I'm gonna do what I think is right and try to overcome my fears in talking to people, so try to be patient with that.
Everyone, I have just been informed that our forecast has been updated. Seems like there's going to be a high chance of there being literally a shitstorm coming our way, being pushed by a strong gust of no fucking evidence to support these claims. Wow, why the fuck am I not surprised? Oh right, it's because I had to deal with these group of assholes while working on my fucking truth-lely-gaia commentary. What a shocker, they would continue making claims with no evidence. Imagine my shock. God, I need a Taco Bell or a wine cooler to deal with this. By the way, Nummy, I went through your fucking journal history and went through a lot of the journals you made before you even met these people, and you were already a toxic little fuck before you even got to know Muse and Beatrice. So don't pull this whole, oh, they influenced me bullshit. Like, bruh, if I could admit that I was a shitty person while being a Tumblr user a couple years ago, you can admit that you were a piece of shit at 14. You're currently 19 years old and you can't even fucking do that, and you are still standing by this farce to this day. Also, if I were to bring up the shit you pulled with CEO Author, are you going to say that Beatrice and Muse influenced you to do that too? Because it's quite obvious as fuck that you and these fuckers are the ones that planned that shit out.
As time went though, it got worse. Vivi would guilt trip me for a lot of shit when I mistook it for her just missing me. When I would have to go out to the store to help my mom or to buy myself something or so forth, she'd act all, I wish you weren't gone so much, and it made me feel bad. And keep in mind, this is happening right when I'm actually trying to get myself to do more because I'm basically really depressed and doing nothing all the time. So it made me feel bad trying to help myself when I knew something was wrong. She would also guilt trip me for playing video games. Yes, that's right. She got all moopy for me playing video games and not replying at supersonic speeds. So, are we gonna see any evidence to support that? No? Oh, fucking course not. Why the hell am I not surprised? Because apparently that would be too much work for you, so expecting people to go off on hearsay is the best way to go. Not like this could possibly ruin someone's entire life, right? Also, did you even explain to Muse your situation? Did you even give an explanation to Muse as to why you are gone often, or even explain to Muse that you are trying to get better? Because if not, then that's on you, because you can't expect people to read your mind and know what's going on all the time. If you want people to respect your space and respect the steps you need to improve yourself, then you need to talk to people and explain what's going on, dude. Muse isn't a fucking psychic, and to treat her or Beatrice like shit for not instantly knowing you had issues, that is on you. Now, had you explained to Muse your situation and she persisted with her behavior, then that would be an entirely different story, and maybe your claim of Muse being your abuser would hold a little bit of ground. However, considering the fact that I'm not seeing any signs that you even talked to Muse about this, or any mentions anywhere else, only shows that you really didn't, and that you expected Muse to know exactly what you were thinking and doing on the dot without you having to tell her what was going on. And the only way for her to even find out was for her to come across this journal to know how you were really feeling the entire time. Yes, superb friendship goals. The fuck is communication? Not like it's important or anything. Nah, don't be ridiculous.
Keep in mind, for months now, I've been pretty bad about replying, but people have accepted that as a norm for me. With my internet acting up and then my overall lack of wanting to communicate from being so depressed, people have showed understanding to me. And I'd also like to add that right now, video games are one of the only things that have actually made me happy. I'm not like ready to die 24/7, but it's gotten to the point where my default emotion is either depressed or emotionless altogether. So I'm trying to get myself to feel better without popping some happy pills. Again, people have showed understanding to this. CC herself has encouraged this because she's dealt with this shit too, and she just told me to try and find something that makes me happy and focus on it.
I don't really understand why the hell this was needed to be said. And again, it's been made quite clear that you didn't even tell Muse about this, so why am I not surprised that you neglected to tell her such information? I understand it can be really intimidating to tell a person who is older than you what's going on sometimes. However, you made a public journal about this, and she had to find out about the problem she's apparently been causing you herself through this, and that is pretty fucked up. This is a private matter. You need to handle it behind the scenes before going public with this, because doing that regardless of what it is will only escalate the issue. Because you are involving people in a situation they don't need to be involved in. And the fact that you are constantly bringing up this apparent problem you have just makes me wonder something. If it's so easy for you to bring up these problems in a public journal and even go into detail about these problems for your many watchers to read, why was it so fucking hard to bring it up to one person specifically? And for someone claiming you were being abused by Vivian, how come this journal has no mention of any sexually abusive situations they have done to you? You are clearly comfortable with mentioning deep and personal issues with yourself, so why is there no mention so far of any apparent sexual abuse from Muse? Fucking Swiper from Dora the Explorer was less suspicious than this.
But Vivi, who herself is one of the biggest gamers I've ever found, got annoyed at this, as she herself is playing video games. Yes, I shit you not. The worst part about this is that I made excuses for this behavior, and then I beat myself up about it because I felt like I was a bad friend. And sometimes I really just downright don't want to talk. Sometimes all I do is let Cassie know I'm online, but we don't really talk. She just acknowledges that, hey, my friend's really bad at talking sometimes, but it's okay, you don't have to go crazy with replies. The most she does is check in every so often to make sure I'm still there and okay. That I'm perfectly fine with, and it makes me feel better knowing someone just wants to make sure I'm fine.
I'm not going to repeat myself. Also, where the hell is the evidence to support the fact that Muse was annoyed with you playing video games and not responding to her fast enough? Actually, where's the evidence for any of this? But goddamn, even by looking at this, I can tell Vivian just wanted to spend time with you. I do not know how the fuck you twisted someone saying, "I wish you weren't gone so often," into abuse, but holy fuck, you managed to do it. They weren't forcing you to stay home, and that comment alone makes it very fucking obvious they weren't. But hey, you must be her best pal, right? Because not only can you read her mind to know exactly her evil underlying intentions, but you clearly aren't outright admitting you hung out with Vivian out of pity, right?
However, I forced myself to get on, even on my worst of days, because she would just get annoyed with me if I wasn't on and get all depressed because I wasn't there. This got to the point where I was kept on a tight leash. I let her control me. She got angry when I posted Scourge X Jinx stuff. Wanna know why? Oh, I'll fucking tell you why. 'Cause this bitch kept hitting on me. Yep, that's right. At first, I thought it was friendly flirting, but after I received some special news, nope, this bitch was downright hitting on me with real intentions of making me swoon. Yes, Vivi's a fucking pedo, and I put up with fucking it.
First of all, you didn't construct that last sentence correctly. It's, "and I fucking put up with it." Second of all, considering how you took Vivian saying, "I wish you weren't gone so often," into them apparently guilt-tripping you, I don't doubt this is the same thing. But you just admitted, right here, that you thought it was friendly flirting until the group told you otherwise. You were fine with them talking to you like this until the group filled your ears with bullshit. So, thanks for proving that there weren't any issues until they claimed there was an issue despite no sexual interactions ever happening. Third, there's no evidence to support the flirtatious nature you are saying here, or Muse's intentions being of a pedophilic nature. You only thought that after someone told you how to feel about it. Yet, even with these supposed messages, no one thought to go to the police? Did that not bring any question into your mind of the people's intent? If their first reaction wasn't to protect a 14-year-old child from a predator, but instead make a YouTube video ruining any chances of this evidence being used in court? And finally, stop using caps lock like that. Good God, exclamation points exist for a reason. But in all seriousness, this pretty much gave us a confirmation that their slander had caused a very damaging effect on Muse's reputation, and even the comments beneath this journal did not help at all because everyone is just shitting on her as a whole, including her identity because of this journal. Yeah, for someone who prides themselves in being part of the LGBTQ+ community, like you, Nummy, you seem to be very okay with this outright bigotry towards Muse despite being trans yourself, knowing how damaging this can be to your mental health to be treated like this. What a great friend you are, especially when I have screenshots of Dan and Heather spreading links of that fucking video for people to see where they also state the same sentiment. Nummy, you took part in slandering Muse's name by committing libel despite not being involved whatsoever. You not only proved that the group is extremely guilty considering the fact that they clearly went around lying to people about Vivian's intentions, but you, Nummy, are also guilty for perpetuating the lie despite defending Muse not even a month before this journal went up. Good job, you played yourself.
But to be honest, I never did because I had any real romantic interest in her. Honestly, I was underwhelmed at the thought of dating her. I put up with it, really, cause I pitied her. I felt like she was just a depressed trans girl who had lots of problems. I specifically add in trans cause let's be real, trans people go through lots of shit and I get that, it's obvious. And I felt like I'd humor her. Another reason I had such an amazing poker face was because this isn't the first time I had been hit on by people who were my friends, or friends in this case. But they were all in my age group. I won't give out their names cause really, I don't think they need that embarrassment. I also did it because seeing that her and Beatrice have flirted, I assumed she'd get rather bored of me quickly, which again has happened before.
And
And there it is. Confirmation that you did nothing to stop Muse from what she was doing. And what's even worse is that you humored her and even participated what everyone else was doing. Yeah, okay. Are you going to claim they all abused you too when you're sitting here saying Muse is an abuser but everyone else somehow isn't? Have you ever considered that if everyone else was doing that behavior, they may have thought it was okay to do, since literally many other people close to you were doing the same thing? People tend to mimic behavior around you as a friend to make you feel more comfortable and fit into a friend group. It's pretty common. Like, you can't fucking complain about this. You knew exactly what you were fucking doing. You made that clear in this statement alone. So I don't want to hear how you didn't like what she was doing and calling her a pedo when you didn't even let her know you were uncomfortable. You didn't try to explain jack to her, and everyone around you was doing the exact same thing apparently, and you did not make any attempts to stop her from what she was doing at all. You just let her keep doing what she was doing and expected her to read how you were feeling and what you were thinking. And the worst part is you did all of this with the screenshots that showed the supposed behavior, and people still went along with it and ended up taking away the message that she was a pedophile. Like, honey, the door. Get the fuck out of here.
But nope, she was free to have her persona fuck everyone and everything, whether it be MILFs to females to males to agenders to insert every last other gender here. But I make art of my persona with Scourge? Now that's just downright wrong. Don't do that. And because I got scared about losing friends and being left alone, I stopped making Scourge X Jinx. I kept the creations I made to myself. The most I did was tell Cassie about it, but that was it.
Cool, so you admitted you only told Cassie about this problem, and Beatrice and Muse just had to be psychic gods to know that you felt restricted from drawing Scourge the green fuck hog pounding your ass into oblivion. Good job.
And now, this may sound really stupid, but at this point, I don't give a flying fuck. Scourge is another thing that helps me with depression. Seeing him makes me happy. He's one of the only things I get excited for. When I get linked art of him, I get all fangirly and I just love it. When I'm given fan art for Scourge X Jinx, I get really flustered and I just love it to bits. And it's definitely one of my favorite things to look at on here, ever. I can be on the verge of tears or just downright crying altogether cause life will suck so bad, but that will almost instantly make me smile. Even if I still gotta cry, it reminds me that even if he's not real, I have a connection to him. And yes, as said, I know he's fictional and he's not gonna really love me and all that jazz. But I feel like you can make him real in your imagination, just so long as you understand that there's fiction and reality that cannot blend together. But yeah, you get the gist of things. Scourge makes me happy. I'm fucking shameless in how much I suck his dick, or draw it, know what I'm saying, ha ha ha. And I will continue to always adore him even when I'm old and on my deathbed.
This really was unnecessary information. Like, oh my fucking god, making Sonic 93 blush over here from this level of obsession. God damn. Like, I'm sorry, sweetie, but this is not the time or place to be talking about how much you love a fictional hedgehog so much to the point where you'd cry for him. I understand being passionate about a fictional character, but this isn't the time for that.
Vivi, however, hated this. She would get extremely jealous and hated it, and she would get extremely weird about it. Like, but you're a lesbian and I don't like that you like him. Even though I've made it clear that while I have gay tendencies, I am not 100% gay. I am pansexual, not homosexual. Pan, it's simple. If I was gay, then Scourge X Jinx wouldn't even exist in the first place. And really, I hated how she would say that. I would correct her and say that I wasn't, but she would act like we were in a serious relationship, even when I said the most, I'd be willing to see if I could ever be attracted to you for when I am 18. Because really, I don't want a relationship with a real person. Having Scourge is nice because it ain't like I'm going on dates and shit, or, you know, dealing with people like Vivi. But as said, she would always be showing me new art she's commissioned for Vivi X Sonata, or Vivi X Miss Harshwini, or Vivi X Twilight's fucking mom, or Vivi X anything that has genitals of any kind that exists in the MLP lore.
But you drew Not Safe for Work yourself, and you still do. I don't doubt they were just sharing because they thought you were okay with it. Again, no proof of any of this stuff ever happening, and what's even worse, you outright told them you would be willing to see if you were attracted to them when you turn 18. Bruh, who the fuck says that? Fucking hell, you call Vivian a pedo and you're the one outright saying, hey, wait until I am old enough to see if I would be attracted to you the same way I have my attraction towards Scourge. Fucking, that is outright encouraging the behavior. And now you want to turn around and be a manipulative little prick by saying she was some kind of creepy predator? Motherfucker, you basically told her to wait until you were legal to bone you. Do you not realize that, or are you that fucking dense? Also, looks like we're going to be experiencing some light showers of judging others' porn, yet blissful ignorance of their own cringe. What does it fucking matter if she pairs herself with multiple characters? Like, Jesus, you're acting like you have to be so heavily devoted to one character and one character only. And don't you dare have an affair behind their back of this fictional drawing, because they've been doing nothing but putting bread on the table, working a 9-to-5 job and paying rent. You should be sucking their fucking dicks every day and showing them some respect. Who the fuck cares? It's a bunch of squiggles on a piece of paper. Get over yourself.
Jinx, you're slut-shaming. No bro, I'm stating facts. I've seen all that shit. I don't give a fuck if you're a hoe, but if you bang a bunch of people, you're a hoe. It don't gotta be a bad thing, cause really, it's your business, but it's the fucking truth. I could say she's promiscuous, but it's just a fancy word for she's a hoe, so don't get your panties in a bunch.
What are you saying?
This is slut-shaming, Nummy. This is like concrete slut-shaming. Also, your logic literally did some somersaults with this right here. Like, holy fuck, you're treating Muse's persona, fucking all these fictional characters as though they're real people and she's actually fucking them. It doesn't matter if you use the term promiscuous or not. You are doing the very thing you are claiming it's not when you stated, and I quote, if you bang a bunch of people, you're a hoe. Just, what a great friend you are. Calling your friend a whore because they commissioned drawings of them fucking an imaginary horse. By this logic, with all your friends flirting with you, aren't you technically a cock tease then? You're leading people on sexually and practically blue-balling them. But hey, don't get your boxers in a bunch. I am just stating facts, right? God damn, who lets you have a computer? Like, fucking...
Where's your mother?
We could have had someone reinvent the wheel on this thing and bring forth a new era of peace, but instead they gave it to you to do this with. Yikes.
But yeah, so not only was she ready to date a minor, she would, by her own definition, cheat on me. Now before you ask, so that means you denied the rumor you two were dating? No, I didn't, 'cause we weren't fucking dating. At the time, I liked Vivi, but I would rather shove my head in a wood chipper than date her. And that was then, because at that point, I felt like I could do nothing of my own free will around her. So, I didn't lie. Vivi thought I was, but it's been proven she's a sex-sucking vampire, so... And that part alone was what gave me trouble in posting this. I was thinking, I don't want to ruin someone like that. But then it dawned on me, yes, I do.
Confirmation that you wrote this journal with malicious intent and you actually wanted to destroy her reputation. Nice. Thanks for saving me the trouble of proving that. Also, yes, you fucking did. You lied to her by not telling her that you were uncomfortable, made no attempts to try to get her to stop, and even straight up admitted that you allowed the actions because you pitied her and wanted to humor her. What's even worse is that you even stated that you would think about possibly being attracted to her when you turned 18. That's fucked up. And another thing, Jesus Christ, Nummy, you didn't have to go so far as to say that you'd rather kill yourself than date Muse. Like, that alone is also pretty fucked up for you to say. Just say no and move on like a normal person. Don't say shit like that. What is wrong with you?
When you're the reason you've made my depression get worse, made me felt worse in my social anxiety, made me feel bad for spending time with my family, and a whole long list of other reasons for making my life suck worse than it already does, I say, you know, you screwed me over. Let's see if you can take what you can dish. More proof of malicious intent and blaming Muse for shit they never did because Nummy was too stupid to speak basic English to her. Muse was not the reason for your disparity. You are the reason that your depression got worse. You are the reason your insecurities of your social anxiety got worse. You are the reason that you felt bad for all sorts of things that you were doing. I say this because, again, you didn't talk to Muse about any of this. You even straight up admitted that you humored her because you felt sorry for her. The fuck did you think was going to happen when you do that shit to people, you manipulative little bastard? You wrote this journal for Muse to find out after the fact when you publicly ruined her perception to everyone with no way to defend herself. Like, get the fuck out of here with this. You really have no one else to blame but yourself for this shit. And again, not a single shred of evidence. How the fuck you got this far into typing and not take any responsibility for a single shred of your actions is beyond me. I'm not saying go and murder her for me, but I am saying for your own sake and for the sake of others, don't spend time with her. Don't talk to her. Don't acknowledge her. Don't even think about her existence. If she comes near you, you run like fucking hell, cause I wish I fucking did that. I kid you not when I say that I started drawing again the second I dumped her sorry ass. If you have been keeping up with me, you'll know that I have been too depressed to draw. And the day the ranting shit started, I nearly threw away my sketchbook because I had reached a whole new level of low for defending someone who was hurting me so bad that I felt disgusted with myself.
Hey look, more self-loathing with a side of bullshit. Wow, this weather's starting to take a turn for the stupid now, Laka, because this self-loathing front is starting to run around in circles saying the same bullshit as before.
Remember Scorn? That friend of mine that I thought killed himself and nearly caused me to have my first panic attack and caused me to contemplate doing really rash things? Yeah, she knew he was okay. And guess what she did to tell me? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Ain't nothing she said to me. And I confronted her about this. You know what her excuse was? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Excuses. Where? I forgot. I thought someone else told you, and I repressed it in my mind. Ah, yes, because I know if someone I claimed to love was going through the grief of having someone die and I knew they were okay, I would just forget. Cause that makes a bucket load of sense, am I right? She changed her story 3 times in a span of less than 24 hours. Cause she took me for an idiot. But no, it was my turn to play her like a fiddle, and I fucking owned the place. I could go more about other sins. I noticed that she was a fucking horrible liar, but I think that's enough of a reason to find it an obvious lie.
You just outright said they thought someone else told you they were okay. Also, if the friend was okay, why get upset at Muse? Shouldn't you be fucking furious with the friend that they didn't say shit to you at all and expected everyone else to let you know they were okay for them? You act as if they did this to hurt you or did it maliciously. Boy, calm the fuck down. Some people in those situations don't think clearly and panic to the point they can forget shit. Ever heard of things like test anxiety? People can literally forget when they get so stressed to the point that they forget everything. But let's not entertain the possibility of a Hanlon's razor. Nope, just jump straight into Muse, who apparently watched you suffer from not knowing and somehow knew you didn't know and just chose not to tell you. Ever wondered why ass is in the word assumptions? Because you make an ass of yourself when you guess shit with little to no basis, and the fact that you assumed your own friend would do something like that to you is legit batshit levels of insanity. Alex Jones would be shitting his pants over how over the top this conspiracy theory is. And then, to top that giant cake of bullshit with the cherry, we're returning to her flirting with me. But in this case, I found out that she had been saying the same things to other people, right after she claimed she had changed from her old ways. She copied and pasted the same old stupid shit like, oh, I've loved you ever since I first found you, or oh, I want to see you and show you how much I love you into our PMs. At that point, I cracked. I fucking cracked. For the first time in a very long time, I got fucking pissy. I was a raging bitch to her. I fucking ripped her apart at that point. Not because I liked her romantically. Again, wood chippers looking like a great therapy compared to dating her. But because not only did she lie and say that she learned from the past, but that I gave her another chance to tell the truth with the promise I would forgive it, and she lied again. Jesus Christ, calm it down with the caps lock. Oh my god, I feel like I'm hearing this right now. And another thing, what in the ever-loving fuck was she lying to you about? Because as far as I'm aware, you've been lying to her from the start. You've been humoring her feelings, you've been manipulative as fuck, and you even defended her only to later turn around and help these group of assholes smear her name. Hell, you're still doing that shit when it is brought up in question to this day. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. You wanna go off about Muse lying to you? How about you actually stop lying? Second off, it is obvious that she was trying to show off her affection to her friends with the second comment, basically saying, I want to see you in real life and give you a hug. Unless you can prove the context was indeed in the other context as you claim it is, then I am not taking your word on it, especially since you literally assumed her offering to play video games with you was a form of guilt-tripping you not to draw somehow. The first comment sounds like she may have been saying that to her favorite artist. We do not know the context because you still haven't shown any proof of her acting anything like this. But the one time you actually spoke your grievance to Muse, it was to yell at her over her leaving those comments to other people? If you're not romantically involved and you would rather stick your head in a wood chipper than date her, why the fuck should it matter if she said that to anyone else? If you had no romantic interest, then her saying those same lines wouldn't have mattered to you. So, what? Are you romantically interested or not? Wasn't the issue originally supposed to be her being a pedophile? It just seems like this was just a great big excuse to shame Vivian for not being what you wanted her to be and blaming her for it. You used her flirting to justify yelling at her. Dude, what is legitimately your problem? What kind of friend yells at someone for saying, I love you, to another person when they aren't romantically interested? Nummy, just fucking admit you liked Muse and stop lying to everyone. It is quite obvious you did just by that very statement alone. But here you are acting like a tsundere and it is starting to legitimately hurt now. Every day we're just straying further from God.
At that point, I fucking yelled at her and got so fucking angry at her and didn't even give her a chance to defend herself. I told her this was the last time I'd ever speak to her and blocked her immediately after sending it. And to be safe, I blocked her on DA, even if she deactivated. Since accounts can be reactivated, I figured I'd play it safe so I wouldn't feel guilty if she spoke to me. And even after this, I felt guilty for what I did. I scolded myself, beat myself up about it, told myself how I should apologize. And then it hit me. She has brainwashed me. Brainwashed me to the point where I felt guilty in protecting myself. Even after standing up for myself like I needed to, I still did something wrong. And I'm not going to mention some things in this journal because they're way too personal, but they're even worse than what I told you. And she still got me to feel bad.
brainwashed! Brainwashed! Oh my god, guys, we don't even have evidence to support such a bold claim. And not only that, but Nummy has already been pulling this kind of bullshit and still is. You want to claim that as being brainwashed, Nummy? She made me feel bad with her Jedi mind powers despite me never telling her how I felt at all. My god, the one moment of genuine human emotion you had, and you managed to perform fucking mental gymnastics so spectacular. You managed to win a gold medal at the fucking Olympics. And Beatrice just left without a word to go lick that fucking creep's wounds, cause aw, the poor baby was a fucking pedo. Poor little thing. Oh, and one last thing, she actually tried to cheat on her boyfriend with me. That's right, she said she wanted to date me and break up with her boyfriend for me. Dude, if you're reading this, run. Run and don't you stop. Get out of that relationship, cause it ain't fucking worth it. I learned it the hard way. Same goes to anyone who in contact with her. Do it for your own safety and sanity. Cause this bitch made my depression worse in a span of months. She tried to take away the only thing that made me happy, and I finally said fuck you in the ass to that abuser. Cause she basically mentally abused me to the point where I feel worthless now even after ditching her. Stay away. Lick her wounds? Motherfucker, you just admitted you blocked her and didn't even give her a chance to speak. Shut the fuck up. Ugh. At this point, should I give up on asking for evidence, or have we officially reached the end of this journal? Yeah, let's just drag her boyfriend into this like they don't have an open relationship, because, you know, Muse totally isn't polyamorous, and you totally didn't tell her, hey, wait until I am 18 to see if I would be attracted to you. No, you totally didn't tell her that. God, you people just love twisting reality and completely disregard common sense just to make yourselves feel important, don't ya? So now, let's ask ourselves this very important question here. Who was really the abuser in this situation? The guy who went out of his way to verbally abuse her for shit and blamed her for everything wrong in his life that she had no idea about, claimed she was a pedophile after other people told him how to feel about it instead of talking it out with her, blocks her and mocks her behind her back, saying he would rather date a wood chipper despite leading her on, saying when he turned 18 he was interested in seeing if he was attracted to her. Or the girl who literally offered to play video games, tried to talk with him, and outright tried to just be there for him. Oh gee, I wonder who that could be. And if you still have a problem with that rant, take what I said to heart, because I wish I was lying. I wish I didn't nearly lose myself because I became too scared to fight back. I learned the hard way, but I'm protecting myself from now on. I recommend you do the same. Jinx. I mean, you are lying. You're clearly lying throughout this journal, because you wouldn't be this aggressive to get your fucking point across. You wouldn't be going out of your way to spread those lies that were told by the group in the Muse video. You wouldn't have blamed Muse for all your problems that you never communicated to them about, and you would have fucking evidence to prove everything you just said, but you didn't. I'm sorry, but this not only looks like a cry for attention, but this looks to me like you want to put all the attention onto Muse so you could get away from what the group said about you in their other video. I'm not buying this crap. And I'm especially not going to buy the whole, oh, I was young and dumb, I really didn't know any better. Yes, you fucking did. You knew exactly what you were doing, and the proof is you straight up admitting what you were doing in this journal. You even fucking admitted that you thought about this and went, yeah, fuck it, do it anyway. And you think you have the right to pin yourself as the victim? Are you fucking kidding me? A storm of go fuck yourself, Nummy, is coming in, and it is coming in hard. Cause the fact that you still stand by this journal is actually fucking disgusting. And at this point, you should damn well be ashamed of yourself because you know what you said was a fucking lie at this point. But your head is stuck so far up your own ass you found the Pop-Tarts you ate in the 4th grade in there. The entire time I was reading this journal, I was thoroughly disgusted with the shit you've admitted, and I'm just as disgusted with the shit that you pulled, with you turning around and acting as though you have been a fucking victim the entire goddamn time. And you even claim that you are an abuse victim, that you have been brainwashed, and that Muse is your abuser, when you have already been acting like a piece of shit before you even met these people. If there's one thing that I do not take lightly, it's abuse. And another thing I don't take lightly is people lying about abuse. I have never been so revolted in someone's pitiful actions before, but this is genuinely a first. And Nummy, one last thing. I don't want to hear whatever excuse you have, and I don't want to hear you say that you don't want to be involved with this, because guess what? That's not your fucking call. You got yourself involved with this. You did your damage, so you pay the consequences for it. Period. And I especially don't want to hear you calling Muse your abuser again. Keep that shit out of your fucking mouth. Stop fucking lying to people acting like this hurt you, when it is obvious as fuck that you knew what you and these group of dipshits did. So stop acting like a hurt puppy because you're not. You and these gang of fucktards nearly drove Muse to suicide, but I know you did that on purpose because you didn't approve of the kind of person she was. It is very obvious by this journal how you actually felt about her. Instead of sitting down with her and discussing how she made you feel uncomfortable, you would rather ruin her life and make her want to put a shotgun in her mouth than to simply talk to her and discuss how you feel like a normal fucking person. The lengths you have gone to hurt someone just because they don't align with your worldview is horrifying. You people are genuinely fucking evil, and the fact this video was still being spread around like it was the undeniable truth is sickening. You people nearly took someone's life because she made you uncomfortable, but instead of just being honest with yourselves about it, you instead used her as a scapegoat to blame her for everything because she was different from you, then had the gall to act like the victims. I don't care how old this is. The fact that it is still being spread around by them behind the scenes, and the fact they still stand by it, shows how much they want to hurt this person. And it stops now.
But unfortunately, this is not where our story ends. See, our story is only gonna get worse from here, because as you just saw, they fully got away with this, and like we mentioned, we're still using this to weaponize against her even to this day. This pushed Muse on multiple occasions to near suicide. But what if I were to tell you she isn't the only incident of this? In fact, this set a horrible precedent for them that nearly actually made someone else kill themselves. This is the story of CEO Author, the DeviantArt ranter that they nearly pushed. Now, who is CEO Author? Well, CEO Author was a DeviantArt ranter back in 2014 to 2015. He was a very small channel with around 400 to 500 subscribers and was very small within the community itself. His most notable things were collaborations with people like Hyperbeam Eevee, but nothing else that was really notable. He joined this community during a weird transitional point in his life. Like most people after high school, he was at a low point in his life due to, well, people started to move on as a result of growing older and finding different life paths. And CEO didn't really know where to go. Losing everyone he ever knew, he turned to the internet for comfort. This is where the group came into the story. Just like many other commentators, he befriended them soon in private and started talking to them on a regular basis. Things were looking up. He was gaining subscribers, he was making friends. So what went wrong exactly? Unfortunately, something CEO couldn't predict. See, he thinks the main catalyst of it was him calling Heather Dollface. But from further digging, the real reason why they went after him was because he defended Princess Elizabeth XIII. Now, for those of you who don't know who Princess Elizabeth XIII is, she was a small recolor artist on DeviantArt back in 2014-2015 who got into fights often because people kept telling them that they're recolor artists, they should not post recolors, they could get into trouble, and them being an actual 13-year-old child reacted kind of badly to that. It also didn't help she was autistic, so when people started screaming at her and giving her fucking threats, it didn't exactly bode bode well. This situation, even in the DeviantArt ranting community, is regarded as one of the worst events in its history as, well, everyone fucking sucked in that situation. There was not one good person in that entire thing. Princess Elizabeth was overwhelmed, and because of being overwhelmed, she told people to kill themselves, which wasn't right. But the opposition wasn't any better. They would say some very horrendous things, and keep in mind, most of the people commenting on this were adults. It was fucking bad, and because of how fucking bad it was, there were some people that were calling it out, and one of the people at the time was CEO Author. Now, he didn't do a classic call out like most people on the DeviantArt ranting community would do. He instead decided to do what anyone should have done in that situation, and actually had a calm, reasonable discussion with Princess Elizabeth, discussing the issues, and within 5 minutes actually got her to realize she made a mistake and apologize. Apparently, turns out, none of them had actually just sat down with her and just explained like why it was wrong before just insulting her and making all these videos, before actually just telling her, hey, what you're doing is kind of wrong here. But how CEO Author comes into play is because Princess Elizabeth mentioned him in her apology journal when she admitted she was wrong, and this pissed off the group. Now, the group in the video, as you saw, there's a few members, but there's also a few additional members. This is one of them. And the ones on DeviantArt that didn't make videos were the ones that basically helped perpetuated the propaganda on DeviantArt. There's a few of them. There's Untraceable Mystic, this one, Rightist98, otherwise known as Bitchy Senpai, and many others. But as you can see here, they weren't too happy upon finding this out, and as you can read for yourself, they didn't take this well. See, the real reason why they went after CEO Author is because, without him knowing, he had made them look stupid. And because he made them look stupid, this is when they swore revenge. Because the thing with the group is, any slight against them, even if you didn't intend it, will be the thing that they will use as fuel to go and harass people. As you saw from Muse, all it was a freaking disagreement on Skype, but for CEO, it literally was just showing that they were grossly incompetent in this situation by the fact they couldn't even fucking talk things out with a 13-year-old. Holy shit. But at this point, nothing bad had really happened yet, until he was having a discussion with Heather, and Heather was getting really snippy. So CEO, out of a bit of frustration, called Heather dollface. And this was just the right excuse they needed to go after him. Because just like the Muse situation, they used this to vilify CEO Author. Now, this is not the first time they used small slights to villainize someone into a totally different narrative. So Heather took this and ran with the narrative that he was sexist and made a video response. And because she made a video response, the other chuckle fucks soon followed, with Levi Matters and Ames Rose, otherwise known as Yuki, formerly known as Lulabelle, also joined in on the matter, making tons of videos responding to each other one after another. As you can see, their existence also on Nummy Pixels' page, formerly known as Jinx Drowned, and their special brand of commentary. As you can see, the situation started to escalate. But so far, nothing bad had really happened. It was mainly just people fighting over stupid shit on the internet. You know, just an average day. So basically, at this point, it was nothing abnormal for DeviantArt's drama. That is, until one day, where Nummy Pixels announces Scorn had killed himself. Now, this is where the story starts to take a very dark turn. See, they claimed that their friend had killed themselves, but the issue with that was they were claiming that CEO Author had personally drove this user to suicide. As seen on his Encyclopedia Dramatica page they wrote about him, this was the actual narrative they were pushing both on DeviantArt and on other websites, that CEO Author had personally gone onto Skype and pushed this boy to suicide. And thus began one of the worst behaviors they soon developed. See, CEO Author, unfortunately, because he was new to the internet at the time, put his full name, his height, his likes and dislikes on his public DeviantArt profile. This is more than enough to get anyone's docs information. He's given them the age, his height, and his full name, but due to the fact he was also friends with them in private on Skype, there's also exploits on Skype to obtain someone's private phone number, and also back in the day, people could actually see the county you were in and your state due to how Skype was at the time. So using this information, they then decided to push a campaign to try to use CEO Author's docs to get him arrested by the police. No, I'm not even kidding here. That is what they were actually trying to do. And this story only keeps getting worse. As the accusations started to pile up, more and more people started to get involved, and the accusations soon spiraled more and more out of control. It eventually got to the point that CEO Author had become so distressed, he had actually tried to take his own life. Now, at this point, this has become a fucking tragedy. He has just tried to kill himself, and this situation has escalated out of control. So he recovers and comes out of the hospital. Now, do you think after they just had their friend commit suicide and finding out that they were okay, they would be sympathetic to his plight, right? Wrong. They not only claimed that he faked it, but they also said that he deserved it. But what makes the situation even more deplorable is the fact that turns out CEO Author had never actually talked to Scorn. As admitted by Nummy Pixels in one of the journals, the drama itself that drove Scorn to suicide, aka the original story that they gave even on Encyclopedia Dramatica, was flat out false, as he never actually talked to Scorn by their own admission. The drama itself had drove them to that point, aka CEO Author never actually drove anyone to suicide. And now, not only is he getting harassed by this, but he's lost every friend he's ever made, and now people are going after him in droves, claiming that he's a monster. After coming back and seeing how unsympathetic people were to the fact he just tried to kill himself, so first he tried to make an alt account called Just Some Random Guy 9001 and went to their DeviantArt profile, and was discovered quickly within 3 days. See, another thing that I haven't disclosed yet was how these people also managed to stalk and get some personal information out of users as well, was abusing the DeviantArt widgets. Now, what a widget is on DeviantArt is basically a little add-on to your profile that, unfortunately, due to how unregulated it was during that time of DeviantArt's lifespan, you could put pretty much anything in it. And one of the things they put in it was a program called Stacks Counter. Now, Stacks Counter can give a lot of fucking info, including your computer make, model, your IP address, and everything else. And due to the fact they already had his personal info and he's visited their pages many times before on his CEO Author profile, it didn't take them more than 5 minutes just to match up the data from the previous entries, and they knew it was him automatically. And thus they harassed him off that profile, leaving CEO in a very horrible position. No matter what he does, he is in the wrong, even though they have objectively admitted by this point he did nothing wrong in the situation, being mocked and told he deserved to kill himself. CEO Author decided he would give them what they want. So, in 2015, he wrote a journal writing his final goodbyes to DeviantArt, saying he was gonna kill himself and deactivated his account for good. Now, our story doesn't end there. CEO Author actually didn't kill himself. He did that because he knew these people weren't gonna stop going after him until he was dead, and all because he made them look stupid over a drama involving a literal 13-year-old child. So, CEO Author came back under a new identity, and after this video, I'm fairly certain he's gonna post his testimony because I have been talking to him. So, yeah, joke's on you assholes, he isn't dead! You fucking pricks! Holy fucking shit! I don't know how the hell you got away with telling someone they deserve to kill themselves. So, screw you, he's alive, get dunked on, fuck you, suck a dick. This situation, unfortunately, was not the end of what these people would do. This set a precedent for what they would do next, of getting close to people to get personal info to use against them. CEO Author may have gotten away, but they weren't done with the rest of the internet yet. This was only the beginning of things much worse to come. Now, who is truth-lely-gaia, otherwise known as Kiana? Well, Kiana was a DeviantArt artist that's been around for a number of years, ever since the age of 13, drawing Sonic edgy artwork. Her favorite artwork to do was drawing her self-insert with Shadow, which was her comfort character at the time. This was because Kiana was in a very abusive home life, and this was pretty much the only escapism she had from her very unloving life at the time. So in order to cope and express her feelings, she had made this artwork as a self-expression to let out a lot of those emotions. And because of this, she attracted a lot of people to her page at the time, becoming a very successful commission artist that by the age of 16, she was able to buy her own Nintendo Switch and many amenities for herself without having to rely on her abusive family at the time. She became friends with Akai Delia around 2013, and this is what drew the group's ire initially towards her. The inference of this being the case was alluded to in the hour-long video when Pockets admitted that they've been watching Kiana ever since 2013. And because of this, these people managed to gather a lot of information about Kiana at the time, despite her being around only 13 years old. So what information did they gather on Kiana during that time that they eventually would use against her that was so horrible? Well, one of the horrific things that they did that they still have documented on the Encyclopedia Dramatica page that they made on her was a person named Shadow the Hedgehog 950. Now, Shadow the Hedgehog 950 was an internet boyfriend that Kiana had back in 2013. This person was flat out an emotionally abusive piece of shit. He literally convinced Kiana to cut herself or that he wouldn't love her and possibly kill himself if he didn't, and soon enough just flat out faked his own suicide solely for the purpose of hurting her. Then turned around when people said that was fucked up and just started claiming he just lost a password. This event was really scarring for Kiana, as keep in mind, Kiana's from a very abusive home life. She had very little people to actually interact with, and anyone that showed her any form of affection, she would heavily gravitate to. And this person gave her validation only to take it away by convincing her that she drove him to suicide. And the group completely justified his behavior in multiple instances, including on ED. As you can tell by this group of people, nothing is really off limits, and this becomes more apparent as time goes on. Since in 2013 they didn't really do anything directly to Kiana, behind the scenes they were already trying to slander her, as they would make many bad Sonic character art blogs to basically besmirch her art along with many other artists to get away with their real opinions without suffering any consequences for it. Flash forward some time to 2014, where she drew herself with silver. See, for those of you who don't know, these people were also Sonic fans, as even the earlier iterations of Yuki's account alone, they were an Ask Amy Rose artist. And a lot of these people had a lot of different comfort characters, and one of the comfort characters they had was Shadow and Silver, and already they had problems with the fact she was shipped with Shadow due to how overtly sexual it was. But the line that drew their ire was Kiana shipping herself with Silver. Silver being a 14-year-old canonically, this drew the group's ire because they viewed this as Kiana dating an underage minor. Despite the fact that Kiana was 16 at the time and the image wasn't sexual whatsoever, this was enough for them to go after her. So what began to happen was there's a lot of bad Sonic character art blogs that started to come out that would not only mention her, but many other users as well to cover their tracks. Kiana, never having to deal with this before, decided to make a journal addressing it. This journal was soon put onto one of the bad character art blogs, which eventually led me and Rosemary to finding it. Me and Rosemary at the time liked looking at art and all the different kind of art blogs, which eventually, of course, led us to some of the bad character ones, where Rosemary found and suggested that we read this journal. Not knowing the deeper context of it at the time, we both then agreed to read it because we thought it'd be very interesting to talk about this subject. So, in 2014, we released our dramatic reading video where we went over the full journal, talking about all the issues we found on the surface level from what we could see, not knowing the deeper underlying context of what this really was. And unfortunately, this became the perfect excuse for them to also make videos on her. As her response was basically asking people to flag the video down, this became the perfect catalyst excuse for them to go after her, as seeing that she was asking pretty much for people to false flag the video offline. And this, of course, is where began a lot of the harassment towards Kiana. Now, in front of everyone, they were trying to make it seem like they were genuinely trying to help her. As seeing right here, they were trying to make it out that she was just sensitive and she needed to go get help. But behind the scenes was a very different story. What was happening behind the scenes was they were harassing her using numerous different accounts, which would send her anonymous messages on Tumblr and everywhere else, mocking her from every which way to Sunday. A practice that they still do even to this day. But because of this, Kiana started to get overwhelmed, because one thing about Kiana is not only she's 16, but she's also autistic. So because of this, it made it very easy to overwhelm her as well, because this is a pattern with a lot of the victims we have noticed. A lot of the people that they tend to go after tend to be either very young, have disorders like autism or bipolar, or are in a very depressive state. There's not one victim you're going to see throughout the entirety of all this that won't have at least one of these traits. This is how they manage to get away with going after people, is because they normally go after people who are not really good at handling their emotions the best. And because of this, they become really easy targets for them to use and make videos on. And so it began. They started making videos was on Kiana. And unfortunately, this is only the beginning of what was to come. They would soon start going after her in numerous other ways behind the scenes as well, trying to ruin her interpersonal relationships. She had a friend named Flames that she would vent to about many of her problems, but because they started getting close to Kiana, they started claiming that they found out that she was lying about those suicidal tendencies in order to make people stay close to her and give her validation. So when she went to vent to Flames again, Flames noticed the behavior that they were being told and got mad about it and eventually left Kiana. But there were many people during that situation that were going around behind the scenes trying to hurt Kiana in many different ways, saying that she was harassing people, and even was the one that made the account called Fuck Off Fish. Fuck Off Fish being a response account to my video that was an account that sent me a long extensive death threat about how they would skin my girlfriend at the time alive. It was a very disturbing account that even Kiana herself had disavowed. That my current belief of the matter was it was the group trying to make Kiana look worse in the eyes of the public, and they were the ones actually behind the account. With that being said, Kiana's reputation started going down the drain and people started harassing her worse and worse. And so Kiana made a video addressing her fears towards the internet of how she felt unsafe on Deviantart, as the direction of where it was going was becoming quite concerning. Her fears being completely validated, as later on after the hour-long truth-lely-gaia video where they insulted her entirely, you can watch in the description down below this farcical nonsense, they made a follow-up video on Levi Matter's channel called the Woomy Me video. That was when Kiana tried to leave the Sonic community and become the part of the Splatoon community. They followed her there and stalked her for months, as seen by the cracked on evidence folder that I managed to save from that video before Levi deleted it, where they stalked her and essentially was trying to prove to the community to ostracize her because she was quote-unquote bad news. And unfortunately it didn't end there. They also claimed that she was a homewrecker to a relationship that, even verified by the girlfriend themselves, boy was actually cheating on the both of them, but instead of blaming the person that was cheating, they blamed the 16-year-old girl for being a homewrecker and breaking up this relationship. Kiana's reputation and mental state started to get worse and worse. Kiana's art business soon starts to decline because people are believing more and more that she's a monster. She eventually breaks under the pressure and she eventually leaves the internet for a long time. And that wasn't even the end of it. They also got her personal information from Stacks Counter and made an ED page on her. And I can say this was them because when we were interviewing Yuki after we found out she lied about a lot of things, Yuki fully admitted that they created the ED page on truth-lely-gaia, aka admitting that she was Anonymous Girl.
Did they or did they not make the ED pages on Gaia, Akai, and Yoshiwi 1?
Okay, I have no idea who made Yoshiwi 1's page. I'm gonna be blunt. I made Gaia's page.
So you're the one that made the page.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there were people that did edit it off and on. I think Hannah might have made an edit or two, but it's a really weird thing because it kind of got to a point that some people were making me kind of the ED person. And it was a not a good thing, but like...
Yeah.
I do know that people edit the pages. I'm not sure who. But if ED goes far back enough, it could give you a log. Because there was a main log.
Yes, there is a log.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking, because the account say Anonymous Girl. Was that you?
That might have been me, actually. I do know that I made the page for Gaia, so I had an anonymous account. I don't know if I named it that. I probably did. I think that probably is me. But there were other people that did go on and make pages and accounts and stuff. And to be honest, I had no idea what usernames everyone used. And
Right.
Okay,
Well,
so that confirms that.
Now let's talk about Anonymous Girl for a minute. Anonymous Girl is a very prolific user on ED. And as you can see here, just from this alone, you can see all the other numerous people that they were affecting all throughout the years because of this. Because on ED, you can see the edit history of every fucking page ever created. And you can also see the edit history of the person of every post they ever made. Edit addendum. Due to ED being shut down due to the people that owned it are coke addicts and they got arrested for for drugs, they didn't keep upkeep of the site, so the site had to be reverted back to a previous iteration, and a lot of these links don't work anymore. Thank God I screenshotted everything to show you that this did exist and you could actually see all of this, and you can even see the stuff that they edited using this account. But yeah, if you try this, you can see her name on the page, but I don't think it's clickable anymore. It's still trying to undo the damage done because of the lack of maintenance due to all 3 people that owned ED got arrested for drugs. But I am mentioning this because this is something important to note. But yeah, due to this incident, unfortunately, not all the edit histories can be clicked on anymore because the website is fucking broken due to the arrests. Okay, back to the video. But as you can see here, they've been doing this for literal years, and they continuously made a lot of serious allegations. One of the most serious was towards Axolanu, who they claimed to not only be a pedophile, but also called them a blonde Jew and put their full docs information on the website. Addendum to this too, the docs information was incorrect because they purposely made Axolanu's age higher to 46 to encourage people to go harass them for being a pedophile, which I do find ironic because Yuki, even to this day, is claiming that was groomed by Chaos when this was the page that started the accusations that they had groomed Chaos. Literally, they are fighting against a problem they created themselves and are getting upset at other people for not believing Lily for being groomed by Chaos. But all I know about that situation is pretty much Yuki is fighting against the accusations that she pretty much caused herself, as she was the sole contributor for the vast majority of the information on the Axolanu page. But ED is pretty much where a lot of these people garnered harassment towards these users by getting people who were trolls on the website to go after them and of course try to ruin their real lives. Unfortunately, this reaction wasn't enough for them, and from then on forward, they never stopped harassing Kiana. They are still going after her even to this day, like I mentioned before, making alt accounts to talk to her, while simultaneously in public trying to make it seem like they are genuinely trying to connect with her and apologize. You are free to ask Kiana this, but pretty much one of the people associated with them, Demon Peach, has been doing this for years, going so far to having multiple accounts blocked by Kiana, trying to stop them from harassing them even further. This girl, for pretty much ever since she was 13, has been stalked by a group of grown adults that essentially hated her because she drew cartoon titties on the internet. So when you can, go support her. She's a really amazing artist. She draws a lot of really great My Hero Academia fan art. You'll love it. She does it really style accurate. Go support her. Now, since I'm a little robotic describing other person's feelings and how they felt on the matter, we have an interview with truth-lely-gaia herself where she's going to recount some of her feelings and events on the situation. And then afterwards, we're going to move on to the next victim story, the name's Junkie, after we're done.
Alright, so the first question is, how did you react when I first contacted you?
That first time, honestly, I kind of freaked out. It was the same with Harsh, because what it does to me is it brings up all those bad memories of the people I have dealt with, that I was in that group a part of. And I had a fear of, oh, I'm gonna get used again. All they want is information from me and just ruin my entire life. Even if you guys had good intentions, I still freak out because, you know, those wounds open up and that just gives me a little panic attack.
No, well, me and my editor, we went through a good majority of the videos. We did not expect all of that.
No, those guys, they went in so deep to the point where they started digging through my relationships. And that was way too far. And even though, like, a lot has just gotten ruined for me, like from trust issues to even opening up to people, being myself, which I used to be so open about and freely. I'm now getting back to it again without having any shame or overthinking that, oh, if I say something like this, I'm gonna get comments like this. It's the fear of me wording things incorrectly because I just get misunderstood so often.
Alright, so...
Oh my God!
Yeah, so my second question is, when did this all start?
I don't know the exact year, but
like, do you have a like a specific time when you excuse me, when you recall this happening?
I do know the year. I just need to look through my old art folders because my art tends to speak a lot of volumes when it comes to my emotions. And
because
I think it happened around, 2014 or 13. I think more around 2014 when I started to deal with a lot of that crap, and when I saw like the first rant video and I freaked out. I made a journal about it to just simply ask, hey, could you guys, report and take down the video? And that ended up them sending death threats, and I did not want that. And I still got the blame, and when it happened again, I was just idling, doing nothing, and I still got the blame while I was doing nothing. But it did start to affect my work, like my artwork, because a lot of the stuff, like the New Year's drawing, I was finishing those up really late because a lot kept happening and I needed to take a step back. I wasn't happy with my art as well because I get highly critiqued of the anatomy, how I draw it, that it's not realistic, even though mine is heavily based on anime. So of course I go by those, inhuman physics.
Actually, speaking of that, when you left your old name behind, did the people who made the videos on you try to stalk your other social media accounts because of those kind of facts? Is that the reason why? Did they do that?
I first thought they wouldn't follow me, especially when I went under the name Demure Dusk, because I took, I think, a whole year off, and then I started at the end of 2016 on Tumblr and Twitter under that new name. And somehow I still got found, and as of this year, I know how and why, which caused me to doubt my friends that they told one of them about my new social media name, because otherwise they would not have known it. That's kind of why I started to draw less, especially in 2018 and 19, because of that mere fear of being stalked and them taking my work, making fun of it, which is basically bullying, and I have been bullied, so it just hurts me so much. I was at the point of quitting for a second time.
No, because when we were looking through this, we really started noticing how they would obsessively try to find you, and I'm like, dude, they've learned. I think it's time to pull the plug on this shit. Holy crap!
Honestly, I don't even know why they did all that to me. Sure, I had my moments where I would burst out because of I will honestly, I have autism, so I will turn a 180 depending on what someone has said, and I can either act really rude or get very quickly depressed. And because of that, I myself do admit I have ruined a couple of friendships of people that I hold so close to me. But to those people, I've never done anything personal. They just took offense with the way I drew my character. And I just don't get why I got all that crap. I didn't do anything, majorly bad compared to other people that I've heard that are, accused of worse stuff than what I'm being accused of that is most of the time false.
Yeah. Alright, so question number 4 is, did you start commission work during the drama, and did they use that against you, if any case at all?
I did do commissions. I don't think I'd have to know how they would use it against me, because the only thing I remember is we did a charity stream. We were gathering money for one of their friends. I think it was for the rent. I don't know the details anymore about it. It's been that long ago.
I was asking because in those videos they tend to use stuff that you would do for other people against you, and I was wondering if they did that with commission work.
No, I don't think so. The only thing I remember is, as I said, the charity, and they were pressuring me to send the money instantly, even though I was still, busy trying to finish the artwork before sending it in one bulk. And then it turns out to be a scam.
What was the main reason that you left Devaintart?
I left because I was getting really fed up with everything. I was at a loss of what to do, because every time I would post a speed paint or an artwork, there was always people just being harsh. And I know critique is a normal thing in the art world, but me, who is already self-negative I'm already self-negative heavily. So I already doubt my own work is even good enough for people. So them bashing me constantly in every post I made, especially the fan service pieces, that just kind of broke me. I left in the middle of 2015, because every time I would just go to that website, I would get anxiety. I would get such severe anxiety to go through my inbox and messages. I had to ask a very close friend of mine to log in for me, check the messages, and delete the bad ones for me to not see, because those words, they were stuck in my head, and that has caused me to this day to just be even more negative, to even doubt my own talents and what I'm good at, and just think I'm actually shit. I'm a shit person, and this and that. That's what that has all done. That's what they have done. Like, that's how it affected me. It affected my mental health severely.
Speaking of that, do you have any underlying mental illnesses that prevented you or made things more difficult for you in life and or school? Some examples, like you mentioned, anxiety or depression. Like, do you have some of those? It's okay to ask.
Yeah, I do, and I think after the whole Devaintart ordeal, I don't know what year it's at. I know it was during, I think, 2016. In 2016, I was diagnosed with autism, and I went through some courses on how our brain works and how others see it, and little bits of quirks of like, for example, I get very, like, a good example is I get a certain vibe when I'm talking to someone. People like me, we go off from our gut feeling. And depending what someone says to us, we take it so to heart, and sometimes seriously. We most of us can't even know what sarcasm is or a joke, especially on the internet. And that can just be very offensive to us, and then we go a 180 in our mood, and it's like a mood swing, basically. And I could get from one moment from really happy to suddenly very depressed or anxious, or I would just have an outburst.
I mean, granted, it's actually very hard to tell if someone is joking or not, or if they're being sarcastic or not, because even I have a hard time telling.
Unless I know the person, because I do know a real life friend of mine who is sarcastic.
Right.
But in his messages, he at least uses smileys, so I know it's not serious. And when I meet him face to face, I can see it in his face that he's not looking serious, so I don't need to take it seriously. But if it's from a stranger, yeah, I'm not gonna take that. I just can't take that. But I also have very severe anxiety. I always call that a pressuring feeling on my chest. It would almost make it feel like I was like choking on air. I could barely even breathe. I would sometimes even hyperventilate, like very heavy breathing.
Yeah, that's anxiety.
Until a friend of mine who had anxiety told me, yeah, I think you literally have anxiety. That's when I knew, oh, I have that. But I always called it that uncomfortable pressuring feeling. I never knew what it was.
Many people do describe anxiety as a very uncomfortable, pressured feeling in like their chest and whatnot.
It is.
Because I've had that before, very badly at one point.
I also call it a gut feeling, like when just something doesn't feel right, it's best to listen. Because oftentimes when you don't, that's when shit just happens.
Right.
And I'm listening more to that gut feeling because I know it's just keeping me safe.
So, my next question is, what did you have to go through during the whole drama specifically? Like, what do you remember?
Sometimes I would get, like, very harsh comments, or at some points when I finally recovered from what has happened, and out of nowhere, I would, quote-unquote, like, get attacked by a bunch of people who, like, bombard me with, like, comments and insults and stuff. Or sometimes I would get, like, a note, and that just upsets me. But honestly, I don't remember much of it anymore.
I don't blame you.
I only remember the key details. But what I do remember, when I said I would leave, I did get a lot of notes of people apologizing but I wasn't taking any of that because, you know, the damage has been done. It was too late, and I was in so much pain. And it took me probably a year when I said I'm gonna leave to even deactivate the account and, you know, delete all the journals and take all my stuff out and just be gone, because I was sick looking at that account every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt bad to ask my friend to check it for me, because she already has a lot on her plate as well, so I did not want her to, you know, go through more of it. But it did hurt me a lot. As you can hear, like, just me remembering it right now, it just hurts. Because I keep wondering why that happened to me, because I can't remember what I've done wrong. My brain is trying to find logic and reason behind all of this, and that is what makes me frustrated and very upset.
Mm-hmm. My next question is, how did it truly feel being involved in the situation that you were in?
Well, I felt very, very terrible. I just kept having all these mental problems, as I've said several times, like severe anxiety attacks and depression, breakdowns to the point I would even scream because I was in so much pain. I would even draw a lot of vent art just to get out of my system, and it would work. But the moment I would get back into doing what I love doing, people kind of just ruined and broke that passion of mine. Because then I started to nitpick my own work. I started to nitpick saying, oh, this doesn't look correct, or oh, this looks really wrong, and this is not good enough, and all that stuff. And that has carried over through the years, and it did not help either that at college the teachers were talking down on the way of on my art style. So that did not help either. I just felt like utter garbage. I was not confident in my work at all, because people just kept on making fun of it. It was literally getting bullied, but then online, and I had enough of that.
It's like you had at one point an escape, but that escape has now become reality again.
Yeah, and that saddens me because I really love doing it, and as of this year, I've been working really hard to get that confidence back, and from the help of all my friends and, you know, my fictional husbandos, if I can say it like that. They have given me so much more confidence. I've been drawing more and overthinking less about the work. I'm comparing my work less to others. And I'm, for once, happy with what I'm doing. And I miss that feeling. I really did miss that.
So, my next question is going to be a little personal. I'm just going to alert you to that. What happened between your two ex-boyfriends, Shadowfan950 and Randy? If it's okay to ask.
I don't mind, because those two were topics in those videos, and they kept being used against me to portray me as a bad person, even though it was their own fault for damaging me even more. Shadow950 faked his own death just to get away because I was very obsessive. And that's because I just have a fear of losing someone I love. I always have that. I still do to this day, and that screws me over every time. And with Randy, I don't even know where the accusation came from with the whole, well, what they accused me of. I really don't like saying that word.
No, I understand.
But he called me crazy for being so close to a fictional character compared to him, even though he was being even more crazy about his stupid dreams. Honestly, he was a complete asshole. Because the fact that he told those ranters a lie of what I did to him, which he damn knows wasn't true, because he knew I was fucking scared. He knew I was. So there's no way that could be true.
Quite honestly, I don't think you could anymore, but what he just did was just flat out slander. And that's just
for no reason
morally
too.
and legally disgusting.
Like, I still wonder why this happens literally to me. Like one moment you're like, oh, I finally found that one person who accepts you for who you are, and they don't mind these bad, the low moments that I have, and And in the end, they just turn out to be assholes, and they just can't take the baggage that I have. They can't take this package. They just can't take it.
I guess the next question I'm going to ask here is, how do you feel now after that the drama has settled down?
Honestly, because I don't, I don't hear anything about it anymore, and I don't see any of that stuff. I don't see any rant videos or any of those comments or people going after me. And it feels great. It actually feels like I'm being left alone. But then it gets brought up again by Harsh and you that, this stuff is still happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting here like, we're in 2020. That drama is from so long ago, like 5 to 6 years. Of course I have changed. I'm not that same person anymore. But I have been working more on myself. I've been working on, loving myself for how I look and who I am and, the talents that I have, despite me being still insecure and doubting myself a bit here and there. But I've been working on it. And I'm rather proud of the progress I've made.
Did anything else happen to you over the past few years that is related to the drama?
I think it was when I was a part of Skull Shirtical TCG with the Splatoon videos. Like the moment I joined up with him, and he's still a good friend of mine. When I joined up in his video sessions, well, people were still after me. They were still harsh to me. I don't know exactly the details, but they were still accusing me that I'm like lying and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just sitting here like, can you guys do something else with your life? You're all a lot older than me, or even younger than me, and you're wasting your time doing this for no reason because I've done nothing personal to any of them. I really don't know what I have done to even deserve this.
I know.
And that has caused me to have this huge trauma of like trust issues and doing anything online because I have to be so careful what I'm gonna say, or else people are gonna misunderstand and take it out of context and all that stuff.
My last question is, do you think because these videos about you are gone now, everything is now resolved?
No. In my head, it doesn't feel resolved. It still feels a bit anxious. I still feel a bit scared that it's gonna happen again, or that I screw up somewhere with one of my friendships. I don't even pay that much attention if they're gone or not. I don't even know if they are. I've been that uninvolved on what's actually been happening because I'm trying to stay far away from it, and they've not reached to me personally in like messages, so that makes it feel like everything is fine. But then it's not, because then I get to hear from you and Harsh that they're still at it, and I'm sitting here like, why? I'm trying to move on. Can you leave me alone?
Because like the reason why I asked that is because like at first they were willing to hear like feedback from their videos and whatnot, but right when Harsh posted her video, they immediately deleted it and pretended it never happened. Because like I understand they want to move on from all of that, but pretending none of this existed is like erasing history. Like you can't erase history. You can only learn from that.
Especially with the damage that they've done on me and most likely several other people.
One personal question for me: how do you feel about the people that made those videos about you? How do you feel about them personally?
Every time I would hear their name, even if it wasn't them, I just hated hearing it. I would just get so anxious. I hated talking to them because I first thought, okay, this one interview I did with Lou, it fixed everything. I've spoken my piece, so it's all good and dandy. But then they just used me as their little puppet to get their answers out of me. But I would respond vaguely and a little rude because, my gut feeling is telling me that this is wrong, so of course I'm going to react accordingly and just act like I'm uncomfortable and saying, no, I'd rather not tell you this that you're asking. don't even know the reason or the point of it.
Right.
And Lou especially, I really thought I trusted her. And the moment I heard she just was a two-faced bitch, just manipulating me that she's kind and trustworthy, while she was the one giving all the personal info I trusted her in telling, and she told it to them. She's the reason why they knew my new social media name. And that made the trust issues with people even worse. Because I just feel terrible I did not see it. I knew there was something wrong. She just felt suspicious to me, but I just did not listen because I'm like, she's way too kind to do this stuff to me. And she caused me to doubt my own true friends that they did that shit. Well, it was her the whole time. I don't easily hate people, but I hate them because they've hurt me so much, and as well as my friends.
Now, our next person is The Names Junkie. The Names Junkie is a commentator that's been around for a number of years, doing commentaries on numerous different things, mainly Deviantart rants. Now, before you assume all that came from him from that's actually not true, because where the story actually starts is back in 2013 with truth-lely-gaia. See, back then, Junkie was a voice actor for numerous different projects, mainly Undertale related, and back around this era of YouTube, 2013 to 2014, Kiana was uploading videos of comic dubs of her artwork. How Junkie is involved in all this is mainly because Junkie did freelance voice acting work for anyone that basically offered, mainly because he wanted to get his name out there as much as possible. So Kiana approached him to voice in a Halloween special comic dub that she had with her character Susan and him voicing the character of Shadow. Little did Junkie know what this would soon entail, as this would soon paint a target on his back for years to come. As you guys have probably noticed, anyone that's even briefly associated with people that they don't like tend to also be targeted. As you saw with truth-lely-gaia, just her being friends with Akaidelia is what originally got the ire of the group. Junkie originally got the ire from doing a one-off association with truth-lely-gaia years prior, because how these people work is if you're ever in association with these people, you will eventually be the next person on the list, which is why so many people, if you actually look back through their catalog of people they've went after, all have some form of connection with each other. Even the first victim, Rose2313, even had supposedly some connection to CEO author. Basically, every single victim of the group has some association to one of the other people that at some point they came back for and harassed later on. And Junkie was no exception to this. Now, everything was fine for the first couple of years. He was just doing voice acting work and eventually started doing commentaries around late 2013-2014. Unfortunately, this was probably his worst mistake, as this gave the group a perfect opportunity to try to get close to him since he was a new up-and-coming commentator and they could show him the way. And Junkie, for the next couple of years, became a useful pawn for them. During the Princess Elizabeth situation, they influenced him to make a video speaking out against Princess Elizabeth, and many other incidences that Junkie himself has told me he deeply regrets even doing. Mainly, he was making videos about the dramas that they were getting involved in because he, at the time, idolized Yuki so much that he wanted to emulate her as much as possible. But he also heavily looked up to her, aka Junkie was a huge fanboy, who also had a huge crush on Yuki, making him the perfect subject to pretty much be manipulated in any way that Yuki saw fit. This is where problems began, because Junkie eventually moved on from his crush and started dating a girl named Mickey. Mickey is now his ex, but Yuki was not happy about this arrangement. As many points in the relationship, Yuki would demand their other attention from the both of them, asking why they don't check up on her and many other things, because Yuki didn't like the fact that Junkie, despite having feelings for them, had chosen Mickey over them. And this is where their petty ire began. So flash forward, and him and Mickey eventually break up. And it was a pretty messy breakup. A lot of bad things happened, and both parties did not leave on the best of terms, and a lot of drama went down as a result of it. Now, one of the things that happened was Mickey had told Junkie after the breakup to move on and go out with someone else because they're not coming back, and this was the end. So Junkie, remembering his old crush, went to Yuki and asked her out on a date. This is where shit starts to go down. They used this confession of love, and the thing they did with it was, at the time, Junkie's ex had a medical condition that has put them in the hospital at one point in their relationship. So what they decided to do was to spread rumors that Junkie had asked Yuki out before they broke up when Miki was in the hospital and was trying to force them into a sexually inappropriate relationship with them, and even claimed multiple other people during our conversations, including Box of Fox, were some of the people that made videos also encouraging this behavior as well. So what had eventually happened was Yuki talked to another person who eventually made a Deviantart journal calling this behavior out of how Junkie was trying to cheat on his girlfriend while they were in the hospital with Yuki. Now, unfortunately, the only surviving records of the journals have been heavily censored, but also luckily for us, whoever censored them did a pretty shit job at it, as you can still clearly tell who they're talking about, especially in the beginning, because they forgot to censor Yuki's name in the very beginning. They forgot to censor Junkie's icon along with Box of Fox's old icon, and also are fully claiming that both are abusive, along with the context clues literally telling you who was who during the entirety of the situation. Now, this isn't the only evidence of this journal existing, as around this time, I found these comments very weird, because here's a part of the story that I haven't gotten to yet. See, behind the scenes, what Yuki and the group were going around to people spreading that Junkie had gone around to his underage fans in Discord calls and tried to groom them. They went around to multiple people, including some of his friends, to convince him of this lie, and one of the people they came to was me. This is how I found out about the accusation, because Yuki themselves personally on Skype came to warn me about Junkie's quote-unquote abusive behaviors, and they warned me because quote-unquote to protect me because I had been sexually abused before and he didn't want him to victimize me like he's victimized many others, including herself. Now at the time, I hadn't gotten proper therapy for my PTSD due to my sexual assault. So when they came to me saying this kind of stuff, and at the time I didn't think they were involved in any of this crazy nonsense whatsoever, I fully believed their statements, thinking that they were just being a friend trying to look out for me to make sure I wasn't sexually abused again. And you can see remnants of this conversation as they told me their Discord, and we moved the conversation to Discord, remnants of this conversation actually happening in that time. And at the time, I was trying to comfort Yuki because I genuinely believed they were victimized. But this is why a lot of people around this time stopped being friends with Junkie entirely, including myself, because we believed the accusations they were spreading that he was victimizing his underage fans in his Discord servers. And this was an accusation not only spread by Yuki, but many of their associates as well, including former friends of the group, which was one of the other half of the Raging Redheads known as Cherry. But let's resume the journal, as we got a little sidetracked from the main story. Now, the comments under the journal are very interesting. I took pictures of this because I found this behavior kinda strange, that Yuki had told me that he had groomed his underage fans, but yet when they were calling him out, no mentions of this are ever found in any of the comments. So I took a screen grab of them, and ever since then I've been sitting on them, wondering even to this day why they never mentioned the grooming victims. And I'm fairly certain by this point you guys are starting to notice a behavior when it comes to grooming victims with them, aren't you? So yeah, these accusations were bubkiss, and when I pressed for further evidence from Cherry, they gave me, well, this. This is Cherry's apparent proof that Yuki and them had been victimized by Junkie, as this apparently is evidence of Junkie flirting. Yeah, an accusation that ruined my friendship for a number of years turns out was just an out of context screenshot that wasn't even Junkie flirting, but giving emotional reassurance to Cherry during that time. And this is made even worse by the people they also claim to be a part of it, and as you can see, nowhere does it mention that they supported Junkie or anything like that. This is literally just out of context screenshots talking about unrelated subjects that just Cherry had issue with. So as you can see here, just like before, they altered evidence just to push a big old nothing burger onto people solely just to harm someone for stupid nonsense that they should have not really gotten angry at even to begin with. And unfortunately, this is not where our story ends. Despite a lot of people hearing about this accusation in the community, no one actually ever bothered to tell Junkie about any of it, so for years he lost friends and he didn't even understand why. So that makes this next part all the more confusing for him, that Yuki and the group decided to make a live stream quote unquote exposing him. I'll leave a link to the live stream down below, but it is a funny laugh because it literally is the one time the community actually woke up to their bullshit and actually called them out on it. I'm not even kidding you. They start questioning their evidence because they don't have any, and they literally start breaking down because of it. Unfortunately, it's actually because of this incident that they started doing stuff more behind the scenes, because they realized because of Junkie how effective rumors were over making public accusations. But as you can see though from Cherry, these people never truly stopped going after him, even behind the scenes to this day, still spreading around the accusation that he groomed his underage fan with no evidence, and I assume sending them these terrible screenshots as quote-unquote proof of his sexual abuse. But now the group has a new trick in their arsenal of doing things behind the scenes instead of publicly in order to make things more effective against the person they are targeting. And the person they begin to do this on is me. This is the story of Laka Mocha Laka. There's a reason why I know so much of the underhanded stuff they do, and it's because I am also a victim of the group. Now, there's a reason why this video has been so hard to make, and you can tell, like, emotionally throughout it, I'm not quite right all the way through, and it's because I'm reliving a lot of trauma, and I know what these people are capable of, and I've experienced it firsthand for a number of years, that if it wasn't for harsh opinions stepping in, I thoroughly believe I would still have these people coming into my life and hurting me even to this day. Now, how this all started was when I was 17 years old, and I made a commentary with my girlfriend at the time, Rosemary, otherwise known as Killer Wolf Dog, Artificial Cabbage, or Ismi Maran now. But at the time, she came up to me and suggested that we do a dramatic reading on truth-lely-gaia, because at the time we were on Tumblr and she liked going through bad character art blogs and bad character Sonic OC. She saw Kiana's, and she went to their profile and saw like this Devaintart journal talking about, you know, people being upset with the pairing, and, you know, she thought it'd be a good idea to make the video, and so I agreed, and that's what started, unfortunately, our descent into the situation. Now, at the time, the group wasn't really hostile with us. We were actually pretty good friends with them at the beginning, but over time, that did slowly begin to change. Now, some of the things, as much as I want to mention them in my testimony of what happened between me and the group, due to the fact I have no way to verify it because some of the stuff happened in calls with them and other things, I'm not going to mention it. So there is a chunk of my testimony of what these people did, though it explains the greater context, like for example why the unsure section in the truth-lely-gaia video exists, because as much as I want to talk about my experiences in full, I know some of those are very serious allegations, so we're going to move on to when things started to get a little worse. Now, at this point, I wasn't very comfortable with the group, but there's plenty of people within it that I was totally fine with and had no issues with. That was until one day on Skype where one of them was insulting Kiana for not liking the original Teen Titans, and I came in saying, hey, she has the right to not like the show, you know, she has the right to form her own opinion, like, this isn't something worth getting mad at. Oh dear lord, this was the biggest fucking mistake I have ever made in my life, holy fucking shit. Little did I know from a simple disagreement that it would spiral into something way worse than I could possibly imagine. So because of this, the person I said this to, Bitchy Senpai, starts freaking out, claims it was a joke, left the group chat, and is raging to me behind the scenes on Skype. I did send a copy of this chat log to one of the other people because they came to me, you know, asking what was going on, and, you know, they got pissed at me. Oh, sweet mother of biscuits. This started something so much worse. Now, I've been talking to these people for years, and at the time, I was living in a very abusive home. My mom had suffered a traumatic brain injury, so her regulating her emotions and actions became very difficult for her, and almost literally anything could set her off. She is highly unstable due to it, and because of that, sometimes in our calls, she would come in and just randomly start screaming about something. And, you know, they're horrified and they're sympathetic, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, please ignore that, like, this happens, because at this point in my life, I was pretty much conditioned that, you know, my mom's condition is, you know, there's no help, and Child Protective Services didn't really do anything. Like, they came to our house quite a few times, but they knew that I was in a very volatile and abusive situation. So after this incident happens, a few days later, there's a call to my house. I want you to know, I heard you telling my mother that I was distributing drugs and giving pornography to children. I heard it. And I pray to God no one does that to your child, because what you caused next changed the course of my entire life. So they called my mom purposely to enrage her because they knew anything would set her off. And of course, it did. All my mom saw was red. She then took my hands, dragged me to the kitchen, got the iron meat mallet, and the rest was history. Ever since that day, my wrists have been broken. And I have video of how my wrists are now since they've healed, but they're not fully okay. Here's a warning. Here we go. So, I'm in agonizing pain and still am to this day. I still need surgery for what happened because I gotta remove the tendon that's from my wrist to my hand. And some of the bones aren't fused quite right, so moving is quite hard. After that, drawing became impossible, and I had to draw through a lot of pain. And if you go around that time, you can probably notice I had very little art posted, and the stuff that was posted had deteriorated. And I worked months on some of those pieces. They had essentially weaponized my own mother to hurt me. And that wasn't the last incident either. So what began was these people would occasionally call my house and make some serious allegations, and they would essentially weaponize my unstable parent to hurt me because they knew, like, there's nothing I could really do about it. I was trapped with her. I didn't have a way out. I didn't have any real-life friends to go to. There was nothing I could do. Social workers came in and they didn't do anything. Like, it got so bad. I do remember at one point, like, I ran out of the house and I hid in one of the neighbors' houses and I asked them, please don't tell my mother I'm here. It was a rough next couple of years. It was rough, but pretty much any time I would come online, they would always find out. And they also didn't just do that to me. There was one other additional thing that they would do, which would be they would always make an alt account sending me the same fake rape story over and over and over again. And I knew it was fake since the moment I first saw it, because the assault they described mirrors the exact events I told them from my own sexual assault. And they would always do two types of edits with it. They would always change it to them being both girls, and the incident before it happened, they would always change the location to it being a school instead of a park. So I had to endure it and pretend I didn't have a panic attack every time that happened, because I knew that's what they wanted. So I would leave the computer for a little time, and I had to try my best to not show I was having a PTSD episode, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. All the stories are the exact same word for word, and always asking for the advice, should I tell somebody? Because one of my biggest regrets from my assault is I never went to the police, because my mom told me not to, because she said the court case would be too expensive to handle. So I just never got help for it, and I stupidly asked them for advice on how to control my emotions, because I didn't know how to handle it at the time. To be honest, I still have trouble, and it's hard. But they would send me these fake rape stories to mess with my mental state. And as much as I tried not to show it, it always actually worked. Eventually I would stop replying, and because that's the point where I just had an episode and I couldn't stop. So after that point, I was in a lot of pain. And my girlfriend Rosemary at the time, I couldn't really rely on her for a lot of this, because every time I would tell her, like, I'm being abused and all of this, she would threaten to kill herself because she didn't know what to do. So I was kind of in the most isolated point in my life. I had nowhere to go, and I had no one that I could feel really safe with to open up about this. After this, I find out I have cancer. And this is where it got worse. So around this time, I was having relationship issues with Rosemary, and I finally broke up with her. There was a lot of issues that we had for years that just I couldn't take anymore. So what I didn't know was Rosemary, to get revenge, was spreading that I had not only abused her, but I had sexually assaulted her. And this is where the group came in, because Yuki and all of them knew Rosemary and those friends, and then it just spread like wildfire. And the worst part is, I didn't even find out this happened until years later, after what transpired next. See, my cancer had spread, and I was told there was a chance that I wasn't gonna make it. So I went around to try to say my final goodbyes. So I went to go talk to my friends, had blocked me or even refused to talk to me. And I had no idea why. Turns out the group had spread it to multiple other people, but they had changed the accusation as well. They changed it to I was actually pretending to be a woman and I had a penis this whole time and I had assaulted Rosemary. But I was completely isolated and alone on the hospital bed thinking I was gonna die, and I was completely alone. And now I know why, and it just hurts a lot. Eventually, I got good news, debatable if you ask me, that I would be okay. So, after that, I just lived with this for years. This is when I was starting to slowly recover mentally, because the group no longer had access to call my mother at this point. But at this point, it was already too late. My mom became, over the years, due to these incidences, very unstable. And my wife can even attest that when she was in her house one time, my mom deliberately pushed her over and nearly broke her hip. So I have very limited contact with her. I don't doubt at some point I have to cut all contact with her because her mental state is only getting worse and worse. It's why I have troubles talking about this, because this had a cascading effect through many other portions in my life, and it had been affecting me for so long. It's actually thanks to Harsh and my wife that I started slowly getting out of that shell. So don't feel too sorry for me. I am recovering now, and I am in a better place. And I don't have to live in fear of you people doing this shit anymore. It's why when Harsh told me to come out about my story, and eventually when things started to happen and people started to leave the project, I stepped up to the plate to try to make this video, because I want everyone else to start being able to recover and be free from these people too. So with that being said, we're going to talk about the next story that concerns me to no end, because it shows how far they have truly taken this. So let's move on to our next victim's testimony. The final victim in all of this asked to remain anonymous because they don't want to relive this event after this situation, which I understand fully. So let's begin the story of what happened to them. Their story originated back during the Princess Elizabeth era, as they were one of the people who were actually standing up against them for harassing a 13-year-old girl in mass because she drew recolors on the internet. But eventually they moved on with their lives, not thinking anything about this for years on end. On occasion, they would get weird messages from people, basically mocking them, calling them stupid, but nothing really too bad. They knew it was the group because they would always make the same insults that they made during the Princess Elizabeth incident, and they didn't think really too much of it, so they just blocked the accounts and forgot about it. They would get random people adding them on Skype, sending them these messages. They didn't think too much of it. That was until one day in 2018, where the person was home alone by themselves due to their parents went out to go do something at the time. They then get another weird person adding them on Skype. They went, oh boy, here we go, time to be called a slut again or something. Okay, what is it this time? So they begin talking to them. So the original part of the conversations, from what they told me, were pretty benign. It was just saying, hey, hello, how are you? Yeah, everything's good. Who's this? Oh, I just like your artwork. And they're like, yeah, thank you. They knew what it was, and they were just like, yeah, here we go. And then suddenly the conversation takes a turn. They ask, hey, are you home alone right now? And they say, that's a weird question. Yeah, why? Oh, no reason. A couple of minutes later, they get a knock at the door. It was the police. Hands behind your head and get on the ground. The person at the time had no fucking idea what was going on and was completely freaking out. At this point, they didn't know what the fuck was going on. There are police knocking at their door and they're home alone by themselves, so they don't even know what to do. So the cops cuff them and take them away to a hospital. See, what had apparently happened was these people managed to get a hold of this person's information and used that information to call the suicide hotline. And they told the suicide hotline that this person was about to take their own life, and and told them to send someone to their location. Sure enough, they got sent to the location and they got Baker acted. For those of you who don't know, that's a law in the United States that allows the police to take you against your will and put you into a facility to prevent you from harming yourself any further. AKA, they have the full legal authority, if they deem it necessary, to take you out of your home and put you into a mental health hospital for the long as the hospital determines. Keyword, for as long as the hospital determines. So at this point, they're in hysterics, and now they're in this hospital with no way to contact their family and have no idea what's going on. So they keep them in the facility for a time and do checks on them for alcohol or drugs or anything like that, because that's what they do when someone's been Baker acted. They try to make sure there's nothing in their system so they can make sure they can prevent an overdose if it happens. So they're kept in this facility in a white room with no TV. They're there for an entire day. Eventually, they are moved to a different hospital because the hospital they are in didn't have the resources at the time to help them, so they got transferred to a different hospital. And keep in mind, when you're Baker acted, no one is allowed to know where you are. The hospital is not even allowed to disclose your location. So now they've been moved to a different hospital in a different area entirely, and they're crying still, and they are scared that they're never going to leave. Because the thing is, in order to get out of this situation, you have to have a psych evaluation where the psychiatrist deems you able to go home. And eventually, sure enough, they do get a psych evaluation, as seen here, 2 days after the initial incident began. The family at the time, of course, tried to contact the police about this, who already knew of the incident but refused to give details about what was going on because by law they're not allowed to. The only way the family found out was the person got the psych evaluation, was able to get their phone back, and called their family. This event was incredibly traumatic for them, so much so that even years later, due to they had such intense emotions still about this, they went to go get evaluated by their doctor, only to find out because of this event they had developed actual clinical depression. They were so obsessed with Deviantart drama that happened over 5 years ago and got someone involuntarily held against their will with no way for their parents to know where they are and them unable to contact their parents entirely, solely because a bunch of idiots on the internet, including one that is nearly 40 years old now, couldn't let go of the Deviantart drama so badly that they actually would rather instead ruin someone's actual real life. This situation is the perfect embodiment of everything that is fucking wrong with these people. The underhanded nature of their actions, the petty bullshit they pull behind the scenes, doing everything in their power possible to hurt someone over something that is completely fucking stupid and pointless now, all solely because their feelings were hurt on the fucking internet. What do you want me to say in all this? You want me to give you a congratulatory handshake and go, oh, it's okay, bro, this is all fine? No! You don't get to walk away from this because some of this happened a couple of years ago. This is a pattern of behavior you've been doing for so fucking long, it is boggling my mind. I don't know how the fuck you got away with this for so many years, but god damn it, you're not getting away with it anymore. This video was made to make sure you never do this fucking shit again. And I mean it. Never do this fucking shit again. It's bad enough what you did to me, but the shit you did to CEO, the shit that you done to this person, Kiana, everyone else is inexcusable. And I cannot believe the community didn't see any of this, yet it's out there right in the fucking open. How many more people are like me out there? Because I'm genuinely terrified of the answer. Here's a lesson I think you need to learn from this fucking video. If you can't handle someone talking to you negatively on the internet, use the fucking block button. I'm done. I've been working on this video long enough, and I'm finally gonna move on, and so is everyone else here. We have suffered long enough living in fear of this shit going to keep happening again and again and again. No more. I don't know what it is about Deviantart drama that drives someone to think that it's okay to try to ruin someone's real actual life, but I don't really care to know. We are finally gonna move on, and we are finally gonna get to the conclusion of this video because we don't want to stick around and find out the reasoning of why you did all this. We don't care, and we're gonna move on. Now let's get to the conclusion. So, what's the lesson in all of this? Honestly, there's plenty of lessons to learn from all of this. The importance of communication, not to be petty and take your anger out on people because you don't like something that happened. But in all honesty, No lesson I could recount to you today is going to be absorbed by anybody. See, they've been doing this for a very long time, and I thought originally they were just outliers and a few extreme people in the community willing to hurt anyone for a small sliver of clout and control. Only in the end just to discover they were just the blueprints of what was to come. Ever since having this stuff happen to me and starting producing this video, I've witnessed more and more events like this happen more and more over time. People becoming more extreme due to petty nonsense and friendship issues, users going out of their way to dox each other over dumb bullshit reasons and try to ruin others' lives. Heck, there's been other commentators that push other people to suicide. Like a good example is Aldwin Gajinki. Back in 2018, along with their friends, in a live stream purposely used threats of the police against a user who drew artwork of femboys that just became illegal in their country to try to intimidate them to stop drawing the art. And because of this, drove the artist to suicide. And they managed to get fully away with this because they managed to pin it on ISIS somehow. No, I'm not even kidding you. You can look this incident up. People like the Amazing Atheist and many others fell for this, thinking ISIS was the one that harassed this Indonesian artist, when in actuality, it was a bunch of people that went to their Discord servers, spammed a bunch of ISIS pictures, extreme gore, pornography, and everything else in order to hurt this person. And when they finally drove them over the edge and this person tried to take their own life and had to get their stomach pumped in the hospital, which resulted in them having to get a piece of their stomach cut out, they turned around and said that they didn't really care that this person nearly killed themselves. I'm done with this fucking community. I have no faith that this community is going to genuinely help anyone anymore. I don't. Because it's getting more and more out of control that people's petty reasonings to go after somebody overwhelm the objective truth or trying to actually help someone improve. I remember in a point of time, if your video wasn't trying to actually help someone improve, it was considered garbage. Nowadays, you can make an entire video trying to go after them in real life, and there'll be people along the way that will just clap for you the entire way there because you told them, oh, they were mean to me on the internet. I've had enough with people acting like this. This petty cycle of revenge nonsense has led to some of the worst incidents I've ever seen in this community's history, and it's only getting worse from here. These people aren't the only ones that have been doing stuff like this, and as time goes on, I see more and more people making false pedo accusations, making false rape accusations, trying to purposely hurt others in real life, get them fired from their jobs, doing everything possible to ruin them over the dumbest incidences imaginable, and I just don't see the point in staying here anymore. I've been in this community ever since I was 8 years old, when it first started on the Something Awful forums. And since that time, this place I don't even recognize anymore. A place that used to be just a bunch of people discussing their thoughts and just trying to see others' perspectives has now become, if you are not with us, you are against us, doesn't matter what the evidence says, doesn't matter what the objective truth is, you are our enemy and we will do everything in our power to hurt you. I made this video so I could finally move on, along with many other people, to start a new beginning in our lives. So after this video, I'm not going to be talking about this anymore. I want to move on, and this is me doing that. This has taken up a better part of my life, and I just want to be done with it. I don't have any faith that this community will genuinely change, as it's become more and more of just blood sports than it is actually trying to genuinely help people. I'm tired of seeing the same things happen over and over and over again. More and more people like me are existing because of the utter negligence in some of these communities, where just because someone claims something happened, they refuse to look at the full context of what's going on and just allow them to just roam free with these horrific accusations, and I'm done. You all can kill each other. I want no part in it. I have suffered long enough as is, and so have many other people here. We made this to move on, and that's what we're going to do. Once this video is over, I'm not discussing this ever again. I'm not talking about it. I am finally going to let go of the pain I've been suffering with from all these years, and finally taking my first step forward to moving on. I got my story out there. It's done. I originally wanted this video to be a lesson to everybody to be more aware of what they were being a part of, what they watched, who they believed, but I realized that will never be. People are going to keep doing this because it's entertainment. They don't care if someone's actual life is destroyed because of it. It's not them, so why does it matter? And that's kind of the scariest part about all this. That just within a couple of months, this will all be forgotten about. And the same cycle will start again. To all the other victims that I was talking to who claimed to also been hurt by these people, like this one right here who claimed they were hospitalized due to an iron deficiency due to these people stressed them out so badly with their harassment that it sent them to the hospital. If you want to come out about your stories, I would highly advise you show your medical documents and everything as much as possible. because I don't really believe anyone anymore. After being lied to by so many different people about this very event that has ruined me and many other people's lives, please show as much evidence as possible, because I'm not going to help you out with any of that. Because after people lie to me about some very serious allegations to my face, despite knowing what happened to me, I don't think I could take it anymore. This was so much to go through, and I'm done. So after this, I am done. I will not be discussing this anymore, and everyone in this video are going to move on. You can talk about it amongst yourselves, but after this, I will not have any more part in this, because I am genuinely done. I made this video to move on, and that's what I'm going to do. So this has been Laka Moka Laka, and I don't know, have a nice day, I guess. Whatever, I'm going home.